Oh, you don't know
Yeah,
about that?
I
Kyle
live
got
under a rock,
canceled, I guess.
man.
And
So
we are live.
at their tour in Australia, what's his name? Not Jack
Kyle
Black, but the
Gass.
other fat dude.
Kyle
Kyle
Gass.
Gass,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
It was his birthday, and his wish was for the shooter to not miss.
Yeah, that was
Referencing a thing that
Oh
happened
my
earlier
God.
this
very
year.
shortly after it happened. So that was
Yeah, like
that was
a couple days, I think next day something.
you know, comedy and stuff. It's fine with me, but that had to get them in trouble. You know, it's just
Well,
blatant.
didn't Kyle apologize and then he deleted the apology?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that
took
was
it back
weird.
after he took it.
Oh.
He deleted the apology after Jack Black announced they were breaking up.
Oof.
I feel like that is absolutely the kind of thing you can get away with saying at a punk show at a dive bar, but if you're like in a big band playing a stadium, that might end up
Well,
going poorly.
another weird
Well,
part is
Australia did to deport them.
they just did a Biden support tour like shortly before this as well. So
Oh man, so
yeah.
yeah,
But
okay, yeah. Now
arguably,
there's-
Jack Black has never been more mainstream, so it's not.
Mhm.
Especially, he's almost like a, like wholesome entertainer.
he's in the Mandalorian,
Yeah.
doing cameos and
Oh.
stuff.
Well, there's
Yeah,
that.
like-
There's Kung Fu Panda. There's
yeah.
Mario. He's like
Yeah.
he's part of all these franchises that are very soft in terms of edge. So you don't really want him, saying shit like that, or being a part of a band that says shit like that.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And that definitely didn't help Borderlands.
No. I think
It was
nothing could
Jack
have helped
Black in
that movie.
Borderlands?
Nah.
No.
Borderlands. More like boring lands. Am I right, guys?
I mean, tell you, I knew that movie was
Okay.
going to be a piece of crap the second there was an E3 presentation that Gearbox was doing a few years ago, where they went to the set and it was just Randy Pitchford walking around pretending to be friends with the actors and the director and everything, and everyone looked like they didn't want to be there. I was like,
That's
oh.
always good. Like, oh.
I was sad. I was like, oh, Eli Roth. It's like, yeah, go make some horror movies, man. You're okay at those. Don't do this.
Yeah.
But they did.
I don't know. They're like
He did make
years.
a horror movie.
They're
Oh,
years and
that's
years
that's
too far.
usually what he
gone.
does. But oh yeah, you're saying Borderlands. Okay, I got you.
You caught up eventually.
Yeah.
That's fine. There's probably still rest alcohol in your body, leftover alcohol.
Hey, I'm trying to quicken my wit.
Since no open bar, FNT was a bust, and no EFAP yesterday, I was getting stream withdrawal shakes. Oh boy.
God.
Wait, they didn't do FNT? I could have sworn I saw them
Yeah, it
streaming
was when
FNT.
Kurt
Well, it's-
Metzger was on.
Well, it says it was a bust. I don't know. Maybe they didn't like that episode. I don't know. I don't know.
Damn.
I don't know. Kurt Metzger, I find pretty funny.
Yeah.
I didn't see the whole episode though.
Well, I had a friendo over. We played video games and got drunk and had lots of food, so that was good.
I was hanging out with
Yay.
family.
Okay.
Yay.
I was alone.
Oh.
Aw.
Oh. I mean, we put out the supercut for the Acolyte. People seem to actually still enjoy and engage with it, even though that's
Nice.
some ancient news now.
Ancient. I actually started
saw that.
rewatching Rings of Power today. Started
Oh.
doing my homework for season 2.
Gross.
That show is so funny on the second watch through. It's like
Isn't it?
we combed the whole Middle Earth. We couldn't find any enemies. We win, Galadriel. You're crazy. And then 2 episodes later, there's like a massive trench they were carving through Middle Earth. It's just
Dumb as
Telling you.
shit.
so fucking
Telling you
stupid.
that show is hilarious.
When those Harfoot start saying, "No one's leaving. We don't leave anyone behind," and an episode later, it's like, "Oh, we can't migrate. Well, fuck you. You're gonna stay here." Those
Don't
Harfoots
leave
are
anyone
psychopaths.
behind until they can't keep up, and then immediately leave them behind.
It's so funny. It's really funny. Still really annoying and dumb. But you
Oh my
know,
God! Did you see the recent thing?
from I assume you mean Rings of
it was-
Power.
Yeah, it was
Recent
on X.
things
It's-
happen all the time.
This is like hyper recent. They were saying something about how they're going to get the left and right to fight or some shit. I gotta find the
What?
tweet now.
Oh, I don't even want to see
Yeah.
it. I don't even want to hear about that. That sounds cringe already.
I'm gonna find it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I've seen 2 episodes of Rings of Power, and everything I've heard about subsequent episode has made me decide that I have no interest in ever watching it.
Oh, don't bother. It's awful.
But it's funny. It doesn't
I
mean
mean,
to be
like,
funny.
I think, I don't know. Lord of the Rings isn't one I need to chuckle at how bad it is, though, honestly. It just makes me sad.
Yeah, especially now that I finally rewatched the trilogy, the proper trilogy. I was like, man, I watched the first 2 episodes of Rings of Power. It's like, man, this is like a very different feeling to what you get normally from watching OG Lord of the Rings. It's very
Yeah,
sad, very
It
sad.
feels oddly cheap, doesn't it?
Actually, at the wedding I was at last night, there was a person there who I forget, like someone made a Lord of the Rings joke or something. Actually, because the groom's taller, and both me and the other groomsmen are short guys. So like, I think the guy made like a "you bow to no one" joke, and it was pretty good. But someone was like, "What's that from?" And I was like, "Have you never seen Lord of the Rings?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I was trying to watch through them, so I started with The Hobbit because people told me that's the first one, and I just didn't like it very much." And I was like, "Oh."
Oh no,
Oh man, I was
you've
like,
been
just-
tricked.
I was like, no, just forget about the Hobbit movie, even entirely. Don't worry about it at all. Just watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You will thank me. So I'll see if I can contact the guy like in a week. I'll keep hounding him.
Oh my. Keep pounding him? Damn.
Hounding
Hmm.
with an H.
Oh,
Hotel.
Oh, that's less funny. Damn it.
Hotel Oscar Uniform November Delta.
I'm gonna
That's-
ignore you corrected that and just go with pounding.
Hey, I have pretty good phonetic alphabet, man.
Don't stop with the
Anyway,
Hobbit
speaking
movies.
of phonetic alphabet, 6, it doesn't have a phonetic word. It's not like Fife or Niner.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
that
does.
was-
There's
that-
Grumbo.
Yeah.
Grumbo is phonetic for 6. So on the Grumbo day, God created man, and that is sort of the way this film that we watch is premised, as a law is based on that Bible verse. Metal, why don't you tell us what we're talking about?
Well, I wanted to start with something completely different.
Shit! I tried so
Something-
hard to do a good segue.
I mean, I thought I'd just
Damn.
let you run with it. I mean, you always have so much fun with them, so
Aw,
you know.
okay, well.
we can do that. It was a good one,
I
but
think
you
that
know,
one was like a 7 out of 10 at least.
because I did mention it before. We do want to change the name of of Metals Forge to something else, because it's not only Metals Forge anymore. And we had like 2 things that had like that ranked high for us. I think what I'm gonna do now, I'm just gonna do a poll here and just let that run throughout the stream, and the
Oh,
people
yeah, that
can
might not be a bad idea.
do a
That is
little
hot.
thing. It's very hot. I mean, like the weather currently here in German land, it's pretty hot.
You have an air
Mark's
conditioner
no
now.
way.
There's no more complaining.
I can't really have
Yay.
it run during streams though, because then you can only hear AC.
Mine's
I mean,
running
it's not
right
like we
now, and
wanna
you can
hear
only
you
mostly
anyway.
hear it.
You need to just figure out a proper noise gate setting, or like
Yeah,
We don't
background
wanna-
noise
Mel,
correction.
idiot. Do you know
I'm
nothing
telling you.
about computers?
I don't. What is a computer? I don't know what that is.
It's porn.
It's like a
Video
series of
game
tubes.
machine.
But yeah, the 2 things we came up with. My favorite that we went for was just simply the Forge, because honestly, that's just something I've been calling it anyway for the most part. And I don't know, it's just short and snappy. I kind of like it. And Mark, yours one was the Super Media Forge, right? I didn't misremember
Well, yeah,
that.
because so the
I
deal
found
was
it.
Media Forge was the guest, but apparently there's like an older show that's not really being done anymore called
Mhm.
Media Forge. So I figured we should throw something in there for search engine. The way, and then I was like, the way Nintendo used to either say like Super name of a title or name of title 64,
Mhm.
and Super Media Forge started sounding kind of good though.
You name what
Oh, you failed
do
Twitter.
you
And I mean, we
think?
don't just
Question
do
mark.
movies or video games; like we kind of do everything, right?
Yeah.
Shows and everything.
Yeah, so obviously
my
both
God.
of them don't have like a movie or game thing specifically in it, so it's because we do both. We do a bunch of video games as well. But yeah, those are the 2 that were in the favorites of the ones we came up with. So I'm just gonna throw that in there, and then you can.
Oh, add an option for I don't like either of these, just in case it's overwhelmingly disliked.
Well, that's too late.
Oh.
Also, I hate to
Don't
break
vote.
the news to you, but the Forge is already a thing.
And that was kind of the issue with that one. But at the same time, we're not about the same stuff.
Yeah, I've seen. I
But
mean,
hey,
that's
it-
definitely going to be overlaid to some degree, but
We'll leave the poll up for the whole episode, though. And if you guys have like other suggestions, like, hey, throw them out there.
Maybe you should have called it M&M.
Yeah,
mean,
like I feel like
Forge.
people would think we're about like rap or something.
No, M and
Yeah,
M.
but when you say it to people though in person, it was like, yeah, I have a podcast. It's called Eminem. It's like, oh, it's about rap music. I guarantee you, that's what you're gonna hear every time, man.
I mean, if you say so.
Yeah, just call it Eminem's Forge.
That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, I'm probably,
No,
I
he
mean,
ain't
like-
forging shit.
oh,
What if one of us
is
leaves
the
at one point and then a new co-host gets in? I think we should leave the names out of it if we're taking a name out. Otherwise, I'm okay with it just being Metal's Forge.
why
You can
why
choose
is the OBS
colors.
overlay doing this now? Like it's not on the screen for me anymore, but it's somehow in there. This where does it take this from? I hate YouTube. It's just in the way now, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can actually click to get rid of it. That's fun.
I think if you vote, it will go away, right?
No, I voted on my browser already, but it's still in the capture for some reason. Like it's its own instance.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, can you vote within the capture? But that's really dumb.
No.
I mean, yeah, or can you, or does it make you sign in?
No, it's capturing
I don't
from
know.
my pop-out chat right now. But apparently it's not actually doing that, it's doing something else, and now it's in the way, so that's kind of annoying. I don't really know what to do against that.
Well, I mean, it's cutting off what, like 2 messages?
There's a
And, like,
couple.
So as the
I
chat
mean,
scrolls, those ones will still come up on screen. We'll see them.
yeah. Anyway, I guess that's just gonna stay in there because I legit can't get rid of it. I don't know where, if I can.
Can you go into the preview? Just hit the 3 dots on the right corner and just go close poll.
I mean, yeah, but I want the poll to run for a bit.
Not end poll though, just close poll, because then I think that'll close that window, and not the one in your own pop-out chat, the one in OBS.
No, that's not the OBS. That's like it's just a capture that's on screen. Like there's
okay.
nothing on my screen that actually has that except the capture in the window.
Okay, that's bizarre. I have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah. It's just weird because I need to do something new with the chat anyway because I normally
Every frame of Forge.
every frame of Forge. That's just
EFAF.
No,
it's
stop
too-
playing with your
too
poll.
derivative.
No, I will not stop playing with my poll. But yeah, I'll just leave that up there for a little bit and then I'll close it during the stream and then make more space for the messages and stuff. Well, Swoll talking shit in chat while he's in the call. That's bold. Maybe he's finally getting his
What?
poopy. Oh no, never mind.
What are you talking about?
I saw you in chat there.
No, I'll get my poopy later after the intro.
I'm gonna do the poopy. But yeah, that's just some organizing things out of the way before that just gets forgotten. Oh god, it's even warmer tomorrow. Sorry, I just saw it on my phone and now I'm sad. Anyway, but yeah, today we shall talk about another fun little Arnie movie because he's a fun lad. He's a fun man, a big man as well. He's big musculous. Yeah, today is the 6th day. Actually, recommended by Mutually, I guess, or brought
You just
forward.
say chosen.
Chosen, yeah.
Chosen.
I think I'm having a heat stroke right now, but that's fine. And yeah,
Damn you, German summer.
exactly. But yeah, we gave that a watch, and I think it's a fun little movie that I enjoyed watching. But I think I was a bit harsh on it in some parts because there were so many things in there where I was like, oh man, I want to go explore that more in a more serious movie because it's actually really interesting questions that they kind of bring up but not really go super far with, I guess. And I guess we can get to those when we get there in those parts. But what did you guys think? Mutually, why don't you start for the well, I started already. Go next.
Maybe it would be better if I go last because I was the one that suggested it.
Wow, you just
James,
never
what
do
did
what
you
I
think?
tell you. You're just mean. But yeah, James, go ahead.
God damn it, I was chewing. I think this movie is all right. Could use a handful of little fixes. I'm not sure if I think it goes on too long or not.
It's 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't know. It probably could have been paced better with a few of those fixes, but it's definitely worth a watch. Fun.
Fun.
Swollpool,
Awesome.
how about you?
That was short.
Oh, me. I think it's I think it's okay. There's a bunch of things that bother me a lot just because I know how some things would work, but they're not like consequential to the plot or anything. But yeah, it's like a bunch of small problems I have with the film, but I think there is an interesting premise, and it's not like terrible. It's just like there's a lot of things that bother me, but it's an enjoyable watch for the most part.
All right, so I enjoyed it, although I found it was very much held back by having a PG-13 rating, because it's got a premise that kind of it would benefit from being addressed at least as seriously as something like Total Recall, which still has a fair amount of comedy in it. Whereas this, I think it was held back by being able to get as hardcore into the details of things as it might have gone, because it was trying to target like a teen audience that wanted to go watch action movies and stuff. And I think there's some good ideas here. I just think a lot of the way it's done is quite messy, and I'm not really a fan of how pretty much any of the action is shot in the entire movie. But there's some cool moments, some interesting concepts of having henchmen that are sort of regenerating, but there's like a lore reason for it. And yeah, and it had to make me reconsider some of my spicy opinions about trolley problems that we had on ESAP that time, because I was like, wow, it's the clone that's a perfect replacement of you. Do you kill it? Yes or no? Arnold has to answer that.
Anytime the clone question pops up, I always think of the Oni plays.
Tiny
I like-
Hitler.
Yeah, Tiny Hitler. And then Silent Hitler, and then the Shepephany.
Oh,
Epiphany is fucking hilarious, yeah.
fucking funny. Oh,
She's
yeah.
not even real.
But yeah, just to go for what Mark just said, I had a couple of times where I just suppose I had a little whiplash of tone. It's like, oh, this is like kind of serious and everything, and all of a sudden Arnie's like, and there's like his Arnie thing, like more an action style movie and a bit more quips. It's like, oh, I didn't expect that to happen immediately, but yeah.
It was somewhere between Total Recall and Last Action Hero, and like it's not terrible, but it's an awkward mix of those kind of tones where things are like crazy and weird and funny, but also heady and sort of like, I don't know, psychologically interesting as far as the way the science fiction is approached, and like the way the questions that it's asking with its premise. Right, MauLer, how do you think about it?
Yeah, mutually.
So The Sixth Day is what I would consider like the peak of pop sci-fi. It's kind of just trying to bring the genre further into a mainstream, but it's still struggling. Like it didn't do particularly well, and it's not a huge surprise. This is a lot to throw on an audience even of that era. But man, the budget is so big, such a bombastic thing that in retrospect, it's kind of amazing it got made. In my household, had a selection of films that just, for whatever reason, be it the lottery of life, ended up being watched a shit ton, and this is one of them, along with like Jingle All the Way and some other ones. This is just a film I saw several times. Arnie, for a very long time, was just my favorite actor of all time. I was just, anything he was in, I want to see it. And I watched it with good old Fringleton, actually. And it was really interesting watching it with someone who had no idea what was going to happen, because I knew this film essentially back to front. And this would be one of the ones, and it's partly why I wanted to get it covered somewhere, is it's going to be a good reference for films that I have like plenty of issues with, but I just love it. I don't care, because it's been embedded into my brain since I was super young. And then there's just loads of tiny decisions they make throughout this thing that I'm just like, there's some creativity in this that surprises me. To take, for example, I think everyone picks up, it's like, oh, so it's a film about clones, and our main character is like, oh my god, I've been cloned. The obvious thing would be like,
Right.
so is he the clone? Is that what we're gonna do?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And like the film tries to address that pretty early and throw you off it and then put you back in it. And then, the ultimate conclusion, which is the reasonable one for a lot of content like this, is doesn't really matter. It's the complicated discussion. And yes, for the several times it was mentioned, the film doesn't really want to discuss this too in depth. This ain't no Soma. It's not
Yeah.
gonna be going too far. It wants to be an Arnie action movie, but also be like, hey, there's some sci-fi stuff out there that's really neat. And I think a lot of audiences will be like, I don't know about that. This is getting weird. And this film veers on creepy as fuck at certain points,
Oh yeah.
but clearly wants to pull back. The one thing that struck me on my rewatch was the comedy of this film. It's like it's so fucking weird, but some of it, I don't know, it really works for me. One of the biggest highlights for me is when he bumps into the guy he killed and kills him again. It's like stay dead this time, which is already funny in and of itself. But then the henchmen turn up to him, and everyone's like, "Oh God, he's dead." And they're like, "No, he's fine."
He's fine.
Michael Rooker's delivery of Pulse is strong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they try to pick him up and his head just wobbles around. It's clearly
It's-
completely
Well, you
broken.
hear another crack.
Oh yeah, that got me.
Totally
Yeah.
speaking, that is a risk. Just like his neck is
Yeah.
cracking and breaking all over the place, but they managed to make it funny.
And he's
The,
trying to shove his tongue back in his mouth.
The one of the things that shocked me about it was some of the setups, because obviously I was watching it with having had a gap of watching this thing in a long time. So when I was seeing stuff like just different references to characters that were going to come in the future, or plot elements, or even his friend making certain references to things, like when we first meet him and he's describing his day at work, and if you listen to him, it's kind of going to give away the big reveal at the end for exactly how everything went down and why it went down the way that it did. I think they do a good enough job of just throwing you off when we meet back up with the clone for the first time as to what is exactly happening. There's weaknesses everywhere. There's loads of stretches, but a lot of them I see as almost forgivable because I'm like, all right, you pulled yourself a pretty wacky story as a result of it, so
Right.
at least you got something out of it. You were very, stuff like, oh, I need to go and, because of the birthday, check out the repet thing, and so you need to take my place in the job. And had all of that not happened, then the fuck up with the cloning wouldn't have happened. And you'd think there'd be fail safe, some ways for them to figure out what they're doing and checks, because this is an incredibly important procedure
Yeah.
to create a clone. You wouldn't think it would be as easy to fuck up as this. So there's loads of things like that throughout, but I don't know. I appreciate a whole bunch about it, and I do think the biggest bit of meaning from the film comes in, surprisingly, with the villain coming to realize the nature of his entire business. When the one thing that this company's never had to deal with, or he's never had to see, is a cloned person, how they're treated by their new version. Right? Usually everyone's dead before they get their clone. He's like the first person who's ever had a clone done while they're still alive, and he gets to be treated by himself. And I think he has like some big realizations as he's dying about his whole legacy and everything that he's done, all the damage he's done. And I quite enjoyed that. It's like the most introspective the film gets, but it still doesn't address it for too long because it wants to be like, no, we're an action movie. Back to Arnie shooting people.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, all right, fair enough. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was
Like I
enjoying
said, pop sci-fi, where I'm just like, it's almost like the McDonald's of sci-fi. You're just like, yeah,
Right.
okay, I guess, fine, we can do this. But as was mentioned, it's like there are films that have done this way better, and there's films that do sci-fi better, and then there's films that do Arnie action better. So it's like, so what is this? It's like, I don't know what this is. It just got made.
Yeah, it's a
It's-
weird
it's-
mix for sure. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, it's the target rating primarily, and the fact that I think the director is not great at shooting action. So what you ended up with was an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that just felt kind of watered down and neutered, because nothing was hitting as hard as. I mean, think of when we watched Commando last week.
Yeah.
There was nothing akin to him ripping a telephone booth out of a wall and smashing a guy down in it, and but there also wasn't really anything that made you say like, wow, that was a crazy action scene. There's just some sequences where things happen, and sometimes they're kind of funny, like when he runs over Steve Dorff. But like nothing was really that awesome as far as like Schwarzenegger action goes.
Yeah.
Like, what is the best fight scene in this? Can you even think of it?
No, it's mostly shootouts. There's not even really any big like one
I
1v1
mean, yeah, but
fights,
like,
right?
yeah, but I mean, like hard boiled's full of shootouts. Like you can make one of
Yeah,
those
yeah.
look really good too, you know. But
No,
I can't think of a single action scene that was really that good, aside from neat things that you weren't really
It's
expecting,
funny
like how the helicopter jets function.
a lot of my memory of the things that I find most interesting about the film aren't even necessarily the action scenes, as opposed to revelations in the plot or little twists or like insane little, like the sequence where he's
Yeah.
trying to take care of his daughter while his clone is with his wife, while the bad guys are trying to check in on him to see if his clone has met him when he is the clone. Shit like that. My brain is like, fucking hell, this is really complicated. I think they do it okay with this. Like that's not too bad compared to. Yeah, there's not really an action scene that I care that much about.
Yeah.
That's actually kind
um,
of clarifying. I think the problem is the worst parts of the movie are the action. That like the
I
actual
find the worst part of
premise
the
and
fucking
story isn't.
transitions. I hate the editing. The
oh yeah,
sort of.
the super 2000s editing. Where it's,
This film is very 2000s in both good and bad ways. I love
Mhm.
the amount of practical
A
shit that's in
year
this
after
film.
The Matrix.
And the way they try to combine practical and CG in certain parts is it's always really admirable to see. Did you notice? Because I really like it. The guns they have, they make like a spark, a
Yeah.
physical like flame
Yeah,
come
they're
out
all
of the
like
actual things,
they're
and
like
then the CG
energy
blast come
weapons.
out. Yeah,
That's cool.
Energy
Yeah, there's,
weapons
Appreciate.
also switch. That's another thing that you can tell really is. I mean, as much as it is stylistic for the sci-fi universe as well, it's also a rating change as well. Because if you're using bullets, you have to have squibs, and that's your R rating, right? To have the action actually look good. Or if it's just like a Star Wars style beam that
hmm
leaves a cauterized hole that's smoking, you can get away with a lot more.
it's there's something interesting about like a lot of older sci-fi movies because like all sci-fi movies kind of try to guess the future, right? Because this one at the beginning it's like, oh, in the near future, closer than you would think, right? But like I guess they were kind of predicting that like by like 2020, right, we'd have all this advanced technology, but it's it's not nearly as exciting as
No.
they probably this movie would have predicted. So
No.
I always find like
It's
that's
not
probably the most interesting thing
it's not even
when it comes to these
2020.
older sci-fi.
It's even earlier. It's 2015.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
What's so funny is they're like, look at all of what we have. What have you guys actually ended up with? We're just sitting here, fucking MauLer field style, just like AI porn. About it.
We have AI porn and
Hey, I mean,
big phones.
they imply that the AI porn has like sensory projection, like when that thing goes on your
Yeah,
forehead.
even
'cause he's
their
like, "I
AI
felt
porn
her
is better
going
than
full on
ours.
Yeah.
zip up."
Thanks,
have it
Obama.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very 2000 movie. I keep forgetting, like every time it comes, I was like, man, Matrix was in 1999. Fuck me.
hmm Still, man, I feel like the more time goes on, more people are gonna think, man, the 2000s, what an era, because we got experimental is the name, okay,
Yeah.
the label. We got some weird fucking movies, but I wish we could have more weird movies. And by the way, obviously we still get weird movies, but weird movies with a budget. Like this had 90 million. That's
Damn.
insane.
That's a lot, especially for 2000. That's crazy.
Well, you can see it when you're aware of like this being in the 2000s. Some of there's a lot of CG and a lot of explosions, and you're kind of like, God, you guys really thought this script was going to be able to pull off
Yeah.
a big box office, huh? I guess Arnie being the pull as well. Because the thing is, I would want to make a whole bunch of tweaks to it to improve it, but I don't think I'd ever assume it's going to be able to make a significant. I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to bet that this will have very large mainstream appeal.
Yeah.
It's a tough
Probably
one.
not.
It did not do particularly well. Like, because sorry, I mentioned this last week, but I guess MauLer, you may or may not know. My dad, the first movie he ever took me to that I probably shouldn't have gone to was Terminator 2 when I was 6. And ever since then, he and I went to every single Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that came out. I think until is it Collateral? Is Collateral the fireman one? Collateral
Yeah.
Damage? Yeah. Okay. So I think that was the last one we saw together. But through the years, if there were R-rated ones, we'd buy a ticket to another movie and then just go into that theater because he's like, whatever, this kid can handle violence. It's fine. We watch them all when they come out on VHS anyways. And
I was going to say,
this
my dad
one
was
that-
exactly the same, but we didn't do it in the cinema. He was safer.
Oh,
He just
okay.
waited until they came out on DVD.
Yeah, I don't know. My dad was, I guess he was, I don't know, he was a rebel. He was okay with being like, yeah, let's see it in the theater. Why not? We'll get popcorn. It'll be fun.
My dad took me to see Freddy versus
remember,
Jason
the
in
only
the drive-in.
time we ever tried that and got kicked out, it wasn't a Schwarzenegger movie, but it was Event Horizon. I was still not 18 at that point. But anyways, though, I remember though when we went to go to this one, we were like, that there was something that just did not seem right about this movie as far as like being an Arnold Schwarzenegger action movie.
Oh yeah, there are eras
It's-
of his career, and this one is in it's like End of Days is the beginning
Yeah.
of this part of his career.
I thought that was the end of it. I thought it was that one and then Collateral Damage, and then that was
So-
kind of it for him for a bit.
End of Days was the one that he came back from having he had like heart surgery, and they assumed he might be
Mhm.
done acting wise. End of Days is the proof that he's not done yet, but it didn't do anywhere near as well, and it felt like something. It's like a dividing line of some kind, because I think some people pick Last Action Hero based on success, but I would rather go for like there's a combination of things that relate to Arnie. Because a lot of things it's like, you know, he's got like the Hercules in New York look, then the T2 look, then the Old Man Arnie look.
Yeah.
This one feels like
Yeah.
it's a part of an era that's easy. I think it ends with. Did you ever see Around the World in 80 Days? That was one of his like
Arnold
last.
Maybe?
Schwarzenegger's in that. I thought
He's
that
got a
was like,
cameo in it, and it's like one of the
Oh.
last films he does before focusing on politics and just exiting acting, and then he comes back as Old Man Arnie.
Oh.
Oh yeah, like when was Batman and Robin? Where did that fit into all that? I feel like that was
That would be a
before
part
End
of
Days.
probably this era.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
very
okay.
2000 era, yeah.
You know, but
Yeah.
that's the thing for me. I love everything he's in. I find it hilarious to track him. He's this is the thing. He kind of breaks my whole perception of how we judge acting, because
Yeah.
there's a line delivery, particularly in this film. It's when he gets into the car early when he's talking to his friend. I mean, hang on, I just need one sec to find it. It's when he's on the way to work,
Yeah,
and
Oh, okay.
he says, "I had a breakfast of champions today."
yeah. Yeah.
It's like, good lord, anybody else who had delivered that exactly the same way would have been like bad actor, but because it's him,
Yeah, it's charming.
it's,
got-
it's I don't know how else to explain it. And it's like, so what is he then, a bad actor? And he's like, well, but if he entertains the audience with his acting, it gets difficult to be definitive. Community had a thing about this. It's like there's a good kind of bad, a bad kind of good, a good kind of good, and a bad kind of bad.
Uh-huh.
Those are like the
That's pretty
four
good.
kinds or something. That's probably a better way to look at it than just good and bad. But
It's kind of funny
Yeah.
because you've heard him talk like this like forever. So he was like, oh, he's like this American dad from, you know, the big Americas, and then he starts talking like this, and because you know it's him, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's like, no, not really. Like he doesn't sound
Yeah,
anything
no, it
like
never-
a actual American.
it's like it never
Well,
comes up for anybody because we're all so used to it. It's
Yeah,
just like,
exactly.
of course
Well,
he's
I
this
think-
American man.
I think part of it is like when Arnold was rolling his character, he just put a bunch of stats into strength and charisma. Like
Yeah.
there's an acting category too, and he did throw a couple points in there, but ultimately it's like even when he says something that is not very not it doesn't fit the scene or world that he's in, and even him delivering in the accent when half the time he doesn't have a name that sounds anywhere near German. They just, hey, he's American. He's got an American name. It's fine. Yeah, he has a German accent or an Austrian accent, what of it? But because he just delivers everything in a way that's charming and has that like natural charisma to it, he can make something that sounds kind of corny be, you know, kind of something that's like, ha, I like that guy.
No.
My
He has
name
that
is
way about him.
Jonathan Washington. You're like,
John
Okay.
Matrix.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah, he's a special kind of actor for sure.
Makes it work.
I don't know. Maybe it's just weird, less weird for me because I live in California, so I hear different accents every other day.
I mean, I grew up in Toronto. We got lots of people here, different ways.
I mean,
of
let's be
speaking.
honest. That's kind of the point we're making. Is he isn't noticeable in any way. We actually
Right.
see him as he's Mr. America. It came up on one of the EFAPs. Like the notion of him being American is just it's not even hard remotely to accept that.
Yeah.
It's so funny because
Especially by like
I'm just
True
running
Lies.
this
Like-
thought in my head if I ever met him, because I would immediately talk English to him, even though I could talk in German to him. Like, but from my brain here, from the brain
It was
thingies,
like,
I was
"You
like,
don't
oh yeah,
speak
definitely
German."
English. Like, why would he talk German to me? That's insane. It's like, oh wait, no, that's like his native tongue. It's just funny.
Also, does that help? He was the governor in my state at one point too.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I hear he was pretty well liked as governor. I mean, I'm not from America or California, but I don't remember hearing a lot of people complain about Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've heard much more complaining about politics since that era.
Right, yeah. I think he was
I don't.
pretty well liked, I
Go
think.
ahead.
I mean, you would know more than me if you were living in the state, obviously. I'm not, like, making an argument. I just don't
Don't look at
remember
me. I didn't
hearing
look
that
into
much
it. I just
bad
know
about
he
him.
was governor. I don't know his policy.
Oh,
He
okay,
was
yeah.
he was well liked by people. I don't think it was necessarily because of policy. I think it was because it was Arnold, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
but I mean,
Arnold is
ultimately,
very
you
Arnold.
you can make a few decisions that'll turn an entire group of, like, a what would be constituency against you if you just piss them off, you know. So, like, I mean, not doing that over the entire course of the time you're in office is kind of an accomplishment, you know. Like,
Yeah.
just not pissing everyone off is pretty good for politics, it seems.
Who'd have
I
thought
mean,
that?
at that level, it's relatively easy, right? Just because no one really gives a shit about the governor.
Fair
Or
enough.
the
He's out of-
governor.
Yeah, the
Ooh.
Governator, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good nickname.
It's good stuff. If you want to
It's
know
actually
more
funny-
about the political things, like his Netflix documentary is really good.
Yes.
Goes on
Oh,
to talk
yeah,
about this as
I
well.
should watch that tonight. I meant to watch that before.
Yeah, it's a
Crap, stupid wedding.
three-parter. It was, I think, 3 or 4. I think it was 3.
3
Yeah,
does his bodybuilding movie
Bodybuilding.
career and then politics.
yeah, it's really interesting. And just
Man,
every
my
time he
shoulder
talks
tearing
on
up
there,
with
it's like,
Star
oh
Wars
man, you're like
once again.
so normal. Like it's actually crazy. He's so famous, but he seems so normal. Like honestly.
I need to watch that bodybuilding one. I've seen a lot of his stuff from those days, but because like he changed bodybuilding forever, basically.
Should we do a forge on the Schwarzenegger documentaries?
I don't know.
Should we do it after we do a bunch of Schwarzenegger movies? We've been on a bit.
I don't
of
know
a
if I want to
roll.
forge a
We have an arc
documentary.
going
I
here.
don't know. I don't know if I care for that, to be honest.
No,
Yeah.
we've never done it, I guess.
But
Anyways,
yeah, it's just
Go ahead, Swoll.
this movie begins with an XFL game, and that is not a fictional thing.
Well, I'm
that was
sorry,
real
Swoll.
at this time.
it's okay.
Oh, dude, I hate the fact that they have those screens and all those words pop up in front of their faces. I don't even like sports, and the fact that happens to the players, I'm like, dude, that has to be so distracting.
Well, if like you've been doing it for a while, it's probably not. And obviously, right, just because I played a lot of football when I was younger, like it streamlines a lot of stuff. Right. The only thing that's weird is like possible blitz incoming. I feel like that's cheating. It's like, oh yeah, well, we know what's going on with the computer. It's like, wait, shouldn't the players like figure that out? But like the plays being sent to the players and like everything else is just it streamlines the process. Otherwise, you have to do signals from the sideline.
Yeah,
And,
I can
like, half them-
understand a HUD. I don't know that it would all just be in the center and big bold. Like I
Yeah,
could see
like
it being in the
the
top
bright
right for them
UI.
to be reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the players need the option to ignore it if they're in the middle of something, you know?
It's like
Yeah,
a
I mean-
Ubisoft game here.
Yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't mean a
optimally-
Dead Rising. Your person is dead, flashing in front of their entire face.
Yeah.
I mean, like if I designed it, it would probably just pop up when they're in the huddle and then go away. Like you just press a button, it's like it like wipes away.
Mm-hmm.
Are
But,
any of
like-
you guys? Sorry, go ahead, Swoll. I thought you were finishing up.
Oh, that's pretty much it. It's a weird technology where like yeah, it does get in the way, but it's also like yeah, I could see the use of it is just not that way.
So I think has anyone here though? Are you aware of what the XFL was
Oh,
in real life?
brother, I'm glad you asked because I have a whole bit on this fucking thing.
Oh,
because
okay, cool. I'll let you do it then.
this is the rabbit hole I talked about you mutually that you brought me on, because I was not aware that I'm going to see the XFL when I was watching this movie. So the XFL was actually
just so you all know, you may as well be speaking an alien language. I just thought it's just weird future football.
Oh, no,
Well, that's what you would think.
this'll be-
It's
this'll be
actually-
a fun story.
it's
Yeah,
actually
you're gonna
product-
like this.
it's product placement before it was actually funded. So
Basically, what this was this is what the XFL is going to be like in 15 years.
Yeah, which is really funny. So the XFL was funded by Vince McMahon, you know, the wrestling man.
I know him.
That's why I was so surprised to see this, because obviously I was aware of the XFL. I was like, wait, but wasn't this a year later? And yeah, it is. So 2001, they had their first season, and it's like really weird. I don't know how the rules are altered, but they have like different rules. And and all the teams
Basically,
belong
you can
to
be
the
more
XFL.
violent.
What?
There's far fewer rules about like safely playing, and like you can
Yeah.
kind of just take each other down or like do wrestling moves if you want. Like they wanted them to get like kind of crazy with it, and I
Exactly.
think the HUD, the way that would have been represented back in like the year 2000 or 2001 when they were doing this, was they all had like basically GoPros on, and there were like cameramen that had steady cams running around the field. So the idea is that it was supposed to be a football game you watch that's shot like an action movie and not like an NFL football game. It was just not very practical, and I think that was it that just like people didn't care about any of the teams, so like it didn't get popular. You probably know more about like what happened to its success than I do, but I
Well,
remember it being kind of
its
cool that
success
they wanted
is,
to make more dynamic camera stuff for it, and it just didn't work out very well.
Well, it didn't have any success. They had the one season and then they stopped.
Yeah.
I think they had more planned, but they stopped with their massive losses and they ceased it after the one season. I know it's probably like a huge financial thing because all the teams belonged to the XFL as well, so they were not like their own thing. It was all XFL related. It had like a 50-50 share with NBC, so it was like 50% WWF at the time, and then 50% NBC. And yeah, as you already said, it's just funny to think about because they they thought it would go for this long, but they had like one season. But that's not the end of the XFL because there was more recently. Because they refunded it in 2018, and was then bought by The Rock, Dwayne Johnson.
Okay.
That
I didn't know.
They started, then COVID started happening, so they had to stop mid-season. And at some point they merged it with some other league, and played like one thing, like one season with the leftover teams, and then they refunded themselves in like another name. So the XFL, like it was never actually came back to exist. They just merged with someone and has like now the Universal League Championships or whatever, and now they're doing something with like a couple of teams or whatever. But yeah, this was like a whole Vince McMahon experiment that failed horrifically. It was like this hyped up thing was like, oh, this is gonna be the NFL killer, because I think there was like a time where people were kind of down on the NFL, I think, at some point.
I don't think it ever would have killed the NFL, but I always saw this as a pretty good idea, because if you can manage to capture some of the audience in America that love football, of which there is a very, very large market, and the people in the same country who really like WWE, and sort of make it like, hey, this is kind of a middle ground between those two. Maybe we'll have like storylines between the teams that will show you, but it's an actual football game. It's just more hardcore and the winners aren't determined. I think that could have actually taken off huge. It just kind of didn't.
Yeah, the never really went through. Didn't get popular at all. But yeah, it was just really funny because I almost
it's immortalized in the sixth day though.
Because I always missed the XFL thing. I was like, wait, that logo looked familiar. So and then I rewound. I was like, wait, that is the XFL. Like, is this a weird coincidence? And I was like, nope, this is actually a planned product placement before it was released or funded properly. So that was kind of fun to see.
I have a funny story about that.
Go
the XFL.
ahead.
Not super funny.
Oh.
Just that my old boss's boyfriend is a coach for the XFL, the current version or whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, it didn't end up well for her because, like, apparently he got back with his wife and they started talking shit about her, and she had lost her job, and it's not really that funny now that I think about it.
It's actually kind of tragic.
Yeah,
which makes it hilarious.
Let me see real quick. What is the current name? Because it merged with something else. So let's see. So 2023, XFL announced its intention to merge with the USFL. And I guess that's what they did. Yeah, December 31st, the name of the combined league was confirmed as the United Football League, with each component league surviving as a conference within the UFL. Okay.
Huh. Hey, I've never heard of the UFL. I remember there was like an arena football league, I think not too long after this. Like it was like indoor football in a smaller, like basically a hockey arena size, and it's like shorter range football. But I've never heard of the UFL, not even once.
But yeah, that's what's been happening.
Yeah. Should we talk about the movie now? I
I
couldn't think of
guess
a
we
good segue. I tried.
can.
I was like, wait. I was like, I've already launched into the segue and I've got nothing. I didn't think of a single way to
No, you're
smoothly
fine.
transition. So
So
that was
maybe
a 2
just
out of 10
to
at max.
set the proper groundwork for the movie. So basically, what happened in this alternate future? Well, not now. It's past. That's funny. Like the movie's like in the future, and it's like, oh, we're like already almost 15 years ahead now. So, but basically, they give like some examples, like, oh, we cloned the dolly, like that sheep and shit like this. And then they go,
Which
it's like,
I think that actually happened.
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing that happened. It was like a really big thing that they actually cloned a sheep. But basically, they did more research, and it's like the human DNA has been mapped, but the cloning has been failing. It was like all really bad, so the clones were destroyed, and cloning has been banned by the government because it like went horrifically bad.
Human cloning specific.
Yeah, human cloning specifically, exactly. And it's like all kinds of shenanigans, like protests and riots, like, oh, cloning, oh my god, so bad. So we're now in the state where cloning of animals is fine, that works perfectly fine, and human cloning is banned, forbidden, no bueno. I wonder if there's human cloning in this movie. No bueno, cloning. And then we get to the whole thing why this XFL talk even came up. We see this football future league, which is the XFL, and we have the big man, the big player, Johnny Phoenix, and we see him.
Woo,
do a
Johnny
little-
Phoenix.
Johnny
He's a
Phoenix.
hologram. First
Yeah.
time we see him.
Yeah, he's like the big hologram, and they do like a little play, do a little sports ball play, and he gets busted. He gets flung in the air and breaks his neck. And it was like, oh no, that was really bad. And then he gets
He's fine.
stretchered out. And then we have our first appearance of balls. No, I forgot his name.
Yondu.
Michael
It's
Rooker.
Michael
Yondu.
Rooker.
Okay, one at a time because I got like 4 names now.
Michael Rooker
Michael
is the
Rooker.
actor.
I was-
Michael Yondu Rooker.
Yondu.
Yondu
Yeah,
is
there you go.
his
Okay, that's
most
funny. I call him
recently
Yondu
famous
now. So
character.
we see Yondu for the first
Henry
time.
Portrait of a Serial Killer.
No.
He has this blue skin and his mohawk. He's been preparing for the role his whole life. He's like, oh no, it's actually not that bad. And then they stretcher him out and everything. And he has like a little earpiece, like, yeah, okay, we'll do it. And then he just says, oh, you gotta take one for the team. And obviously with the already established things like, oh, cloning is banned. I mean, I feel like if you've ever watched a movie, you're like, oh, he's
Yeah,
gonna
you
just
already know where this
he's
is going.
gonna get cloned for sure because he presses a couple of
Yeah.
buttons and somehow that brings him to cardiac arrest. I don't know. That doesn't really sound right to me. I don't know what they.
No, that wouldn't work.
I don't know what kind of
Well,
breaking neck.
Unless they gave him a drug that induced a cardiac arrest, you can't just hit a couple buttons and have a guy with a spine injury just die.
Yeah.
If he was intubated, maybe, because then like you're breathing for him, right? But like no, that guy was he was talking to them.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
He wasn't talking. Was
Well,
he?
no, but he wasn't like sorry. He wasn't in a situation where they had an apparatus that was breathing for him.
Yeah.
No, he was
Right.
just like things.
Or am
on
I
him.
remembering this wrong? Hold on a second.
No. He
No,
was
you're right, you're
like
right.
immobilized and like out of it. There just wasn't an apparatus to help him breathe. You are correct about
Yeah,
that.
he has a nasal cannula in, like for oxygen, and turning those off to like that. You don't put a nasal cannula in if you need respiratory assistance. That's just to make sure you're getting enough oxygen, not to make sure you're breathing at all.
Well, it only looks like Rooker just turns things off.
Mhm.
Do those machines register things when they're turned off that aren't even necessarily happening just because they don't have power?
No, I'm actually just watching it right now. So he hits a couple buttons, and it looks like he turns off the O2, which again is going through a nasal cannula, and that induces respiratory arrest. Like a pop-up comes up on the monitor. There's no chance that would work like that.
Maybe he's
But
just
it's,
turning them
you know.
turning them off so you can kill him, so then they can clone him. Maybe, so they don't
He's
realize.
definitely killing him. It's just that,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I think Mark's right that
Like they
this
imply
is very
that
movie.
those machines
know.
were keeping him alive when like you wouldn't have that kind of oxygen mask if that oxygen mask was keeping you alive. That's just like, hey, this guy might have a low oxygen saturation, so having a little bit of oxygen going in his nose will help a little. But if he's critical, you put a mask on him. And if he can't protect his airway, you got to intubate him, which is like sticking a big tube down his throat and kind of basically you push air directly into their lungs. It's not comfortable. I've had it happen to me.
Something
I woke up and I
nasty.
was handcuffed to an ICU bed and had a tube down my throat. But I was appreciative of the handcuffs because the first thing I wanted to do was rip it out, and that probably would have been bad.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why they handcuff you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because it's seriously your first instinct. And what was crazy is like when I started reaching for it, I was like, fuck, I know I'm intubated, and if I pull this out, I'm going to tear up my trachea, but why is my hand still trying to do it? It's just your instinct, because you're like, there's a thing in my throat that is like all the way down into my chest. I need
Probably
to
Oh
because
no,
of,
I
like,
got a face hugger on me.
it's
Yeah,
extremely
basically.
uncomfortable. So your first instinct is to get rid of the thing that's uncomfortable because it's killing me when it's keeping
Yeah,
you
yeah.
alive.
Yeah, this thing. We're going to tell people that story. They're like, "What? Why did they handcuff? Like, were you going crazy or something?" I was like, "No, I was really appreciative almost the second I noticed what was happening, because I was like, oh yeah, this saved me from tearing out my lungs." So cool.
It's really similar to like how you get a bug bite and like you just start itching it when you know you shouldn't itch
Yeah,
it. But
yeah, like you shouldn't scratch a mosquito bite, but sometimes it's like, man, I gotta scratch this one just a little.
Just a little, and then a little more, and then oh yeah, it feels so good, and then it bleeds.
And
I
then-
was like, damn it.
yeah.
So, although one thing worth noting is that this type of cloning isn't the sort of thing where they like transfer your consciousness into another pre-made body. They just kill this person and then
Mhm.
make another one that thinks it's that person. So,
I mean-
like, what I think is kind of nuts about them having the like, oh, we need to still be alive and we'll be alive again if we. It's like you're still dead. Like your perception is gone. So you should still fear death as much as anyone else should, realistically.
So that's, I actually do think that the film almost avoids that right up until the end, because it was like the
Well,
first,
they
you know,
do
with
kind of
the
address it at the end.
repet stuff.
Mhm.
A lot of Arnie's complaints are, does it have a soul? Is it really
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same? Is it blah 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 blah? And it was funny. I was watching it with Fringy. Fringy was like, "Well, no, of course it's not the same. The other one's dead. It dies. That's
Yep.
something that it's gone. It's gone forever."
Mhm.
And it's like, I think the film wanted that to be the revelation that the clone isn't the same, in the sense that it is the same, but it ain't you.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
like that's what I mean by pop sci-fi. The film is like, that's the big revelation, when a normal sci-fi film would have that be almost the baseline. It's like, yeah, we understand that. Now
Yeah.
moving forward, what does that mean about you? But this film is like, no, that's like the big thing at the end, because that's like the villain having that realization big time, right? Is that I'm not immortal. This is just a different guy who's
Yeah,
taking over
yeah.
my life.
Yeah, I think
And that's
none
what
of-
I think the film wanted to say was the point was. But that doesn't make the clones any less human, I think, is also the point the film wants to make.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think any of us was like surprised by the twist though at the end. Like I think as soon as you heard about the cloning things and they start talking about the repets, it's like, oh yeah, like this definitely a thing. And I just like they at least start the conversation, because he has like the conversation with his friend here in the
Mhm.
car. Well, not yet. I think
Actually,
later when
I think it's when
wife
they're heading
calls.
up to the mountain when Michael Rappaport starts telling him, he's like, just get a repet. I got my cat repet. It's great.
Yeah,
Well, it's-
exactly. Like you
He's
can't
like,
even
"But it's
tell
not
the
it's not my
difference.
dog. It's not. Does it not have a soul?"
Does he not have a soul?
Those are hard words to say in Arnold voice, man.
Swell.
It's so much easier to deliver lines that he's already delivered because you understand how to say them.
Yeah,
It's
they
well, it's part of what genuinely I do kind of like it about the film, is that you don't they can kind of avoid the question, because when you die, they already have your physical DNA on record so that they can recreate your body. Probably gets updated every fucking half year or something just to
Mhm.
make it accurate. But then your mind can be copied whenever you want, technically, but also when you're dead on the floor, as long as your eyes and brain are intact, they can like take a photo of your soul. You could call it that, to make
Yeah.
it as transferable as possible. I think, do they say there's a 12-hour window for them to do that before the brain dies
Yeah,
too
they
much?
said it was
Yeah,
for the
but,
it's
repet.
tricky after.
I don't know if it works for the same for the human, which is a complaint I have later,
Well,
because they say,
they do-
oh, we
they-
can have a human
they
pop out
do-
in 2 hours, but they say the dogs and pets take 3.
They
I'm like, wow.
kind of address it later with the villain when he says like he wants to be as up to date as possible, so they scan him even though he's already injured, like because he has lots of his scans on file, but he's like, no, I want to like remember everything up to this point. I don't want to forget anything.
so
Well,
like,
yeah, and that's something that they never have to deal with properly until him, in a way, because
Yeah.
they're usually dead, and so then they wake up, and the way it would feel it's like you were shot in the fucking face or the heart, whatever the hell killed you,
Mhm.
and then you get like Wolverine level regeneration. You're back to being you, and
Mhm.
they wouldn't feel any different. This is what I feel Soma does an incredible job of getting across as a point. While this
yeah.
film more so just sort of tickles at it. It's like, see, they feel like they're the same person, but are they? But it almost doesn't want to deal with that topic too much. It's
Yeah.
more so just left to the end.
There's a couple of things actually. I did like the detail that they kept where like if you got ran over, right, and you got a screenshot of your brain, you would obviously still feel that pain because that's the last thing you remember, although
Yeah.
you are physically fine.
Mhm.
The second thing is this is like a small thing because it doesn't really affect the movie. It's just something they probably didn't know, but like your brain starts dying in about 3 minutes, so that whole 12-hour window wouldn't actually work.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It's
Oh,
a
gotcha,
small
yeah.
thing.
Well, they have future brains in the past, so it's fine.
Actually,
I
that does bring up an
also-
issue I have later, but we'll get to that.
But before we move on from the referred pain from like what killed you, I do like how it seems to start psychologically affecting them as it happens to them more. Like
Yeah.
I think it's Stephen Dorff's character mostly is like, oh man, like I keep on feeling the ways I've died. I still feel the pain of them even though I know those injuries aren't there. It's like, oh, it's
I
kind of
like
neat.
how video gaming it almost becomes. When she wakes up, she's like, "God damn it, Wiley, you fucking shot me!"
Shot me. Yeah.
And her hair. I love the fact that they stop addressing that every time she gets killed, which is pretty frequently. She has to go and get her hair done again because she gets cloned with like long blonde
Yeah,
hair.
and I
that
think
she-
it makes some sense that they treat it almost like they are a Wolverine rather than a brand new person because they've never
Mhm.
had to deal with the old version seeing them and being like, "Holy shit, that's not
yeah,
even."
yeah, they've
'cause-
never been cloned at the same time.
Yeah, it all feels to them like it probably because no offense to all of them, they're not exactly big thinkers. They're probably considering all of
They're
this
goons.
one continuity instead of. It's the thing Simon realizes right some way through Soma. It's like they never have that realization, so they're comfortable. They're just like, "Yep,
Yeah.
we're just essentially immortal. It's pretty cool."
Did anyone notice also that the girl is the mom from the gentleman?
I didn't watch that movie.
Oh, is it?
Oh, it's a TV.
Which-
Well,
which
a Netflix
girl?
show, but it's like Ed and oh crap, what's the other brother's name? The chicken guy.
Man, I can't even picture the mum character because I don't remember it
The
in much.
one
But fair
she's
enough.
got like the little thing going on with Vinnie Jones. She was also in the second season of 24. Sarah Winter, I believe she's Australian.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ooh.
Didn't see that either.
I didn't remember that she was in this. I was like, oh, it's that lady. Just saw her on Netflix.
Well, speaking
Oh, I
of
did like-
characters,
That was the thing, by the
Oh.
way. Sorry about jumping around. It's just something.
It's okay.
Because when I was watching the film, I knew about a couple of things. And you know when she's resurrected, so to speak, and she has to re-pierce her ears.
Oh yeah.
It was funny when that happened. Fringy was like, "Oh, okay," and I was like, "What?" And he said, "So there's going to be a payoff in this film where someone hasn't got something that they did have to give away that they're a clone." And in my head, I was like, "You know what? The film is slightly more clever than that.
Yeah.
It shows her re-piercing her ears." And I think they almost, I don't know if this is deliberate because the script isn't that clever, but I'm not trying to be a dick here. So
Right.
I like that the expectation from establishing that would be that he'll come across someone, and he'll be like, "Wait, didn't you have a blah blah blah?" And then they go, "Uh-oh," and he's like, "You're a clone! Oh my god!" Fight scene or something. But instead,
They
it's
use
the
it as a
whole
red
I have
herring.
the shaving scar, so
Exactly.
I must be the original. And then he's like, "Yeah, we recreated it. We could
Yeah,
recreate
it's
all
like
of those things."
Very easy to do, actually.
Morning.
And
Yeah.
and I like that the ear piercing is just a almost subtle way of just being like they can recreate things that wouldn't come up in cloning.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah, it's a lot, as I said, there's a lot of neat little details like this. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, this movie's an R rating, a
Schliemann-Reiter.
rewrite, and a second unit director doing the action away from being pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And it can maintain the whole pop sci-fi goal of trying to be consumable. It would never have gotten this budget if they didn't intend for it to be consumable, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyway, the Arnie's just having a lovely start to his day. It's his birthday even. He's having a great time. He almost has some sexy time with his wife, but his damn daughter comes in and wants to give him some breakfast of champions, which apparently is really gross. But Arnie is a good dad about it. Doesn't really do anything. It's just it's a good easy morning. Obviously, that's like a
They got to
little
establish he loves his family.
Yeah, he
Otherwise,
loves
we're
his-
not going to care about them when they get murdered.
exactly. This is a little thing where when he checks like the news on his future mirror that has a screen in it and all his dates and notes and stuff. It's like, God, Johnny Phoenix, he's fine. He's gonna be in the game next week. It's like, ooh.
You know what I would have loved, and it would totally be in my movie if I ever made this. Is I'm so expecting it to happen if it hasn't happened already that the fridge would charge a subscription to keep cold.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like I'm just waiting for the fucking day. And if they did that in this film, it would have been like, hey, neat.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's fridges already where you can do that with the with ordering stuff because everything has like a
Yep.
fucking internet connection these days. So
is
Oh, I
there
meant
one
like
of those
literally
set
to
up?
stay cold, you have to pay a
oh, to stay
subscription.
cold, right?
Oh,
You-
that would be the day.
You have to
But
pay your
it-
cold, your freeze membership.
I mean,
But I did
well,
appreciate
well,
that.
I kind of have to do that paying for air conditioning, I suppose.
Well, people have to pay a fucking subscription for doorbells these days, so
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I did appreciate that they did get that one right. That was a guess that they got right. It's like, yes, we have those fancy refrigerators. Also, the nacho flavored banana, I kind of puked in my mouth when I saw
Oh
that's
my
just
God.
horrifying. Yeah.
Oh, you have
Well,
like
that's
the
the thing-
texture of a banana, but it tastes like nacho. It's like,
Ugh.
The one thing these sci-fi films are often usually right on because it's so easy to be right on is just the overabundance of advertising and the
Right.
like the
Yeah.
corporatism of almost every aspect of living. And of course, Arnie's character is supposed to be like, I like doing things myself. I like traditional
the
shit.
old way.
I like
that's why.
Yeah.
Because that's why he has his little chip from the razor because he uses a normal
Yeah.
razor thingy. And
genuinely
then his friend
little
is like, we have
things-
like laser razors. They're like super easy. It's like, oh, I like to do it the old way.
I like do it myself.
I do it myself.
do-
Do it with a chainsaw.
With the chains. I'm Arnold.
It makes me feel alive.
I really like that they don't go into his backstory too much, but they do give you some implication that he's a veteran of some conflict. Like I think
Yeah,
he has
that's like an
one
old-
line where he says with the other
Yeah, a
version
little,
of
yeah,
himself.
kind of a little way too late though for it.
Oh no,
Oh,
but
yeah,
the thing is
the-
though, I think that the way they're characterizing him does set up in a way that when he starts doing other things, something as simple as a reference to a type of thermite bomb that he used to make in
Yeah.
whatever war he fought in. To the other guy, he's like, yeah, you think you're gonna remember how to make it better than me? And they have like a little contest. I thought that was like it was a neat way to do that in a way that doesn't make it a whole exposition scene. You know, it's just like he fought in war. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger. You can do the math.
Stuff like that, by the way, just small setups, small details, trying to build up what kind of character he is and why he's going to have the motivations he does. So, to me, already feels like so. This probably got a skill floor of like 3 out of 10. It's probably not going to go lower than that. Seems
Mhm.
like they cared enough to actually put these little details in, and it's one of a bazillion films that kind of strikes me as I feel like we were better at making this shit 20 years ago or
Yeah.
so.
I-
The
Yeah,
films
like,
these
even
days.
I go
the
into
bad
it. Even do
ones
that.
had more thought in them.
Every
into them.
single time we do one of these classic forges where we watch an old movie, it's like, oh, this movie's kind of silly, but they still fucking manage to create some kind of character and a proper through line in the movie that I understand. And the people are still talking to each other like people, and nothing feels like super duper strange. It's like, man,
The laws of causality seem to exist in older movies. It's like
Exactly.
there is cause and effect occurring, not just things happening.
The fact that one of the people who made this film said he likes his almost analog versus digital or classic ways of doing things versus letting robots do everything, blah, blah, blah. Let's have him use a razor instead of a laser razor. I think that would have been seen as a pretty meh thought and they throw it in. But to me, it's like, you thought about it for
Yeah.
longer than 5 seconds. Congratulations.
yeah, you did.
That one aspect is a tiny bit of character development, which is better than having none. In every scenario, have a little bit if you can. If it's not going to cost you all that much time or effort, yeah, throw a line in about him shaving traditionally.
Yeah,
I think that goes along with what Fringy always says about like project like nowadays projects are put before the idea. And like obviously this movie, the idea seems to have come first. They thought about it, and even though it's not like great, you could tell that's like okay, someone sat down, whatever they were doing, they thought they had an idea, they thought about it before even approaching like producers or whatever. Right? When like other movies, it's like the producer comes up to you, it's like, hey, you're making Black Panther. You're like, what? Yeah, you have 6 months.
Yeah.
And these are the
Okay.
action scenes. And you're like, what?
Oh.
That's one of the most baffling is when it's like you have like 4 action scenes, string them together and make a story.
Yeah.
Make a story out of the actions. It's like,
Honestly,
Like-
like that's the kind of writing that I'm much more forgiving of for a video game because your encounters are the reason that people should be paying you money to play your game. But when you do that for a movie, it's like, wait, you're making
Well-
the story of the movie the afterthought?
You can't
this-
like you can do it well. Mission Impossible Fallout was done this way. You
Yeah.
can do it. It's just going to take a hell of a lot more time, talent, and effort, and it's unnecessary pressure. It didn't need to be there, but it is there. You can still make a good thing. It's just
Well,
harder.
I think the other compounding issue is the timelines. Like, it's like, oh yeah, string together these 4 action scenes. You have 3 weeks. Write us a script. We're shooting whatever you write, and then you can keep rewriting it. But if we've already shot it, it's done, and it's going to be in there, so you have to write around that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the it's the putting the cart before the horse, right?
Mhm.
And like it's funny because I don't think like the vast majority of writers outside of like your like top 0.001% of like highly talented, highly expertise writers could deal with that situation well. When this didn't used to be the situation like writers and movie makers had to deal with. So it's just fascinating to see like older bad movies because like they still followed the process of the creative process before you get to the money, but now it's the money and then do the things we asked you to do real quick so we can make money on this.
Yeah,
Well, I think
and with Deadpool and Wolverine, it worked.
Yep.
yeah.
Oh man, I still see like every day on Twitter.
Yep.
It's like, oh, this scene was so good, and this scene, and this is like, it's like all individual scenes. Like no one's actually talking about, oh, Deadpool had like a really fun arc, or this had all made lots of sense. It's like, no, it's just it's the reset of the key jangle, I guess.
Give it time. Give
Yeah.
it
I was
time.
also in an argument last night about whether or not the worst Wolverine justification was enough, and I was arguing at a wall, man. I'm just like, how is that the worst possible version of Wolverine there could ever be? And
Did you
it was
hit
like,
him
"It's
with
one in
the
this-"
okay? You have unlimited Wolverines to choose from.
I
Is
know,
this the one
yes,
you
yes, I
take
did.
for the worst one?
Yeah, and I was just like, I don't even remember if this was. No, I think I've like heard this from Gary or something on some stream. But I think that if you just made it that version of Wolverine had some enemy, Mephisto or something, take over his mind and make him be the one who kills the X-Men, you make every single emotional beat with that Wolverine 10 times more meaningful because there's actually a reason why you think he might have those feelings. But he's just like, I didn't join the team and I was out drinking and then they died, therefore my
Yeah.
fault.
My
Well, there's
X-Men,
an easy.
Like, you were on the team. It wasn't your problem.
my X-Men
Well,
lost
that's an-
against
It's everyone
humans.
on the team's problem.
That's an easy comic one too, because there's literally a comic where Mysterio convinces Wolverine that all the X-Men are a bunch of the major villains, and it has him kill all the X-Men.
I mean, yeah, just do exactly that, and I think that would have worked a lot better. But anyways, we're talking about the 6th day. We did do a Deadpool and Wolverine episode though 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, right?
I think
It was our 4th
Yeah,
Blade episode in a row
yeah, that was fun.
by accident. But hey,
I think Meme actually messaged me. It's like, oh wow, I didn't think we were preparing for Blade 4 while we're doing the arc.
I still have my fingers crossed that they'll one day make Blade 3 with Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Yes, I said 3.
Oh man. Oh well, but yeah. He's just going over this day. He goes to work. As already said, he has like using his old school methods of doing things because he's old school like that. And they get to the shop. They have like an extreme chopper delivery for snowboarding and stuff.
Okay, so this movie shot in Toronto, which is the city I grew up in, and at this time in the world 2000s, I was a pretty good snowboarder. If there was a way that I could go down to like the exhibition place, which is where their like hangar is, and take a helicopter jet to the mountains of British Columbia, which is where they end up, and then be back by like that night, I would have been trying to do that like every weekend. If
That sounds pretty sick.
I'd be like, I just need a job in which I can afford to do that all the time.
Yeah. It's good fun.
Repet is at the Eaton Center, by the way. You actually see the Eatons in the background at one point.
Oh, well, there you go. but yeah, oh yeah, talking about repets. Don't want to go over. Don't want to skip that, of course, because yeah, he's doing his work. He gets to work and it's like, oh, Arnie, they gotta do a little test, blood test, drug test, because you have that VAP coming up, Drucker. He's gonna do some snowboarding, and he wants you to fly out. And you're like, okay, we do that, and then his wife calls like, oh man, this sucks. Like our doggo, he seems to be sick. We had to put him down because that's the law, which confused me a little bit. It's like, was law? Was there a way for you guys to just save him?
He's got apparently like an ultra infectious illness, so he has to be put down or he'll like.
Oh, that's what they meant. Sick. Okay.
Yeah. It'll hit other dogs, right? So he's got to be quarantined and put down, apparently.
Okay, I was just a little confused there. Okay, but that's fair then. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, and Arnie's first question after that is it contagious for her daughter? And she's like, no, it doesn't affect humans.
Yeah. Again, like it's like small things like, oh, they covered their tracks here, like we're fine. Because that's
well, yeah. So the writing problem to solve was how do we make it so that in the course of just like a fucking hour, his dog is put down without his knowledge?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. The government discovered there was a horrifying disease, then it had to be. But the family's fine. Doesn't affect humans. There you go.
Yeah, they just need to kill the dog because of that, so it doesn't spread everywhere. And it's like, oh. Our daughter's going to be heartbroken. It's like, well, actually, you could just go to repet. And that's probably the first time where he's like, oh man, I don't know, like, I don't really want them to clone him, and I don't know if it's safe. And it's like all these doubts about it, like as you would have, especially if like more than old school guys we established him to be. It's like, oh, I don't know if I want to have like a soulless clone of the dog that just died. Like that's kind of weird. And I got really
and he talks about how his daughter needs to learn about death at some point.
Yeah, and I got really annoyed with the wife because she was like, no, you will do it. Okay, bye. I was like, you bitch.
and wait, how old was the daughter again? Isn't she like 8?
Yeah,
she's
like
8
or 9.
Yeah, I was like, 8 is old enough to learn about death from a pet.
Oh, it's
She's not,
it's
like,
a
2.
mom being all emotional.
You're not gonna do
women.
At the same time, it's also on his birthday.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, that kind of sucks.
It's funny.
But like
when Fringy was watching, he was very like, I would never fucking let her make that decision. And I was like, I think this movie's trying to argue that it's not seen as, like, culturally speaking, it's pretty common.
Yeah. It seems like a very
Most
normal
people
thing
are
to
pretty
do.
cool with it.
And they establish this further when he has like the talk with his friend. Wait, what was his name? Hank, right?
Yeah. Because he says my cat died. I repetted my cat. It's like having the same cat. It's great.
Yeah, it's funny because he's even like, you have like a repet cat. It's like, yeah, she fell off like the balcony or something, and then I got her back. It's like, oh, because I think he's just like, oh, or ouch or something.
I would never repet.
It's not seen as the death of your pet. It's just seen as that annoying thing that happened, and then it cost me a bunch of money.
Yeah. And so he gets told like, yeah, just you need to go down to the repet and just get him back home. Because we don't want the daughter to realize what happens.
There's only one Rocky.
And I'm sure they have laws on how many times you can do it.
Probably.
I would hope.
There's like this one guy that comes in like twice a day. He's like,
oh
yeah, I just got run over again.
If you're cloning like a 15-year-old dog, though, like at a certain point, it's like, well, I mean, like, how much time are you buying this at any point? Like, are you going to keep on avoiding causes of death that are going to continue to happen as this dog hits like outside of its possible lifespan?
Well, they already said they can make them younger, which is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's a little different.
Yeah, he says like we can even make it match your furniture.
Yeah. Like, damn.
I mean, it is just like genetic manipulation. They can do whatever they want.
I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe if I cloned a dog as a puppy and didn't transfer any memories, I'd be more okay with it. If it's just like, hey, I really like the temperament of this dog. It was a good dog. I'd like one that's basically exactly like it. Give me the clone one, sure. But I don't know. Putting the memories in it, it's like, ugh. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, you have to remember, this is a society where like most people have gotten over that. It's just like, oh yeah,
I know. It's just, I think that would be the tough thing for me to get around. As MauLer kind of mentioned it, like I guess, what do they call it? Like your recording or something like that. There's a term for it in this movie. But
your
sin cord. Yeah, your sin cord. Like that is effectively, it's your soul, because it's everything about who you are. that is transferable. But what makes it, I guess, significantly different than what the traditional concept of a soul would be is it can be copied and replicated as opposed to transferred. Whereas, like, for example, Ghost in the Shell, do you guys know that? I mean, it was a Scarlett Johansson movie, so it's not only a weeb thing.
Well,
you got
I didn't watch
Altered
that
Carbon,
version.
Blade
I've
Runner,
watched the
Soma.
anime.
There's
long
all different
time ago.
fictions and choices for how this works. But yes, in this, it's not transferred.
Yeah, Nier Automata also has it, just
Yeah,
with the save system.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point too. But I mean, like, I think that I would never want to transfer my dog's soul into another being, but I think I'd be okay with having a genetically identical dog to a dog that I loved.
It's just
That has its own
interesting.
personality with new memories that it's making, you know. Maybe,
Um,
maybe I'll clone it right after it's pee trained. I'll like save that sync cord.
I don't want to do that
There you
again.
go.
No, use the
That's
pee
how you do
pads.
it.
Here we go. Let's give you that
But,
training. It's like a Matrix download. You hardly had any memories. You were young.
It's just interesting that they use like soul, because like in reality, it's much more similar to Soma, where it's just like a screenshot of your brain. Like I don't know how they do that through your eyes, but go with the technology.
Yeah.
And it's just like, is it really copying? Like, is it really transferring your soul, or is it just copying your brain? And
I think that's just
like,
flowery language because like there's a couple of religious references in the film. A
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of references
Right.
to God,
Well, I
obviously.
mean, the
Yeah.
plot's kind
And
of kicked off by a religious extremist.
yeah, I was just gonna say like if this was a better movie, that would be something worth like digging into. It's like, is it your soul or is it just copy of your brain, and is there
Well-
really a difference?
Well,
But
you know the old
the movie
saying,
didn't.
Swoll, that the eyes are the windows to the soul. So
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean
Yeah.
about like
They
deep
capture a lot
delving-
of what turned into your memories. So that
a hardcore sci-fi would probably get into what makes it what we define as like the difference between our hardware and software in the body is almost arbitrary because of how inextricably linked they are.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what Soma's subtler point actually is as well, that the body is super important to how we see ourselves, how we believe ourselves to be. Obviously with the, not to get onto a Soma tangent, but the way that Simon tries to deal with the situation is at first he imagines himself to be actually human. Obviously Carl, when you meet him, does as well. The nature of like personhood is almost based on what kind of body people have. But then even down to a genetic thing of our desires and values can be determined by the current physical status of our bodies. It's like that's obviously going to change who we are, technically speaking. So it's like a super interesting thing to talk about, that we find it easy to say hardware is body, software is soul sort of thing when it's a hell of a lot more complicated. But this film doesn't want to get into that. It's like, no, we'll just...
Yeah.
It is that simple. For now.
Yeah.
Funny enough, too. I think Soma also, at least the beginning of it, takes place in Toronto. That's where the
Yes.
lab is.
It does, yes.
The city is all about weird clone replication of consciousness stuff, apparently. Without saying too much about Soma.
That's actually what I mean.
Which you should play, everybody. Play Soma.
Oh, absolutely. That's actually what I meant in the beginning.
Soma spoilers, by the way.
When I said it's like maybe it was a bit hard in this movie at some times because I got reminded of Soma and I was like ready to delve into these questions again. It's like, ooh, what are we doing there? Then I was like, I killed you. It's like, nah, damn.
Well, yeah, because
It got me
this film is
emotional.
like, is a clown a human? And you're like, well, that's a really interesting question. If you think about Sober, you go on a whole fucking essay, and I was like, I didn't want to go that far. I just wanted to-
What are you doing? I want to shoot
But,
the bad guy.
I just
I
wanted
think-
to look at my muscles with different angles.
I think if this movie did go into that, it would probably be less popular because
yeah, it's
that's
expected.
stuff's-
I mean, that's kind of what I meant about if you were going to do that, you need to also change the action to make it targeted at adults more than like a pop teenage audience, Because
Also bring the budget
then-
way down.
Yeah, also, because it would be more effective on like basically the same scale as something like Total Recall. Because I think Total Recall is a similar movie in some ways, and it's much more adult in the way it approaches both its sci-fi themes as well as its action. And I think Total Recall is also very funny too, though.
You
It's
just
something
want to
different.
see the mutant stomach baby again.
No, I really just want to see Arnold Schwarzenegger toss arms off a big elevator while saying, "See you at the party, Richter!" It's the
Yeah,
best
that's pretty
line
cool.
ever.
Oh well, but yeah, there's like
Yeah, it's
all kinds
Toronto,
of
so-
setup here. They fly their first first pool of clients or customers up to the mountains, which has this religious extremist guy in there. I think they called him fundamentalist or something in this movie, like at one point, if I'm not.
Sixth Day Fundamentalist.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah.
And
I gotta say, I like that they're presented in a way that's much more neutral than it seems like they're going to be at first. Like they really kind of like portray them as just being villains, but then once like things start going down, the guy's immediately just like, look, man, you're in danger. I'm trying to help you. And it's like, wow, I kind of didn't expect this guy to almost not be a good guy, but be at least have the interests of the protagonists in mind when it seems like he's trying to kill him.
Yeah, they act like people, right? Because like this is like pretty common with like research topics. Like you could talk about artificial sweeteners or that's the one I know the best, but like all kinds of stuff where like you have people who are just really staunchly against it. Right. Like not this staunch. Like you're not.
And I mean,
no one's killing anyone over a fucking.
Was that a zero coke? You die.
Hey, zero coke is just chemicals.
It's
Water
just chemicals.
is chemicals.
But
X-ray girl drinks so much Coke Zero, man.
No, she's fine as long as she's not drinking like
radioactive being at some point.
As long as she's not drinking like 100 cans a day.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's 99 is fine, but 100 that's where we dropped
2 liters and just pours up like a glass every now and then, like through the day. But at the same time, I don't like diet soda at all.
Yeah, lots of people don't like taste, and it's like, go ahead.
It's the aftertaste. Like aspartame has this weird
Yeah, a lot of people don't like the taste.
Drink a soda, drink it with sugar, but you shouldn't drink soda.
I'm a freak. I like the zero sodas mostly.
Just drink alcohol instead, innit? Jeez.
Yeah,
exactly.
Fuck it.
It's all chemicals anyway. After at the end,
MauLer, I assure you, I did last night. Oh man, I was at a wedding and I did not stop drinking till about 2:45 in the morning.
Yeah. Also, because someone in chat
for you.
Chat, someone asked, I'll do super chats at the end of the stream.
No, we do them at the beginning. You missed your chance.
I do them at the beginning before they happen.
Super chat.
But yeah, they have like a little talk.
Once we can, I guess, put a poll like.
What? Yeah. What?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. You were moving on to other stuff. I was letting you go.
You said something about a poll. You confuse me sometimes.
No,
are you doing the poll for the whole stream?
Oh no, I'm gonna get rid of it soon-ish. I think it's like.
I just didn't want to bring us on another tangent, but if you want, like maybe next week we can do a poll as to whether or not we should change our super chat practices if people would prefer we take breaks like between scenes and just do a quick super chat thing. But we already have.
Nah, we'll do it at the end.
Another poll
it's fine.
time.
Nah, it's much easier to skip all that shit.
We just don't do them at all, like every other people.
We're thankful for all the support, though, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the money. Bye. I don't care what you said.
I do care. You're great.
Maybe.
He only says that to make you think he's a good person, by the way, chat. He told me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
He wrote it just now in the group chat. He wrote that. He's like, I don't actually care, but I'll pretend like that.
MauLer, have you seen the video of Boogie yelling at Keemstar on the podcast when he says he's not going to pay him for this month?
God, because yes, I have, and they're so stupid. Okay. Like, he's managed to like trick them, or they're all in on it. Because even Wings was like, it is unfair to not pay him for the streams when he gave money to charity. That's the logic. It's like, okay, one, he shouldn't be paid for faking cancer. That's what the money made on that stream is all about.
That's the
Two,
premise. Yeah,
he gave money away not because he was like saying, I'm giving away my future paychecks. He was giving away his money. That was the point of that. So you just undone the point of that. And then thirdly, Boogie says, oh, so I'm not allowed to make money off faking cancer, but you guys are? It's like they were exposing your faking of cancer. Of course they should be paid for that. What the fuck are you talking about? And for some reason, Keemstar and Wings are like pathetic at actually responding to him. I was just like, God, that's why the show sucks. Nobody with a brain is there.
The temper tantrum and Mike peaking though was, man. I was like, oh my God.
He's funny, but there's only so much longer he can do that before everyone's just gonna be like, that's just what he does.
Just real quick before
he can do that before he has a heart attack. I don't even want to know what that guy's blood pressure is.
He showed it on stream once. It was like 200 over 120 or some shit. It was insane.
Oh my
Jesus
God, he's gonna have a fucking stroke.
It was I can send you it. I'm pretty sure I've got it in my notes as a clip. And Wing says you need to go to the emergency room. Boogie says, I know, I know.
Like he's gonna have like
No,
the
no,
worst
flat out.
fucking stroke. He might just die.
If you came into my clinic, if you came into my clinic and your systolic had a 2 at the front of it, you're immediately going to the ER. Like I'm calling an ambulance. I mean, like, yeah, you're not even my problem anymore because you need to be in a place where they can put a catheter in you if they need to on like on demand, and we cannot
Never
do that
did.
here.
Never
We patch up
did.
sprained ankles and we hand out Advil. Okay.
I beg
I mean,
you.
he's said a couple of times that he could just be dead at any moment, and I think he's probably right.
Yeah.
I
he
mean,
is.
he isn't wrong about
That
that.
poor
I
body.
don't wish
He
death
describes
upon
well.
him, but
His
like,
heart has been a trooper.
Yeah, no, it's actually it's kind of
That's a
impressive.
real titan in his body, dude. It's just a heart. It's just.
I mean, let's be real. That heart
It's
is
one of those
fucking
things
struggling.
that when people say, "Oh yeah, it looks like your dog's doing just fine, although he's much too old to be alive," kind of thing. It's like, well, I mean, Boogie, I guess is much too fat to be alive, but he is. So I guess some part
Oh,
of him
that is the
working
miracle
okay.
of modern medical science that's kept him this long. He should be
Oh, yeah, we
so
can-
fucking thankful.
It's probably all the
Dude, we
protein
could
in
I don't know,
urine.
man. Like,
We
I'm
keep
not-
some
I'm not sure
fucking
we have-
bullshit alive. We probably
I'm
shouldn't,
not
but
sure
we do.
I'm not sure we have medication that can control a guy whose resting blood pressure is 200 over 120.
Oh, I
You guys
think
don't understand
It was
how
probably
high
temporary.
that
He was
is.
like screaming for ages, and then he got his
Oh, okay,
little
okay.
device out and
Okay.
showed it.
I
That
thought
makes
it
a
was
lot
just
more
like, here, I'll
sense.
check it for you, and that was his like resting blood pressure.
Yeah,
I
that
was-
wasn't his
I was
resting.
Like, holy hell, man!
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was about to say he's gonna die in about any day now
Few
from a
minutes.
stroke.
He's more plaque now than artery.
But just real quick before we go back to the movie, you know how he says he's in debilitating pain? I don't believe it at all.
Neither do I.
Because like I've seen, because there's a patient at the clinic I work at. I'll keep it like kind of brief because it's HIPAA and I don't want to violate it. But he had
Don't
like
give a name.
blood clots in his toes. Right?
Oh.
He was in so much pain that he couldn't talk in like a normal voice, and he was always like fidgeting. Right? Fucking Boogie is hopping around. Like you're not in pain. Like if you could do that, you're not in that much pain. Fuck off.
He even got.
No, remember
all
he
these going.
on the one we were doing, he like flips out and starts bouncing up and down on his chair, and he's often said he's in immense debilitating back pain. It's like you ain't fucking bouncing up and down like a little bunny if you've got
Yeah,
debilitating back
no
pain.
chance.
What kind of
I-
chair does he even have? I'm surprised that fucking held. Like honestly.
He probably
I
switches
say
them
if
between
anything-
streams.
Honestly, I
industrial.
think his knees and hips are probably what he needs to be worried about most
The
because
knees
they're,
for sure, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
Well,
they're doing
he-
a lot of powerlifting every day.
Well, you got to
He's
remember in the
entirely
documentary.
That's pretty good.
In the documentary, Boogie twisted his ankle walking.
Oh yeah, his
Funny.
joints are probably like between just like the normal wear and tear of carrying that much weight and the fact that he does not exercise. They are probably fucking so fragile.
Do you know that both of
I-
those episodes we did on EFAB are like 200k views on the re-uploads? People fucking there's something
Good
so
episodes, they're
I,
fun.
as far
it's
as I can tell,
car
people
wreck.
enjoy it because
car
they
wreck
can feel better
factor.
about their own lives.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives you the thing that, like, hey, anytime you start having feelings that might start making you act this way at their extreme, rethink how you're feeling about stuff. It might make you more motivated to work harder and not become Boogie.
Oh man.
Just
I mean, just like imagine if you're a bit overweight and you see Boogie, it's like, oh my god, I'm not doing that bad. Whew, okay.
But at
I
the
gotta
same
get
time,
up
it's
and
like, hey,
exercise.
I know I don't want to get that bad. I should eat better. Is kind of the thing I mean. It's just like, yeah, you never want to get that far.
Yeah, he's just an example of everything bad.
Oh yeah, and I'm not just talking about weight. I mean, pretty much everything about him. It's like you never want to let it get that bad.
Yeah.
I want
Remember,
Wings to
kid.
kick his ass again because at least Wings put effort to kicking his ass.
You know who's in great shape? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh yeah, how old is
Yes.
he in this movie?
Oh, in this
Uh,
movie, my
Yeah.
guess would be
Let's see when he
mid
was born.
40s, is it?
It came out
Uh,
like 24 years ago.
I'll
So
just-
how
I'll look
old
Or
at
is
late
he now?
40s.
I can believe late 40s because like he has like that muscular older guy. look.
1947, so he would be 53 actually.
Damn. All right.
There you go.
2000.
God.
And obviously he took a lot of steroids, but that's beside the point.
And he's an action movie star. It's like they can do it. They have doctors that are managing them. They'll be fine.
I mean, he was also a bodybuilder for a long time.
Steroids are not illegal.
Yeah, and Well, I mean,
in the
like,
US they are.
I don't know. Yeah, you can do them in the US, especially if you've got like if you're being managed by a doctor who's doing it for something specifically like an action movie role. They have ways of getting around that, and I don't know if they cycle them on and off properly, then nothing bad happens. But again,
I
you can
mean-
always end up being Bob from Fight Club, so be careful.
I mean,
I'd recommend
stuff-
just not doing steroids. Okay, just don't, because you probably don't need to be in an MCU movie anytime soon.
Or,
But
or you
also,
become like
you know.
Stewie for Family Guy. When
Well-
he takes on the steroids and he loses it, it becomes a flying
Yeah.
squirrel.
I mean, from like what I've read and stuff about steroids, it's kind of weird because like steroids people see as like, oh yeah, if I take them, I'll get jacked. It's like, well, no, you still have to work
you
really
just
hard,
recover.
and you also need like really good genetics because there are a lot of people on steroids who look normal as shit because yeah, they didn't have good genetics. So it's like,
Mm.
oh,
Well,
you
I
are
think the biggest
ruining your
deal is
brain and heart for literally nothing. That's fantastic.
it really cuts down your muscle recovery time is kind of the big thing about it. So it's not so much that if you do 3 hours of weightlifting, it'll be like you did 6. It'll be you can do 3 hours in the morning, and then by the evening you can do another 3 hours. But if you're not going to put in that time, then there's no point in doing steroids.
Well, not exactly. It's more like you could train, like let's say you train arms on Monday, and then like a normal person would train them again on Thursday, right? Instead, you could probably train them again Tuesday afternoon, right? Because you recover faster. The problem is, and obviously this depends on the kind of steroid you have, like Tren and what is it? Well, you have DRT and all the other
let's
ones.
not give anybody too many things to Google because
Oh, if they're gonna Google it, they're gonna Google it. But the major thing is like your connective tissue doesn't grow as fast as your musculature. So usually people on steroids have like really high injury rates because like you are growing your muscles fast, but your connective tissues holding them all to your bones are
your
like
ligaments
they're
and
going at a
tendons.
normal rate. That's why you see like a lot of people who like are deadlifting and obviously on steroids, they tear their bicep. And it's just fucking gnarly. It's like, oh.
Nasty.
But Arnold got away pretty okay. I mean, he's
Arnold Schwarzenegger is in the film The Sixth Day.
there. We go. Turned it back around.
Wow, what a segue.
Nice.
Where did we even stop? They were just flying. They were bringing back the first customers, which had the religious guy in there, and then on the way back, they test the new equipment because there's new remotes for their X choppers. I don't know if that's how they're called, but that sounds extreme, so I'm just gonna call them that.
It is very radical, this whole scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, they just show that he's really good at the flying of those choppers. Manually and also with the remote thing, which by the way I think is very unpractical because the fucking screen keeps moving when they tilt the thing, so you can't see the screen a lot of times. But you know,
So small too.
it's pretty small.
Yeah, you get the impression that he's already got it because this isn't the first time he's ever used one. It's a new remote
It's a new
that
one,
apparently is better than the one he had before. And he's like, I'm going to play around with this. I like the fact that they made the excuse, hey, there's 2 pilots here, so we can test the remote and like follow behind it and see how we're doing with it. And I think that setting that up and being like, yeah, the only reason we're doing this right now isn't because we have to for the job we're doing. It's because we're testing this new device because we just got it in. And that I think at least decently sets up the Chekhov's remote, as it were.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying the
Like,
design of that
this thing's coming back.
glove is kind of stupid, just overall.
Oh, it's terrible.
Well,
like
love
the
the
camera's
power
on the
gloves.
outside of
So
your
bad.
arm, and you only have like the one stick. Like I think ideally you would, I don't know, you'd have like a little like platform that you can lay on your lap and do it instead of.
I mean, realistic
Whatever the fuck they're doing.
having, especially if you're in a moving thing, your best way to do that would be to do the way people fly drones, is have like a little VR visor where
Yes.
you're like looking at the thing POV.
Dude, those guys who do like the camera shots for YouTube channels, like the
Oh yeah, some of them are incredible pilots, like or at least drone pilots.
yeah, it's like the ridiculous channel, something ridiculous. They're like a super big channel. They do like all kinds of crazy things, like breaking shit and stuff like that. And they have like always like drone people who go down the hill with like the tires they throw down there. And that's like super clear shots. And I was impressed how they do this. They go through stuff, and it's like, damn. I mean, I don't get like like sick
Yeah.
when I do VR, but if I would do that, I definitely get sick. Like no problem. It's just
Oh yeah, like Half-Life Alyx. The first time I tried using the smooth motion, like just being able to walk with the analog stick like it's a normal video game, I was like, oh man, I'm not ready for this at all. So I switched to the teleporting that gives
Oh,
you
okay.
a zoom, and then got much more comfortable with it. And on my second playthrough, I was able to just walk around normally. But
Yeah.
it's almost like you got to develop like the sea legs for VR.
Yeah, a little
Yeah, I
bit.
think so.
Robo legs.
I always do like fluid motions now. Just feels the most natural to me by now. But I've played a lot of VRs, so.
But
I
if
got
you're
used to
new to
it.
VR, maybe don't jump into that. Clock turning is also a good thing to use. Like if
Mhm.
you use the right analog stick, it'll like turn you 30 degrees, and that's kind of better than using smooth turning that might make you feel a little queasy if you're new to it.
Right.
Though the best
think-
VR player in this house, X-Ray Girl. You should see that girl play Beat Saber. It's insane.
I think
like
what
a Jedi.
happens is like since your eyes are seeing one thing, but your body's not feeling that sensation, your brain just like freaks out. Hence why you
Yeah.
get sick, because like there is a disconnect between what
Yeah.
you're seeing and what your body's feeling.
It's funny. I think
And-
I remember.
yeah, no,
I
that's
remember
precisely it.
one time I was playing just a normal game, and I like jumped down like a really big thing, and there was like no fall damage, and for some reason my brain didn't make the disconnect between me sitting and the the game being like the game happening right now, and I got like a little whoa. I was like, wait, hang on, nothing happened. Like, what was that? I don't even remember
Yeah.
the game. I just remember that sensation, and it's definitely when you
I
play
re-
VR
I
and do
remember-
that in the beginning. It's like, oh,
I-
that's a bit weird. It's like, oh.
One of the first VR games I played when I got my Vive was it was around the time Spider-Man Homecoming came out, because they had this like free little VR Spider-Man like basically tech demo. And that was one that I played standing up in like my old house, actually in the same place that I shot that video that I first sent to you, MauLer, where I was playing, I think, a shooter there, but it was like in regards to Jim Sterling's privilege goggles thing. But anyways, the first time I was doing that though, at the end of it, you get up on this big crane and then Vulture comes at you, and I fell and just like almost immediately hit the ground. I had to like move myself back in one motion to get on the couch, and I was like, whoa, okay. The robot leg is not ready for heights at VR yet. We learned that.
Oh
without
yeah, that
getting
must
hurt.
be extra weird.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I used VR to help myself use my leg. Like it was seriously my
nice.
physiotherapy that I would do at home very often, and I'd
that's
be
cool.
doing things like playing shooters where I have to like duck and kneel and things.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. If you want to
But
see
yeah.
some funny things with VR accidents, I think there's like a whole Reddit called like from VR to ER. That's like all kinds of people like running into walls and stuff. It's pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good Reddit name as well.
I mean, like, it sucks that happened to them, but I don't know. As long as they're okay, then that is a little funny.
yeah. Anyway, we established that they can fly good, and also and now we come back and they have like the VIP to fly over, which is Mr. Drucker, which we learn very quick is like a big
Totally
corporate
not
guy
Steve Jobs.
of replacement technologies, which is you know, I wonder what they do. But yeah, the whole thing is he wants Adam to do the flying, but Hank is basically like, nah, it's your birthday, go enjoy your birthday, go check out the repet thing, give it a look-see, give it a thought, and maybe you will reconsider. And they didn't really ask our names, even though he asked specifically for you. You know what? Let me do it. You know, I can get it done. I know it. He basically says, I talk a lot of shit, but if it comes to flying, I'll take that stuff seriously. And it's like, yeah, that's fair. And he's like, well, go enjoy your birthday, and I'm off to do the thing. But yeah, and then they go fly up there, they make it all the way up, and basically what happens is the religious guy is still at the landing site, and well, he shoots them all. And now...
But you doing like,
Hmm?
because you don't find that until way later, but you want to do that now, is it?
I mean, we see that he gets the gun out and shoots them, right?
Oh, well, you don't
I
know
guess
who
we
he
don't
is.
Find out who he is or who
Oh
he
yeah,
shoots.
sorry, because we talked
just
about it
know that
already,
he's,
right? Yeah.
he's the new snowboarder that's never done that before, and he's like, yeah, I just like joined the
Yeah,
club or whatever it is. My first ride out.
No.
Totally not a religious terrorist.
We talked about him already, so I thought it was already clear that's what happened. But yeah, we do learn that later, but we kind of talked about it already.
Although I just watched the scene. I guess you see it from Adam Gibson's perspective.
Yeah,
Like-
but
like
we
it
don't
is
know
his
he's like a
POV.
religious guy yet. That's what we.
Oh yeah. No, we
that's-
don't know
that's-
anything about the character.
I mean, you
beyond
see it from
snowboarder
Drucker's
dude who's
perspective?
now- Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause, yeah,
Also, you skipped over of them getting scanned with the
Wait,
blood.
what did I say? Did I not say Drucker?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
the-
wait,
The
no,
Adam Gibson.
Oh, that's Arnold, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
Adam.
Other-
And yeah,
Adam's a
so-
very
you see it
clever
from
name.
Mike Drucker's perspective. That's weird because he was like an IGN writer.
Yeah,
With
as,
that same
as
name, I
James
mean.
just said, they have to do like the blood test and stuff, and that's where you see like the contraption you probably know. Because if you don't know this movie, you've probably seen a picture of the weird thing where they kind of put their chin on a little thing, and then they scan their eyes, and they get like a little blood test. And
Yeah, it's an eye doctor thing. I don't know what exactly it's called, but
Well, they say they're just doing a blood sample and an eye test, and but we will eventually find. And honestly, I think you could probably put the pieces together of what was happening there, with
Yeah.
especially if you've seen the poster for this movie.
exactly, and
I
yeah,
mean, with the way it's edited, they're like, with every fucking moment of those machines being active, they show it very clearly, and you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay,
look, it takes the
clearly this is
blood.
more than what you told me it
zoom,
was.
They zoom in on the little blood test thing, filling up with definitely that person's blood, and then
So yeah,
for both characters too.
things went south up in the mountains, and we
Mountains are north, idiot.
Yeah, but they go south in the North
West,
Mountains,
I guess.
or something.
These mountains are very much
No, up is north.
northwest.
That's what everyone knows that.
It
And
is
the
I
mountains are
barely
up.
know where up is, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
The BC Rockies will be northwest of Toronto by quite a bit. Other side of the country, really.
Anyone wants to throw any other directions in here?
Well,
That's
Oh,
not
the
direction.
only
South is
mountain,
all-
the only mountains I know, the Sierra Nevada. That's on a fault line that'll kill us all.
No, look at that.
Oh no,
We
going
don't
down.
quake up in Canada. We're cold all the time.
Oh, I wish I would be cold right now. That would be nice.
Actually, our summers kind of suck, to be honest. It's very hot. Very
Your-
humid where I am.
Your
too.
summers suck. It's been 100 degrees here for like 4 months.
Oh,
I
fuck
think in
that.
Celsius, sir. I don't understand your Fahrenheits.
I think that's like 38.
Yes.
Ugh, gross.
It's like 32, I think.
Yeah, 'cause
32.
we're
It's
like-
something around those.
Oh,
numbers.
32? Then yeah, we're around the same temperature right now.
We're gonna have
It's been
35.
ridiculous.
We're gonna have 35 tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking die.
it's okay, Mel. You'll be all right.
I got my
Don't die,
I got
man.
my AC now. I'm gonna throw that on for
Yeah.
sure.
Hold on, now
Oh,
I gotta Google it. 100 degrees is 37.7.
37.
Yo,
That's
I was close.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, no, that's
Fuck
way
that shit.
hotter. than it
On the
usually gets
6th
here.
day,
it
God
can
created
get that
Adam
high
Gibson.
here, but not very often.
Yeah, last week it hit 110. I'm like, oh god.
You kind of wish they didn't call him Adam. So it's like,
they should
Lame.
have named them Arn Fred. Arn Fred.
Anyway, we see Adam wake up in a taxi, and I was like, oh, he's probably the clone then, right? Well, I was thinking it's like, okay, they either he is the clone for sure, or they're gonna make it a thing. It's like, oh, is he though? Or maybe he is, but he is actually not. And it's like, oh, are we doing this? But then, like throughout the movie, they make him have like these weird like woozy things with memory. And it was like, I mean, at that point when the first one of that hit, it was like, oh, he's the clone then, because I don't know why that would happen to him when he would be a human. You know what I mean? It felt
I
like
think the film knew it wasn't going to be able to keep it a secret. That's why
Yeah.
they throw in the, what if you're the clone? It's like, I'm definitely not the clone. And then
Yeah.
the film was like, that's good enough.
Yeah, we did it. But yeah, he wakes up. He's going to the mall. The what was it called? Eaton Mall. Eat my ass.
Eaton
Mall?
Center in Toronto.
Yeah, eat my center.
It's like
How's
it's
that? How's
right
that mall
outside
doing?
the.
How's that mall doing these days? Because I'm from what I understand in the U.S., malls are not that
Well,
popular anymore,
so-
right?
Because of the location of Eaton Center, it'll kind of always be fine because it
Oh,
in
okay.
itself is sort of a tourist destination, and it's right outside Dundas Square, which is basically the Toronto Times Square. So like,
Gotcha.
it's a place where there's a lot of stuff going on. So it's basically it's the same as the rest of the city where there's just shops everywhere. You can just be inside for a bit. and it's nice in the summer, especially. It's really big, so you can walk. There's one subway station at one end of it and another one at the other, so
Mm-hmm.
you can kind of like get a subway stop's worth of walking done, and
Right.
make your ride a little shorter. Doesn't cost you any less money, but you got to walk. It's nice.
Nice.
There's people.
But yeah, this is now a future mall because of like visuals on the ceiling and stuff. It's all
Yeah,
crazy
we did
and
not have
futury.
holographic Pioneer advertisements.
And yeah, he makes his way to the repad, and when you listen to the conversation, you're already like, that's weird. Why did he know the guy's like, oh, you lost a dog, right? And he's like, yeah. And obviously at that point it's already, oh, like someone probably was already here, the way he phrased it. And obviously it's like doing like, oh, it's all perfectly normal. Also, you get a discount, blah blah blah.
Insurance.
Like the
insurance, yeah. Yes.
There is something to celebrate somewhat about that scripting. They're trying to make it sound like lines that you could buy. A sort of sleazy salesman type is trying to get to you anyway, and uses his powers of perception. If someone walks into Repet, they've probably lost a dog or a cat. Most likely.
Exactly.
And
like...
so him being like, still making up your mind, huh? That's like a thing you could say to someone as an opening, but it's also something you'd say to someone who's been here.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it either way.
They try to write the dialogue that way, which I'm like, yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah,
well,
honestly,
was
I
like
didn't
when
even
you
pick up on it.
Go ahead.
I didn't pick up on it until they cut back to it later. I was like, oh yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
The funny thing too is, ironically, because he's coming back a second time, because I guess this little spoiler, it convinces Arnold to not get the free pet here.
Yeah, this time around he decides not to.
Yeah, because the way the salesman gives it to him, he's like, "Oh, I don't like the way you did that."
Yeah, but then he also sees the sim doll, like a little sim, like a, I don't even know how you call them, like a doll that's like fully
Cyborg Annabelle.
Yeah,
like
Cyborg
Android
Annabelle. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Because his
Or,
daughter was talking about, it's like, oh, for your birthday, I wish you get me a doll. It's like, oh, you want something for my birthday?
Hey, Mark, do you mean Megan?
I've not seen Megan. I have seen the Annabelle movies, or at least two of them. And if there's three, I haven't seen the third one. Prequel's not too bad, actually. The original one sucks. But I honestly think this doll, the Sally doll, is it Sally? It's Sally or Cindy? Cindy. Okay, the Cindy doll is scarier than Annabelle. And it's trying a lot less hard to be scary.
Oh yeah, it looks super uncanny. It looks creepy as shit. I hated it.
Oh,
I saw that.
She looks horrifying, but I also find it fucking hilarious in this movie. It could be just because I've been watching this since I was a kid. But my god, Terry Crews fiddling with this thing, Arnie getting annoyed with it. Just the noises it makes when it gets like hit and shot and shit.
It's funny because I was on board with Terry Crews. I was like, oh god, I hope this thing goes away soon. I'm already annoyed by it. And she was like, I just want to try to shut it up. And then the fucking wire just shoots it in the face. It's just goes like, I have an OG.
And since MauLer brought him up, this is Terry Crews' first movie.
Yeah, it's his film debut. His movie debut. Yeah, his acting debut.
This was his first step onto the Expendables then.
The Expendables. But yeah, he's a fun little character. Guy. But yeah, obviously he gets that doll, goes back home. He's like, there's someone in my house eating my cake and is hanging with my family, and it's not me. Or something
he's talking to himself, trying to build up how he's gonna tell his daughter that Oliver's dead, and then Oliver pops up and barks at him.
Yeah, dude, the part before that though, where he's fiddling with different lines, he just goes, "Damn it, Oliver, why'd you have to die?"
Damn it, Oliver.
Also, by the way, because there's something Free said, I thought it was super fucking funny. When he says how do you turn the doll off, the taxi driver says, "Say goodnight, Cindy," or some bullshit like that. And he says it, and then the doll says, "Would you like to sing with me?" And Friggy was like, "Jesus Christ." That's horrifying.
It's a scary doll for sure. Yeah.
So good.
Oh, dude. I just realized what that doll reminds me of. It's from a game called Stasis Bone Totem. And they have a toy bear in that.
That newer CRPG?
Oh, I think I saw
Not C.
Mando's video on those games.
Like a sci-fi
It's
CRPG, right?
it's not an RPG. It's more of a.
Is it not? It's like an isometric game, right? Like,
It
that's kind of what it
kinda,
looked like
but
to
not
me.
really.
I only saw a video of it.
It's
I haven't played it, so I don't
it's
really know too
yeah.
much about it.
It's that angle, but it's not the. It's not. It's more. It's real time. It's more of a puzzle based game.
Is it any good?
From my understanding, Stasis Bone Totem is, and this fucking doll reminds me of the bear in it because it's literally like a bioorganic bear that
Is it like a
looks.
teddy bear or like
Yeah.
like an actual
Well,
bear?
it's it's shaped like a teddy bear with like a fucked up
Okay.
human face.
Oh,
It's supposed to be a kid's toy, but it's made out of like living flesh and blood.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Neat.
Let me see if I can find a picture. It's
Yeah.
well,
disgusting.
I think that's a pretty decent endorsement for Stasis Bone Totem. Everybody, creepy.
Yeah, you could skip the first game.
bear human homunculus, I guess. I don't know, or not homunculus. What's the other one? Chimera. When you combine the two, homunculus is an artificial human.
Yeah.
We've all seen FMA Brotherhood.
Yeah. See,
Great
Weeb
show.
Forge. Let's do it.
What Forge? What?
Weeb Forge.
Weeb Forge.
Although we got Chainsaw Man up first, and that's way faster to watch than Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Oh,
Full Metal
Fullmetal
Alchemist
Alchemist
Brotherhood's
is-
like 4 seasons.
That's a lot.
Four or
That's a lot
three,
of
maybe
ground to
three.
cover. Yeah. I mean, it's very good, but you know.
Chainsaw Man's 12 episodes, and they're fun.
Yes.
I think it's 63 episodes in total. Full Metal
Oh.
Alchemist.
Yeah, if you guys want a good anime to like make a weekend out of, or like a couple weeks, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's a great one. Chainsaw Man you can watch in like an afternoon.
Anyway, car chase. Woo woo. Because he's about to go in. And it's like, oh, what's going on? This is crazy. But then
Here it is.
Terry Crews,
With his like old
Wiley,
school Cadillac too.
and Lady comes up. It's like, Adam Gibson, you need to come with us. It's like, oh,
Hey, the
why?
lady, she does a good jump into the back window of the car. Like, she
Yeah.
just dives
Crazy.
into it. It's like, oh shit.
But yeah, it's like a big old car chase. There's a bit of shooting going on. We have the sci-fi gun we talked about already. There's like the little blast on the sides, and then the CGI thing comes out. It's kind of neat. Looks neat. I think the CGI for like 2000 is actually quite solid. Like overall, I feel like. I mean, obviously these days you can tell me just like, oh, this looks like not super good to our eyes today, I guess. But I think for back in the day, if you've seen this, like, oh, this looks pretty good, right?
Watching
Yeah,
it,
I think it
looks
looks
like
better
there's a fair
than
amount of.
Blade.
It seems like there's a fair amount of the car stuff done practically though. Like, just,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the laser guns and the
okay.
choppers and stuff, like the helicopter things.
Yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, I really like the physical aspects to the guns, and then it helps incorporate the CG on top.
I mean that's how it was mostly done for a
The
long time.
design of the helicopters too, I think, lends itself well to not looking crappy, even if the CGI is not amazing, because the way it looks just normally, like the physical prop, seems kind of otherworldly and weird, like the way it's colored and everything like that, and how thick the propellers are because they can turn into wings. So I find that the bizarre nature of its design helps me buy it a little bit more when the CGI is like not quite there, but you're getting the impression and you're thinking like, what would that thing look like? I don't know. I've never really seen one in real life, but that seems reasonable too. Like it's tricking your brain enough. Whereas like Blade, I mean, speaking of Steven Dorff and early CGI, yeah, the
Those
Lamagra
exhausts
blood
are
effects,
cool.
the Lamagra blood effects were pretty early. Still a great movie. CGI is not fantastic.
By the way,
Yeah,
when
I like
not
the
all
they
little
done, though.
exhausts on the guns.
yeah, they're nice. By the way, another thing that tickled my I don't know,
Tipples?
my tipples.
Penis?
Tickled my tipples,
Oh.
my nostalgia tipples. So when they were standing on the front porch and ready to get Adam away, there's like music playing. It goes like doon 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 or something like that, and that immediately reminded me of Office Linebacker. Does anyone remember that skit?
Yeah,
These
I know
skits?
Office Linebacker.
That shit
Yeah.
is so fucking
Talking a lot of
funny.
football. Today,
Oh
apparently.
yeah.
And that's like the jingle that always like, that part always played before it happens. And lots of people actually mix the Terry Crews and the guy who does the actual Office Linebacker guy. So it was kind
I
of
mean,
funny. It was like a joke they
it's been so
definitely
long
didn't
since
make
I've
because
seen
they
it.
didn't exist back then. But it's just really funny that that's like a little thing that comes together in my brain.
It's been so long since I've seen Office Linebacker, which were like YouTube videos where people would just be like at a water cooler in an office, and a guy in full football gear would just come and tackle them.
Yeah,
like,
because they
really
do like
hard.
they don't make new coffee or something. Then he just tackles them. It's like, you need to make a new mug. Just yells at them. He's like, I'm sorry, Terry.
I feel like though it's been long enough since I've seen it that if you told me it was Terry Crews, I'd believe you.
Oh yeah, lots
I was
of
like,
people
yeah,
mix
that
them
seems
up.
like something he would have done early in his career.
I have like a favorite list on my like somewhere on my channel where all those are in there, and I go back and watch them like every other year. It's just fucking glorious. It's so funny.
That was a deep cut. I've not seen that in like a decade at least.
It's so good. I can send it to you later. It's so funny. I love watching them. There's like 4 or 5 of them. Like one of them where he goes on vacation and everything in the office just goes to shit because he's not tackling people anymore. It's great.
Not there to tackle people.
Oh, and don't they bring in the other linebacker and then he starts tackling people and then they start tag teaming?
There's
so good.
There's one specifically really funny because that other guy that comes in makes a mistake because is wearing a Hawaiian shirt and attacks him. You can't wear this in the office. Then some lady's like, but it's casual Friday. And then the office linebacker comes around the corner. Hey, what's up, y'all? He's like, damn. The way he says is so great. I fucking love those skits. They're fantastic.
Early YouTube was fun.
Yeah, it's super fun.
It gave us John C.J. Graham.
Hell yeah.
Friend of the show.
Good stuff. But yeah, that brought me back. It was really fun. But yeah, we get some. They have like a big old chase. There's like cars. He has like an old Cadillac he drives around in. And yeah, the woman jumps in and he asks some questions like, "Oh, he got home first, and now he's gonna go through the rest of your miserable, boring life." And obviously, this is like another, I don't know, like a version of your senses or whatever. It's like, oh, the clone got in there first. Is that what they mean? Oh God! So this is all like a big huff guff. I don't know why I want to say huff guff for some reason. And yeah, it's like just going
mixed up, I guess.
Huh?
Or well, I guess though, one thing I wondered though is why didn't she explicitly state you're the clone? That's the real one. We thought he was going to be dead. He's not dead. He got home before you. You are a clone. I'm sorry. We need to we need to take you somewhere else because you can't be seen with him.
I think that's
otherwise we're shooting you.
I
think he would have probably come quietly if you did that.
I don't think he would. I think he'd be like,
he probably wouldn't believe them. I guess he could make.
I mean, you're looking at the clone, and honestly, she could say like, here's a mirror. Just look under your eyelid. You're gonna see a dot there. I have 3. This is what happens when you're a clone.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have the quote-unquote big reveal at the end, I guess.
Also true, yeah. And to be fair, I like that detail. Like that there is a way that you can distinctly tell a clone from a human. Or like, natural human. Wait, what's the politically correct term for, like, non-clone?
Human?
Human?
I'm confused.
That's what I went with first, but it sounded mean to me.
Okay, Mark, I'm gonna have to break it to you. We don't actually have clones in real life.
Oh,
well,
not human.
Technically, we do.
I thought I was a clone.
Not human clones though, with like memories, right?
Okay, human clones.
We have not figured that out.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Who can say?
But yeah, then we have like yeah, Adam runs over Wiley at some point, and he's really excited about it. He's like, yeah.
He's really happy he got to run over someone with his Cadillac. He's like, oh, didn't think I'd ever be able to do that, but that was cool.
Yeah, and also the lady also dies here. And I think you can already think like, oh, they're probably gonna come back, and they're just gonna. We talked about it already. They make a little bit of a joke out of it. He's like, oh, Wiley, motherfucker, he fucking shot me. He's like really annoyed by it, but this is like the 4th time or whatever it was that she got cloned. So he's like, whatever. Now I have to make my hair again. But yeah, he at some point Adam runs runs over a hill and into the water, but he holds on to the fence and they try to shoot him and he lets go. So He can fall into. We have the classic falling into the water cliff
Yeah.
hanger. It actually looks
I like that.
kind of funny how he falls down. I think that.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can
I
find
like
it.
the small detail
he-
where like
he
the
goes into a
fence
perfect
makes a
dive.
noise and they actually fucking investigate the noise instead of like, oh, it's just nothing. They actually look down and to see him hanging down off of there.
Yeah, and
I-
he's kind of in a situation where he can either jump or die. Like it's not like they were gonna let him climb up.
I don't know.
I was though. Sorry,
Go
go ahead.
ahead.
I don't know. Like I was a little bit worried when he went head first. I was like, I feel like you'd want to go feet first, just in the event they end up snapping your neck. But they subverted it, and he goes into a fairly good form dive. And
Yeah.
I was like,
Punches
okay.
through the water.
He's
Yeah.
on. He fuck you, water.
I don't know how
I'd mostly be
far
thinking
that-
though, is like if I hit a rock, I do not want to go head first. Like
I
I
mean-
don't know that I'm going to be in diveable water right now.
I feel like going feet first is also. I feel like there's just no good way to go down.
I
Honestly,
don't know. You would want to go feet first unless your plan is I either want to get in the water or I want to die quick.
Isn't like the thing?
Well-
Ideally, you want something hit the water before you, so it breaks up the tension for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his
Gotcha.
car did and it
Well,
sunk.
it
If you're a
depends
good
how far
diver,
the jump is, right? If it's like I don't know how high you know. I know 100 feet you could dive into pretty safely if you know what you're doing, but I don't know how far his fall was.
And really, it's what's under the water that you can't see that's going to be the biggest problem.
Oh, yeah, for
because
sure.
if there was like 5 feet of depth, he would be dead no matter what. Like that,
Well, the-
that is not enough water to stop Arnold Schwarzenegger's body falling from 100 feet. It just
Yeah.
won't happen.
Well, the car like completely submerges almost instantly when it falls. So, I guess that's
Yeah,
his.
okay. So I guess he knows it's a
That's
little
his
bit more than
meter.
that. But you also don't know if there's like a rock that protrudes out to like the 5-foot point, right? So like,
What if there
would
is
still
the
be
rock down there?
Literally
Oh,
the rock, yeah.
The Rock's
that
just
was where
waiting
the
to start a
first
fight.
Dwayne Johnson versus Schwarzenegger fight occurred. It was just off camera and underwater.
That's
Like
how
he
it
jumped
goes.
out of the water for an uppercut as Arnie's coming down. That'd be great.
Look, The Rock's not in the rest of the movie, so I think we can determine that Arnold fucked him up.
Damn.
Yeah.
He did one.
Well, no. Did he survive? I mean, of course he survived. That's like all the movie left. But we go to like a party, but there's like a lot of protesters there as well. And they're like asking questions like, "Oh, cloning leads to more
clowns.
clown cloning is bad. We get a little clown clown boys."
Have you been cloning clowns? No, we would never.
We would never. It's like a
Making
clown
clones of
background.
Baldur from God of War. Little clown
Look
boy.
out
Oh.
for chuckles, Metal. Am I right?
Actually, just if we could go back real quick during the car chase scene. This is explained a bit later, but they really wait to explain this one. Arnie's like super kill happy. Like he's just
Yeah.
killing people with smiling. Like
He enjoys it,
"Yo."
yeah.
Yeah, he's like,
Like-
I won.
It's like, oh my
They
god.
definitely didn't want to, I don't know, portray him as a more normal American
Oh yeah,
man. He
like later
apparently-
when he gets to kill him again. Why does nobody stay dead anymore?
This
But when
is
he
a
runs
war
over
crimes
Wiley,
culture, right?
they show a strong shot of him just being like,
Yeah,
woohoo!
smiling. He's like,
he's
yeah.
ecstatic. He loves it.
All right, that was fun.
I want to kill him.
10
Listen,
points.
the
It's a
war
crushing
missed them up,
balls.
right?
Oh god. But yeah, on this party they ask all these questions like, cloning, if you do the research, that's gonna lead to human cloning and that's bad because that happened all these years ago. Because the whole thing is they've been cloning organs which they could use to save people, which that's actually a pretty good thing, right? Can clone these organs and
No.
say, oh.
Yeah.
What?
God
Well, I
says
think it's
no.
funny they point out specifically the liver, which I'm pretty sure the liver is one of those organs you could like partially take a chunk out of and it goes back.
Regenerate
isn't
it, right? Somewhat.
Yeah, it has pretty good regenerative capabilities.
Yeah. So my question is why would you do the liver and not like a kidney instead? Which
Well, if you
doesn't
have
do-
if you have liver failure, it's not gonna fix itself.
Yeah, I guess if it's failed, then you still need a new one, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, because they're asking the what's his name? Weir, right? Weir, Wire.
Dr. Weir.
Weir. He's weird. And the
Yeah, they basically do the whole medical speech you talking about, where they explain they can save everyone from everything except brain stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm going to. Because Drucker comes in and kind of saves him from the questions. Because like, oh, so how he raises like a moral question to the audience. Basically, Drucker does like, oh, so what if you have like this hypothetical boy that has like liver failure, I guess, and then we can clone that organ and save him. And then there's like this other boy that has like a a brain tumor that's uncurable because we can't actually clone brains. And the only way to save him is to clone a whole human being. But we can't. We have to tell that family that loves their child just as the other family does. That we can't do it because never did the research on it. So we have to basically send them home to die.
The impression I got is he is telling that story just because it's a good line anyway, but it's also to appeal to that guy in the audience.
Yeah, of course.
Because he's not very good at what he's like, oh, that happened to me. He's like, oh, geez, I completely forgot. Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, man, I wouldn't have used that example then. Wink, wink. By the way, do you want to come to my office? I might have a solution for your boy.
I think the crazier part of that speech is right before he makes the comparison with the kids. He's like, nearly all the fish are dead in the ocean. We had to clone it to bring them back.
Yeah, they would
because
be
the world
like,
almost starved. I'm like,
bam.
whoa, that's insane.
It's like, what did y'all do to the ocean like so fast? That shit's really big.
Well,
There must be a fish
That's-
cloning
that's just-
facility somewhere. It's just
Well,
only fish.
I was going to make a real life comparison. Like, I probably shouldn't say anything about that.
That'd be interesting though, because like I guess they restock the ocean, but simultaneously, wouldn't it make fishing obsolete because they would just be cloning it in factories and sending it to places to eat?
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
Especially if
actually
you
a
can
good
clone
point.
them fully mature.
Actually, I think you just kill the whole industry.
I mean, I guess it was dead
Well,
already, right?
Some people fish for sport, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, there's obviously the point would be to, even if you're going to exclusively have them farm that way, you'd still want to be putting fish in the ocean if ecosystem changes are becoming enough of a problem that you
And
need
you
to clone
know,
the salmon. Then
loads of
you
people out
probably
there will be
want
like,
some salmon.
I don't want no clone fish. I want natural fish.
Right, well,
Oh,
the clone
yeah.
one's in the wild, so figure it out.
And then they
Yeah,
have
and-
their realization in their own movie where they're like eating their little natural fish, and then they go, "Mom, look at the packaging. It says 70% clone."
I was like, no.
It's like, well, it's not 100%, Billy.
because that's the point he makes too. Is like the reactionaries have to ignore the fact that they cloned all that fish, because if they admit that the fish were a bad idea, they're basically admitting they would rather want the world to starve than eat cloned fish. So that's why they immediately jump to human cloning instead.
Yeah. But yeah, they go up to his office like, well, would you be willing to do something illegal to save your son? He's like, oh, of course I would. I do want to do that. And basically it's like, yeah, we can do like proper cloning. We can save your boy. You just need to, you know what? You just need to be my ally. You need to be my boy, my homie. And then we got you, fam.
Drucker be doing political capital, moving things around,
Yes.
doing flim flams.
He's getting those lizard people involved too. He got them all in his bag.
Well, Mr. Poor Weir Warner, I don't remember his name already. The doctor is dealing with his poor wife who seems to be having problems.
Yeah, she ends up with cystic fibrosis.
Yes.
Yep.
It's funny because we had like this is like one of the scenes where it's like, oh man, we have like some serious things that we are discussing right now. That's actually kind of interesting. But then we go to a funny scene where Adam is trying to go to the police. It's like, no, there's like a clone in my in my house right now.
There's a clone in my soup.
There's a clone in my soup. And they're like, well, did your car get stolen or not? And it's like, yes, but it was me. I got my own car. So it's like this quite entertaining back and forth because the other Adam was already here to say, it's like, yeah, my car got stolen. And it's like, no, it's a clone.
I stole it.
I stole it, but it's my car. It's like, and then,
Dude, when he admits he stole the car, they fucking have the auto lawyer turn up and go, don't say anything.
yeah. As your court-appointed virtual attorney, you don't have to answer. Is my client being charged with auto theft? I didn't steal it, it's mine.
He says he claims it was stolen by his clone, and then he goes, I see, loading therapist.
And for some reason, it's this Chinese guy as well. This is kind of funny.
Was he Chinese?
No.
I don't think he was.
He has like some kind of accent going on, I'm pretty sure.
Like,
Hang on, let me
you
turn up the volume.
racist.
I think he's just European.
Imagine two turtles are walking through the desert.
He's
that.
avoiding
Psychologist
talking
accent
about your
thing.
parents.
Okay. I know, it kind of looks like he has like this Chinese clothes on, kind of. Maybe I'm just.
Or yeah,
stupid.
it wasn't.
Oh my
Was it
God,
like?
Metal.
Wasn't he doing like kind of a Freud thing? That's sort of what I remember him sound like.
Yeah.
Because he
Yeah.
sort of does like, why don't you talk about your parents to me?
Yes.
To be
He was
fair,
like,
that
Master
is-
Gibson, what seems
turtles
to
in
be
the
the
desert.
trouble? And then he asks, do I need to go through everything to him as well? It's like, you seem to avoid talking about your parents. Like, what is happening?
Wait, what happened there though? Did Metal mistake a German accent for a Chinese one?
I was just looking at him
Metal
here.
is very racist.
No, it's only
Yeah, I'm
funny
honest.
because Metal's German. I think that's what makes it good. Otherwise, it would just be a mistake. I made
like
the same
the-
mistake about XQC, and I live in the country that.
Oh god.
The therapist says two turtles are walking through the desert, and then he just goes, shut up!
Shut up!
And the look that the therapist gives him too, he's like,
Okay, I'm out of here.
and before it turns
But yeah, in the background, the big corporate guys that have been searching for him are doing some shenanigans with his files. It's like, oh, he's gonna go to the psychiatric ward because he's a little cuckoo.
It's so funny, dude. When it said mental subject detain, Fring was like, "What the fuck? Why does this say that?" And then it cut immediately to Michael Rooker like hacking or
Yeah.
doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Okay, yeah, all right."
fair enough.
It's because I think we've lost faith that films would even bother explaining it. It would just be like, whatever."
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
because
that's what I keep saying. Like every time we go through these old movies, like man, they have like the small things in there that just cover their
They
bases.
try a little
try.
bit, even
They
if,
try a
even if
little
it's not a
bit.
great excuse. It's like, well, there's a reason, okay? Like, there's not none. But the thing is, I feel like a modern movie might have that same scene and just think that the explanation of the psychiatrist talking to him for 2 seconds is enough to be like, okay, he's a mental patient now, detained. Like they wouldn't bother taking the extra step to be like, okay, but that wasn't enough, right? We're like, no, we said he's a mental patient now. It's over.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could go as far as not having the cutaway and just having a line later where they say, "Yeah, we got into his medical files. You know, we've done everything we can. We just got to get him now."
Mm-hmm.
Or hear me out, they could do it like a modern movie where it shows the cutaway. They're like, "We're hacking into the files so we can catch them."
I'm in.
I'm in. Jesus. And yeah, then we see a little scene. It goes a little back and forth between Adam and Wiley and the lady getting cloned back to life. I think
His
this
name
is the
isn't
first.
Adam. It's
That,
Yondu.
sorry?
It's Yondu. It's Yondu, Adam, and no, not Adam. God damn! Now you got me confused.
I don't know. I wasn't even
Like
talking about
Cloner.
that guy.
They didn't even use his name.
No, you know, you know, aren't you talking about the cloning scene next? Because
Yeah,
you
but I
said
was talking
Adam.
about Adam, and we go back. Yeah, because we go between Adam and the police station and the cloning scene.
Oh,
Robert Duvall.
Robert.
Yeah, I mean Yondo is in the cloning scene. That's true, but I wasn't talking about him right now.
I-
So-
I didn't realize you were going to jump between all three of them at once. All right, I thought we were going to do it one at a time.
3. There's only 2 things that happen right now. You confuse me. Are you okay?
It's 3. I told you first thing. 3 hours of sleep, man.
I mean, I would tell you had like 3 more hours to sleep, but every time I tell you that, it's like, but I can't sleep anymore. So
Because the sun is up. What do you want from me?
I already told you there's blinds you can use, but you know it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I did. I don't know if we mentioned it. It's with putting out when they were bringing back the girl that Michael Rooker asked her, "What does Adam know?" And she says that she knows we're trying to kill him. He knows we're trying to kill him, and we'll kill anybody who knows that he is who he is. And Dr. Weird's like, I'm sorry, well, what? We're killing people now? What's going on? Like he's
Oh, right.
actually
Yeah.
pretty out of the loop with what Drucker's up to.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
It does come up later in a more significant way.
Oh yeah. But yeah, we go back between those two scenes, and there's like this little fun thing. It's like, Wiley, God damn it, you shot me. Why would you do that? And then she has to go back and do her hair and everything. And they get cloned, and they immediately go back to duty because they they go with Wiley, Terry Crews, and Yondu. They go to the police station because they fuck with the files, and they basically just hold them detained in there in a room. And
what's interesting about it is that they would be, right, like mentally speaking, they're no different than when they just got killed. But physically speaking, they don't do much for this. There's no like you need to practice your muscle, you need to work everything in.
No, they're just
they
ready
kind of
to
treat it
go,
like it's all ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, because ideally, like you might have all the memories, but your nervous system would be brand new. Like you probably wouldn't even know how to walk.
Your
You'd be
muscles
like,
would be too. Like, your muscles would not be able to support your weight right away, unless they like in their lore.
Yeah, unless
I
there's something they're
suppose.
doing with the
it's
process.
like they're cloning the muscles to be in the condition they were as well as the structure.
Yeah, because I think we get a little bit later. They say it's like, oh yeah, we have like basically like templates that we just load up with stuff, and then we grow the rest in like 2 hours or something.
Well, it shows it in that scene where it's the template, and then it shows it mold to their body shape. And
It's actually kind of creepy and well done. The parts where it goes from like an alien-looking thing to the actual people.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
they do this thing where like instead of the full transition, you just cut between parts. Which...
Yeah, they show morphs, but there's only so far they can go clearly, so they cut away, cut back, cut away, cut back.
Very clever to get around the technology barrier.
Yeah. I think we have like another scene where we have like the mind goopiness with Adam, and where I was at that point it's like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he is the clone. Like I'm pretty confident to say he's the clone. But yeah, he escapes through the screen wall thing. Like there's like a screen window that's used for the television, and that's like empty behind it. I guess they basically use it like a two-way mirror, basically. But
it wasn't too bad IMO if it was a waiting room, which I think it is. It's a waiting room they locked as opposed to a containment room, like because he didn't want it to let him on that they were keeping him there.
Yes.
So I think that's okay.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't like it that he punched it with his hand after he clearly ripped the chair out of the ground. Why can't you rip the other chair out and just throw it through? You just showed us do it.
Yeah, those chairs are not in there like super well. You could just do it and not risk cutting your hands all up on all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he escapes through this, and this is another funny scene with Wiley because he goes.
Wiley keeps dying.
he grabs Wiley and just breaks his neck. It's like, try to stay dead next time.
How much did they say they cost him? Over $1 million.
$2 million per
$2 million.
So yeah, that's kind of fun. And I think he just makes his way to the. Wait, hang on. Do we get the lady dying first? Because yeah, he escapes and. Okay, this is actually the scene where they, where Yondu's like, no, he's fine, he's our associate. We're gonna. He must have.
Oh my god! Yeah, he's definitely alive. It's great. Let's go.
No,
the fact
his tongue is coming out. It's like, no, his pulse is strong. Like, we're just gonna do it. And just his head is flopping around, clearly broken.
Like,
you got a reaction shot. Terry Crews just being like, "Oh, no."
Yeah, let me
Nobody
get this
believes
shot.
it.
It's like such a good shot of Terry Crews.
And then his tongue flops out. You see Michael Rooker shove his fingers in his mouth to keep his tongue in.
Here,
so
look at Terry Crews. It's like, It's like he's very dead.
At this point, it's getting a lot harder to keep up the "we don't clone humans" secret. They're getting sloppy.
That would be a funny little addition if they like don't let them like warm up to their bodies. They come out like somewhat slightly stupider because they have to adjust to everything.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
But yeah,
it's not what we got.
But now we go to good old Hank's apartment because he's home now. He's just chilling. But it's a bit sus because you know, Adam has been trying to reach him this whole time and he never picked up his phone. So what's going on with that? But anyway, he's back home. He has like his little virtual girlfriend going on, and it's like, oh, let me just sit down in my sense chair or something. And it's like, ooh, I think it's so sexy when you go right to the chair. And I think we get a little side boob as well, so that's always nice.
Yeah,
but-
you get a bunch of
Mhm.
side boob in this film. No actual boobs though. They I
Yeah.
guess too limited on that one. Sad, you know. But
PG-13.
whatever.
But yeah, he's about to have a good time, but then Adam just comes barging in. Well, not barging in. He does a little ringling on the door.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you know, life and death situation. It's like,
And he's, I wanted to have like some sexy times with my virtual sexy time girl.
virtual waifu.
And Adam immediately goes like, "Have they been here?" He's like, "No, what's going on?" It's like, you miss." It's like, "I'm sorry for missing your party." I was like, "You missed my party?" Like he's looking if anyone is here. He's like, "You missed my party? What the fuck?" Like it almost sounds offended that he missed the party. But yeah, it's like a little back and forth. Like he's trying to say it's like, oh, I lost my like whole life and wife because like clone stuff, and in the background the lady is like, I want to do a little special dance. Like, no special dance right now. It was like kind of fun going back and forth. But yeah, he's got a gun here as well.
He
Let me
almost fucking shoots the cat.
Oh yeah, he almost shoots the cat because the cat makes sounds. Like, oh god, I almost shot your cat. And it's like, oh, if you weren't at my party, you didn't see him. And then they go to his house, and check it out. And they're almost face to face. Clone Arnie and normal Arnie. They're here. Hank is kind of taking it pretty lightly. It's like, well, I said to clone your dog, not yourself. You know.
He's very much the comedic sidekick, but
Yeah.
does get kind of wiped out just randomly too, which is a little sad.
Yeah, and Adam doesn't really give that much of a shit as well, which
Not really. I think that's probably one of the bigger mistakes of the film. He
Icked me.
he says like, you know, why'd you kill my friend? But it's
Yeah.
not very, you know.
And then he raises, and then they do another thing where they raise a question because Adam's like, well, I'm gonna kill my clone, gonna take my life back, and this is like, well, he's like, well, I don't know, I don't even know if that's the clone or you're the clone. Like, how do I know? And then, as you already pointed out earlier, it's like, oh, I got the shaving thing here, so you know, I'm the real one. Obviously, you can't see his face over there. Yeah, a little subversion, as you already pointed out, MauLer. It's like, yeah. He probably is like, they knew they would expect us to do this, but later they established like, no, that's like easy to replicate for them, no problem.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking shoot him right in the back of the head, but he can't do it. He just can't make it. He can't make it. He can't make it. And he comes back. It's like, no, I don't know. It's kind of fucked up. I wanna shoot him or myself or whatever. Because you know what? He looks very alive and just like a normal human being, right? And then he, for his mercy, he gets cucked
By himself.
by himself. What a weird scenario that would be in real life, by the way.
And then you have like the Hank's commentary. He's like, dude, look at him grabbing her ass. So I'm like,
He's grabbing her ass.
why would you say that? Hey, you can see.
But yeah, before that goes ahead, the daughter comes out. He's like, Daddy, what are you doing here? It's like, oh, I'm gonna get you to bed. And I kind of expected them to have like a I don't know, like a back and forth, the clone and him here, but they actually don't see each other here. They actually make it past each other. Because the other two guys come to the home. It's like, hey, is the guy here? It's like, no, because he's. I'm trying not to get people confused in chat. So the Adam we've been following is in the house, bringing the daughter to her bed, putting her to sleep, and then it knocks on the door, and then the other guys are here, and the Adam we are following is at the door, pretending to be the Adam they don't want to kill. I hope that clears everything up. So you kind of,
Completely.
yeah.
Can you
And
repeat that?
And no, and
Just real quick in German.
the
No,
Scheißen
I'm
Gneisen.
Schnitzel?
Schnitzel? Schnitzel is good.
He definitely said shit first. I know a little German.
Eh,
At least the
shitzel.
swears.
The,
I need a diagram. It's not cucking if it's you. Great philosophical quandary of the film. Absolutely.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, hey, that's why I killed my trolley problem clones.
oh God, you reminded me of something terrible, and I could bring it up. I'll tell you later, middle.
Oh, okay.
Only you get to suffer this fate.
But yeah, Hank is kind of watching the Adam do some sexy times on the in the back of the car, but he averts his eyes at some point. He's like, okay, that's
He's just having some fun, you know.
yeah. But yeah, our Adam is checking out, like, who are you? Millennium Security. You got some ID, of course, and doing like back and forth, and he plays his role. It's like he's acting in a movie, like an actor, stuff. It's like, yeah, we found your thingamajig car in the river, and then Hank comes around. It's like, relax, he's a friend of mine, and they come in. And the crisis is averted for now. They have to go away now. I think at this point, I feel like because they make the clones and they have like all these, as we later learn, like they have like fail safes going on. I feel like they have like a tracker in the clones so they can make out which one is the real one, which isn't, right? What do you guys say?
It is interesting. There's commentary on that the dog behaves a bit differently than the original, and that if in this universe that cloning does actually create a different person slash being, not that they're less human, just that they are different.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fundamental reason why that will always end up being true is if your memories, at least in this lore, your memories are what construct your personality and make you who you are. So if you're given a set of memories that's already set, and everything else from there is your personality growing and developing based on the new experiences that the clone and the original are not both having, then like it would take no more than a couple of hours for them to be kind of different people. I mean, and they sort of are in this one. Like the original dude, or sorry, I guess slight spoilers. The Arnold that's already at home is he's just having a pretty normal day, despite like someone stole my car, and our guy's been dealing with being in the middle of an Arnold Schwarzenegger action movie, you know. So it's they're going through different things already.
I mean, that's standard for like all sci-fi cloney stuff. Of if you want to say 100% accurate clone, then they're still going to be different from the moment that they separate. I just meant that even from the moment of being cloned, it might be something that separates them. It's not made clear, but we do know there is something that Drucker does to have essentially a safety bit of collateral on his clones.
There is some alteration happening to the blueprint.
But yeah, they trick the security peeps and they make their way out of there. And then we have a little bit of a more of a serious scene now, because we see good old Weir talk to his wife, who is not doing so well, right? And it's like a whole thing because she's like, oh, I waited like 14 generations to get this flower to be as I wanted. And he's like kind of jokingly saying, oh, you know, I could have just take it to the lab. And she's like, yeah, I know, you could have engineered it in like 30 minutes, but you know, I wanted to put in the work and do it like, I guess naturally, right? Is the idea, like not fucking with the flow of the natural cycle, right?
It's almost like missing the point of life and living, and the meaning of it is not just in what it ends up looking like or what it is. It's the process of it.
Yeah. And then she kind of falls a little bit and has a nosebleed because she ain't doing so good. And they go
quite well acted. It's a bit sad. It looks like it's something he's prepared for, and so is she to some extent. But
exactly.
that a sign of the end is coming.
Yeah. And after the series scene, we immediately go back to funny bits. It's just another little whiplash scene here. It's like, oh shit, this is kind of sad. And then Arnie sits down into the sexy chair. And he's like, I felt fingers on my zipper.
What you see is his zipper is halfway down.
Yeah.
Like it pulled down his zipper, which I
Oh,
don't know
really?
how the hell. Yeah, I don't know how.
Oh wow, we can physically manipulate. I thought he was just feeling the sensations of it.
No, but it's
But yeah,
only in that chair because that's what happened to Hank earlier.
Well,
Because his
see,
zipper
I
was down. His zipper was down, and he said, "Whoa, be careful going back up," and you could hear it move.
I mean, I don't know. Do we see his hands in there? I guess I figured if his zipper actually comes down, it's him doing it. But I guess I figured the way it works is because that thing goes over your head, that it's projecting the sensations into you, but nothing's actually happening. Though, I mean, you might still end up with a physical reaction if things go well, you know?
Well, I think the idea is she can actually unzip him because the hand just kind of goes down because he's not actually moving his
that's
hand.
a little weird, which I guess means those holograms have the ability to alter matter.
Well, I think it's only in that chair.
But like it's still like his zipper isn't psychologically being induced to thinking it's unzipping and then unzipping itself. Like something has
Well,
to
I'm
actually be.
Yeah, but it's
Well,
a
I'm saying
future
the
zipper.
chair
Maybe
is
this is
doing- yeah.
a smart zipper.
You think it's like a zipper that's like synchronized to the thing and it just controls it because everyone has electronic zippers at this point with Wi-Fi?
Well, I was thinking the chair was doing it.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, we don't see like little hands come out
Yeah.
and grab the zipper, which means either the hologram can affect the physical world, or like, I mean, how else is it happening? The Force, magnets.
No.
The Force was a joke. I know this isn't a Star Wars film.
Oh, yeah,
but,
yeah.
I mean,
But yeah, and then Hank says, "That's disgusting. I had to look away when you and Natalie were," and then he just stops and says, "Like, we were what?" He's like,
What were we doing?
You want a beer?"
Son
So-
of a bitch. He's smoked by Stogie.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, I like that one.
He's so bad. about
That's a
smoking
meta line
cigars.
because of Schwarzenegger smoking cigars and always calling them stogies, but
Yeah.
I still smiled.
He wants them in everything.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We're gonna
Dad's
get
a
lung
cigar
cancer.
smoker. Yeah, well, I don't know. My dad's been smoking cigars for a long time, and he's getting up there in the years. Still
Well, the
nothing
point-
wrong with him, at least as far as they go. So I don't know. He's taking
Well,
care of himself somehow.
The point with cigars is you're not supposed to inhale the smoke. You're supposed
Well,
to
yeah,
hold it
like
in
it
your
doesn't
mouth
go in
and
your
blow
lungs.
it
You're
out.
still getting tar in your mouth. Like you can still get oral cancers from it much more easy, and your teeth are in worse shape as well. But I mean, also you can mitigate that by like brushing your teeth, right, and like washing your mouth out afterwards, and not leaving a bunch of tar sitting on it while you go to sleep.
Yeah. Because cigarettes, they go into the lungs, but
Yeah, so
cigars,
that's a
you're
bit of
you're
a
not supposed to
different
inhale with a cigar because that's how you get sick.
Don't smoke, everybody. We'll try to end it on a good moral there. But Schwarzenegger does, and he calls cigars stogies.
He does.
Or just smoke pot.
I mean, smoking is bad.
That is legal in
general.
my country, so I'm allowed to say that I would approve. I cannot speak for anyone in other countries where the laws might be different, though.
And or state.
I'm in that country now. So it's like, wait, how else should I specify this?
I
What
mean,
matters is do it responsibly.
and you know,
Correct,
maybe
also.
do edibles instead of smoking because smoking is just bad.
We should move
No.
on from vices, though. let's get back to the movie.
Don't do it. I think that's worse than smoking.
But yeah, they're like, oh,
Okay.
they did nothing. It's like, oh, that's not what I would have done. It's like, oh, I would have. It's like, ah, the goddamn minivan. It's like, you know what tobacco does to people. Oh, he smoked my cigars too. It's just fun.
Yeah, so now the guy who shot Mike Drucker
Mhm.
shows up at the apartment, and this is where I think they start playing him in a way that I wasn't exactly expecting, even though I've seen this movie before. I didn't remember them making him as kind of like, not like understandable, but it's like, okay, this guy actually has a motive and has thought about this. He's not just random goon who's hired to kill this guy as well.
Yeah, because it's our boy Trip. He's tripping on religion. Got him.
Ah,
It's like, why did you do that? It's like, don't do anything stupid now. That's as far as you go. Can't do anything. And then he kind of shoots him in the side, trying to get anything. There's a little chase into the parking lot, going a bit around, but he's heavily injured. He kind of crashes his car, and then he just keeps repeating, "On the sixth day, God created man. On the sixth day, God created man." Obviously, it's like the whole thing, right? God created man, and now we do the cloning and stuff. The whole religious theme below it all. Obviously, that's the whole name of the movie, right? The sixth day. That's like the whole thing. Then he goes like, Hank Morgan was an abomination to God because he was a clone. And he tells him like, no, Hank Morgan died this afternoon. I killed him. So he could kill Drucker, but obviously he has already been cloned again. Drucker is still alive, and yeah, now we have the thing. They all been cloned. Weir is cloned, and then he says, "Dr. Weir cloned you." And it's like, oh, but it's still like kind of ambiguous as to if he means that he is the clone or not, right? And I think at this point he doesn't know, because otherwise he would probably just shot him immediately, right? If he would have known that he is the clone, right?
I don't know if he would have shot him, but like I don't think he knows whether or not this one is the clone.
I mean, if he would have known, it would have been weird that he
You would
didn't
have killed
shoot
him if he thought it was the clone, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the whole
Okay.
thing why he did kill Hank, because he is an abomination to God.
Yeah, he probably would have.
That's true. Yeah, so I guess he must be thinking there's at least a reasonable enough chance that you are the original, so
Yes.
I cannot kill you.
And this is why, by the way, I was talking about the dialogue when he speaks to Hank earlier in the film. He was like, "Why weren't you at the?" He'd send him the message saying, "Why weren't you at the birthday?" Right? And to Hank, he's just like, "A big portion of my day is just missing. I don't really know what I was
Yes.
doing. I just phased out, whatever." It's I think it's a good line to not only set up that something significant happened and we're going to find out what it is, but also that's how they account for it when there's a gap of about a half day or so for a person who dies and they try to replace them. They just sort of feel like maybe like when he wakes up in the taxi, right? It's just like, oh, that was weird. My
Yeah.
head feels funny. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. I must have passed out in the cab on my ride home, but whatever, I'm home now. Moving on with
Yeah.
my day.
Yeah, with the Hank's case, it's way worse because they got it wrong, obviously. So they made it way later. That's why he's missing most of his day versus the clone Adam, because they had the name right away. So 2 hours time, shove him in the cab.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
I also think this guy's kind of chattish. He points out something that would have been a plot hole otherwise, which is if you capture one of these crazy fundamentalist people, you could clone them, look at their memories, and find out all of the teams that
right.
they belong to, and all their plans. And so I like that he points out that would be something they could do, and so you need to shoot me in my fucking head,
Yeah.
blow up my brain, basically. And then obviously Adam's like, what the fuck? And then he just says, God forgive me, and puts it to his head and shoots himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good shit.
Yeah,
Not
pretty
bad,
good.
yeah. And I think that having the existence of groups like that makes a ton of sense, considering the Bible passage is the name of the law, and therefore the justification as to why this is a line we shouldn't cross was made something that they have to obey on a legal level.
Mm-hmm.
So a guy who's really religious and actually believes that that is true, and that mankind absolutely under no circumstances should be trying to create its own man. So you can understand that he's willing to both kill and apparently die for it. And he's like, the last thing I want to do is be one of those things. Boom.
Right.
It's like, oh, well, this guy definitely is a bad guy, but he's also not a bad character for a dude who had 2 scenes.
Pretty
Or 3, I
consistent.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, he killed himself, so he'll be going to hell.
Whoops.
I think that's
I
think that's
but,
why he
like,
said,
he's
God
okay
forgive
with-
me.
Yeah.
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 I just know that I'm doing this for a righteous reason, and it's only because I don't want to become one of those things.
Well,
and I don't
and-
want my family to have to live with one. So
There's
I'm doing
that,
this
but
to
there's
save
also
them.
all of the people he works with will be compromised if they get his brain.
Yeah, he's saving
Mhm.
their lives too.
So it's that's what I mean about, like, it's kind of chattish of him.
And again, like, so he's just the goon who shoots the guy the way he's introduced. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, you know, they didn't have to make this character as compelling as they did. He could have just been religious nut job.
And then I don't think it ever comes up again, does it? Any of the...
I mean, maybe not, but like,
Well,
I appreciate that
those-
it's there. Like,
The group specifically, like none of them comes up again.
No.
But
Yeah, I guess they
they
kinda
get
dropped the
mentioned
plot
when Adam and Drucker have a talk. It's like, oh, you're one of those fundamentalist guys, I think he says. They're kind of mentioned, but no one of those people is part of the story anymore. But they exist
I
in
think
the world.
they function as good tertiary faction.
Yeah.
Like they are important. They're not in it a whole bunch, and the A story is definitely not about them. But we worked harder on them than not at all.
It was
Yeah.
pretty cool behind the scenes for those guns. I imagine they're set up to have one charge for recording,
Mm-hmm.
like that they expel the fire on the sides. I don't know. It just feels like a unique design for
Yeah, it's
the.
pretty cool.
And like I said, it's just it helps them feel in universe by making that physical, but then the CG blast comes out the front.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that, I mean, honestly, you could probably, oh God, puppies. You probably don't have to only take one shot, though, because if that's just firing blanks with 2 open exhaust ports and catching the flashpoint, I mean, blanks definitely have a fairly large flash.
I don't
More
know how much
so than an
machine work and they
actual
would have
round.
done for it versus just making it a movie prop that has one charge that they reset or something. I don't know how much
Oh.
work. That's why I mean the BTS on it would be pretty cool.
It could be like a big lighter. Like you just pull the trigger and it shoots the flames out, and that's it.
Yeah, that's also possible.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's definitely someone at the door.
Kill them.
Kill him.
He's a clone.
But yeah, the guy basically shoots himself. Then we got our I guess our hunter crew, we could call them, here, and like there's a couple of things that happen here. Just besides just having the shootout, one thing is, well, obviously the one lady is back. She gets her hands, her fingers shot off, and Arya just says, "No one stays dead anymore," which is kind of funny. Yondu gets his foot shot off, and obviously
Kind of a funny reaction. It's
yeah,
like,
he was like,
"Ma."
it's like, who
These
are
are
you?
brand
people?
new shoes.
And then
Well,
he
it's funny
wants-
as well because he's possibly the only competent fucking soldier that Drucker has. The others aren't very good.
Yeah.
You can still be a good soldier if you lose a leg, damn it. You didn't need to clone yourself, man.
Well, I don't
He
even
is.
think
He nearly fucks up his car even without the foot, right? He's like,
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah, it's funny.
and he's mad that he ruined his boots.
because they
I
were
wonder
brand
if he's
new.
how are they gonna fix him? You know, like are they gonna just kill him and get him a cloak? So I was thinking to myself that he might see it that way. He might not understand the process as well as other people. Like he takes a scan and then he just gets shot in the head,
Uh-huh.
and he's like, "Yep, I'll just be passed over." When it's like, "Listen, no, you're dead." You know?
Yep. That's always the underlying thing that you think about. Like all the clones, or every time they get cloned, the one before them dies. Because their perception is over. Because they
Mhm.
Do
get
you-
shot.
Do you think they can transplant full limbs? Because I don't think they ever.
Well, they
Come
only
out
talk
of
about
the-
doing organs. Jesus, they were so quiet for like 30 seconds.
Because I don't think we see them go into the building until way later. I don't-
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. They might have just been. I think the lady just doesn't have all her fingers because she has like
No, she
she's been
gets-
cloned 4 times. I'm
Yeah,
not
she
sure,
gets more
actually.
fingers back later because she tries to use that. She uses that same hand that got shut off.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm actually not sure how that actually happened. 'Cause
Well,
they
then
go
again,
into
it's like a full another day before he goes in there with her thumb. So maybe they did get cloned
I
together.
mean, they do have organ transfer and replication stuff. It could be that they have amazing surgeons or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe they got limb transplants. Well, in the case of his leg, it looked like it completely blew out his shin, and his shin is just gone.
Yeah. But yeah, now Adam got one of her fingers because he was trying to drive the car, and
He's
didn't-
all thumbs now.
He's all thumbs now. Yeah. and he drives to his Extreme Express chopper. What was it? XX Charter Reservation Services or whatever. It's like it's a very 2000 name with X's and Extreme. It's kind of funny. Yeah, then he just has another little memory flame. He looks at the picture of his family, has like more memory glooms in his head. He's like, oh no. And then we go back to another serious scene with the wife and Weir.
Dr. Weir.
Dr. Weir.
I think
And,
Weir's my favorite character in this movie. Just because he has all the good emotional beats.
So he's like
Yeah.
the nice Drucker. He's supposed to
Pretty much.
compare and contrast. Like he's doing it strictly for love, and even he starts to see that that's probably not the wise choice in a lot of these circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
they could have taken it a bit darker with his wife, like that he'd done this to her like 100 times or something.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you know, it's still kind of worrying enough as is.
Yeah, because this is there's another scene between the two that's actually kind of sad and pretty well acted. Because the whole thing is like, yeah, she's got cystic fibrosis, and he's like, oh, that's weird. How can that be? It's like, well, it's normally like a childhood thing, so it shouldn't actually appear randomly when they're older. And he's like, oh, we're having you to transfer to my clinic. Want to do it there? We can help you there, no problem. And she's like, no, I'd like to stay here. I can't. I want to stay here. He's like, well, I can't do anything here if we stay here. And she's like, yeah, I know. I'm not afraid anymore. You know, I'm ready to die. Like I'm good.
When she figured out that she's living a woman's life who already died 5 years ago.
Exactly.
Right?
Because yeah, she says Catherine died 5 years ago. Her
It's
her memory.
It's a bit bold of the film, because if you realized you were living the life of, you know, you were a clone of someone who did die from whatever, and you took over for them in on a seamless way, it does feel weird as fuck. It's like I didn't actually achieve anything they did. I didn't live the life they did. I've just taken it.
I'm really just there for the benefit of the people around them to not miss the person who died. Just like the repets.
But that's not the truth, damn it. And that feels to be what the film wants to try and get at. It's like, this is all bullshit, and we shouldn't engage with it just because it feels better.
Yeah. There's one line she says, like, those feelings were hers, not mine. So I guess it's pretty good. It's pretty good. There's like these scenes where it's like, man, like a serious movie where we have this kind of thing. That would be great right now. Like, it got me in the mood for that kind of movie.
The casting really helped this scene a lot. Like, both actors were really good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It is kind of interesting how she brings that up, because at least the perspective of the film for the cloning thing is entirely selfish for the person who is losing someone, because like, it's not the same person. It's just you feel like they're not gone, but they are. You just feel better. And the scene kind of brings up that issue where, like, most of the movie doesn't really, because, like, she's like, as you guys said, like, yeah, I'm living someone else's life. I cherish these 5 years, but, like, I'm done. I'm good. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, Ware has to, like, he has to let go. It's like, yeah, no, I guess this was selfish to just keep cloning you when you are just ready to be done. So, neat stuff.
Yes. Well, Adam makes his way into the facility now, the big old cloning facility, and he's a little cheeky boy because he put his gun in like one of these cooling containers where they like put organs in. Well, this actually kind of just looks like a beer cooler, to be honest. I guess he just kind of put like some tape around it and makes it look like his one.
And it pays off a setup from earlier that I didn't realize was going to be a setup.
Which one?
With what he says is in the container. Why does the guy not want to look in the container ultimately?
Because the gun is in there.
Flesh-eating
No,
virus.
but
Oh.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's
So
okay.
and we already had the dog die of like a weird virus that doesn't exist in our time that they're not specific about. That's like, yeah, no, it's like super contagious. So
Oh,
you can go,
okay,
you can
yeah.
look in there if you want, but definitely don't breathe. Like, and the guy's like, okay,
You
just
will
go.
get some gloves. It's like, just make sure you don't breathe. He's like, you know what? It's fine. You cleared.
Just
way
good
he looks at
enough.
it-
Yeah.
I appreciated though that it referenced kind of the thing with the dog. I was like, oh, didn't expect that to matter anymore, but nice.
The way he looks at his hand after Adam walks away.
Oh,
is
I mean, the
like,
guy's.
God.
Don't get me wrong though. That guy's still a shit security guard. He
Yeah.
should have looked in there.
Yeah.
It's a combination of like casual enough, no one really breaks in. He's having a day that he just doesn't care, and that's enough to make him be like, yeah, okay,
I'd be
fine,
like,
whatever.
Yeah, you know, I'm not taking the chance on this one. Fuck it, just go.
Oh, you know
don't
what?
pay me
That
enough
actually
for
does
this.
cause a problem because when she tries to sign in later, her face pops up on the screen. So,
Oh,
when he
does it?
scans, yeah,
Oh, see, I didn't. I guess I didn't catch that because I was assuming it definitely didn't. Otherwise, how would he get through with her
Well,
finger?
Well, the weird
yeah,
part
exactly.
is
That's
well, the
all
thing
I'm
is,
saying.
it unlocks it, then shows the picture, which doesn't really mean anything if it's already unlocked, right?
I guess that's true, and you're also, I suppose, there's a lot of people moving through there, so it might just be that the security guards aren't looking at the monitor and every single person going by. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it would
And
make more
clearly,
sense if
again, not the best security guard.
Guess it would make
He's
more
also
sense.
compromised by fear.
Yeah. Unless the picture always appears on their screen, not on the thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause-
if that happens and they were paying attention, there's no reason why he should have been able to get through that checkpoint.
Right.
That would be a problem, but I don't know. I maybe here I can tell you.
Yeah, well-
I think
That's-
actually that scene's just got weird editing because it's like it looks like he is checking anybody who logs in, but I don't know that they actually do because they're all talking to the guy and then she tries to log in and then he's got it on the screen. You know what I mean? It's like it wasn't like that when Ani went in.
Right, yeah.
'Cause they
okay, yeah. So maybe did the picture only come up because she's already logged in? Be like, no, this
Maybe.
person
it
is
could be
already in
that. It
here.
could also be that they're just not looking at the screens. I think it's unreasonable to assume they're watching the screen for every person who logs in and they check their face.
It's also not super likely to assume that someone's carrying around a dismembered thumb.
right.
not
I
super
assume
likely.
that they're thinking because it's like a biometric that gets you in there. It says she's there, so if someone else tries to log in with the same thumbprint, it'll come up with her picture and be like, no, this lady's already in the building. So if the second person is anyone other than this lady, arrest them. But in this case, her thumb was ahead of her, so it's like, well, no, that looks like the same person. So what's up now?
It's also just worth mentioning that, like, if you're doing this day in and day out, I don't know if you're going to be 100% alert for any intruders. As long as nothing weird pops up, you're probably not really paying attention.
I mean, yeah, and the next thing he does kind of proves he's not the best security guard either.
Yeah.
It's like, ew, icky.
Icky.
I mean, I don't know. If someone told me that, I'd be like, you could go. I don't.
Well, I mean, if I'm being my hyper autistic self, I would say there'd have to be procedure for something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. But you would certainly have, because if they're ever transporting organs in there, they would have to have a way to inspect the organs going in.
And they
to
would
make
have
sure-
probably clearance of some kind. And if it was suspicious enough, which Arnie would be, he'd be like, I want clearance with like Dr. Weir, for example. They'd be like, just let me call him. It won't be long.
It's like a normal ass cooler being held together with duct tape. It's
Yeah.
like, it does not look like the kind
It's
of thing
very
to be
suspicious.
transporting sensitive material in.
And he's gonna be like, you look a lot like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know.
I feel like if there's going to be a battle at this building, you're probably going to be the guy doing most of the killing.
But yeah, that's how it
Speaking
goes.
of which, we get battles soon.
Well,
Yeah,
Adam is
because
all
it's too
thumbs
weird,
today,
yeah.
so that's nice. He's trying to get into the next area, but as you guys already pointed out, the other ones come in and they immediately lock everything down. Which, you know what, pretty smart, pretty smart clones, if you will. But luckily for Adam, there's another guy immediately there that he can threaten with a gun. Just gets him to use his thumb, which yeah, I guess that works.
It's almost subversive. Like, your thumb isn't working. That made you suspicious. I've got you now. And it's like, well, I'll just use your thumb.
Yeah, I have my gun now,
It's
so...
like,
He's
oh,
like, oh damn.
Also, in between those scenes, we see that Weir is scanning all the clones, like his wife. And it's like, oh, there's the fibrosis, and then, oh, there's Johnny Phoenix. Oh, he's got liver cancer. Oh, something is going on. There's some liver cancer DNA in there.
how very odd.
Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, Adam's just making his way through the whole building with the things. Also, it's actually 1.2 million each time he clones them. So there you go. I was a bit high with my memory. But yeah, he's just making his way to Weir, basically, Adam does, while the other one's like, why are you so useless? What's going on? You cost so much, be worth your money. And yeah, they go to Weir. It's like, you had me cloned. And then this is where we learn about the whole synchro shit. I forgot the name again. It's like a little weird.
Syncord.
Syncord, yeah.
Cord, yeah. I was like, I always forget the suffix.
Yeah, I always want to say synchro something. But
Yeah.
it's Syncord.
Synchro Summit. I'm sorry. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Synaptic recording, I guess.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And yeah, now they.
I was trying to break it down. I was like, what might that be short for?
But yeah, in case people have not caught up with the way they got his memory was obviously through the device in the beginning of the movie where they get the blood test and the quote-unquote eye test. Those actually are used to, I guess, get their syncord, the recording of that. So now we got that established. In the meantime, Drucker's like, well, if you can't kill him, get his family so we can blackmail him with that and kidnap them and stuff. They go to his home. He's not there, but there's the schedule is on the fridge because everything is smart. Oh, see, it's all connected like today. Because there's the recital of Clara's school where they go to.
That scene's kind of funny because Terry Crews is just angry at the room.
It's like, fucking shit. They just grab
The
some
one door,
beer.
the one door he kicks open. He doesn't kick it open. He literally kicks it off its hinges. It goes flying.
Which seems like a Terry Crews scene, to be honest. They know what they were doing with him. And yeah, then we see the synchro flames. Okay, I went to
Syncoil?
Syncording.
Yeah.
Synaptic recording. I can remember it now.
Yeah, it's like,
For
yeah,
the,
this guy
for
killed.
the next hour we talk about it.
And we see where Trip kills them. It's like, on the 6th day, created man. It's like, oh. There's even like Drucker's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give my pilot like 2 tickets because you own the route or the road runners or whatever. It's like, yeah. And then he gets killed, but he had a backup in his backup Suncord going on, and yeah, doing the thing. It's like, so now we got all those ties connected. In case you haven't made those yourself yet, and so this is one thing that I just find weird. He goes up to a computer here and uses his thumb, and I don't know why you would expect that to work. It's like, access denied, invalid thumbprints. Like, yeah, of course. Why would you have access to this? And
Maybe I have absorbed the power of her thumb.
And then
I was carrying it for an hour.
And then he just drags the other guy over to the thing while he has a conversation with Weir and just goes like this.
Maybe he thought it worked like Mandalorian where you just need a face. Maybe
You just need a
a thumb.
A human face.
But yeah, but now we
People
see...
defended that at the time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, remember that? I was... God, fucking idiots. And yeah, and then Weir explains, so Draco was killed 3 years ago, we cloned him, and then we cloned him yesterday. And I just like how Adam's like, so what? It's like, well, if people find out he's a clone, and that's why we have to kill everyone and get rid of all the evidence, because a clone has no rights and a clone can't own anything. So if people get to know he is a clone, he would be ruined, because he would be deemed legally dead. And that's why he is trying to be very thorough with getting rid of any kind of evidence. And obviously this whole cock-up that has been happening here right now, the last 2 days, is a big risk to his business. And yeah, that's that. Anyway, Cruz and the lady are getting the family from the recital. Adam is going around with Weir to get to Drucker, basically. Oh wait, no, he realizes that he has to go help his family, right?
Yeah.
So he makes his way to the school. So so Adam made it in and out of the facility with not any trouble at all, which is kind of funny. But we talked about already how the security is kind of light, if you will. I do like the little beat where Yondu looks at Weir. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Like he's actually a little embarrassed that this all happened on his watch.
Yeah. Schwarzenegger's getting around, It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We gotta stop him.
So the daughter just is done with her pee break. It's like, oh, time for my recital. Oh, this is good times. But now there's like 3 big doggos that hold her captive, basically. Because I don't know why they had the need to include dogs with like, I don't know, controls on them.
Yeah, this is like the only time they show up, right?
It's like
remote dogs.
Yeah.
It's like remote dogs. It's like, oh, okay, that's a thing that happens.
I was like, wait, so you have
Not only
mind
is it
control too?
not only is it unnecessary because they don't really come up ever again, but if you watch it, it's very clear they could have shot the dog scenes and the girl scenes separately, except for mainly 2. One where the dog's approaching her, and then there's one shot where the dog's pretty close to her and barks. And I'm not sure that girl's even acting at that point. She looks really fucking scared of that
it's like,
dog.
those dogs are going to rip me apart.
They're often used for scary, that breed.
I got a flash in my head of what was happening behind the scenes, and it was absolutely look, the dog got too close. She barked at her. Every single other shot we're gonna just do with green screen and add the dogs in shots separately. However, we will give you this amount of money if you let us use that shot that we got, because it's actually not bad.
Well, it's not even just one dog; it's 3 of them.
There's a particular way she portrays the like being scared. It's much more generic, like little girl is scared. But the one shot, she looks just it just reminds me of the kind of scared that someone is when they just want to appear completely offenseless. They don't want to bother the dog at all. She kind of like almost looks to the ground. She's trying to look away, and she just looks really fucking nervous. You just feel bad for it. It's like the dog scared the shit out of her.
I hope the actress got paid more for that happening to her, because
One of
Not
the
cool.
one.
I'm sure the
scene
dogs were
she
really
looks-
well trained, but obviously a kid doesn't understand it that well.
yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. And like once the dogs slipped up, or like even if once the handler is just not kept control of the dog properly for a moment, it's like, what are you already scared the kid? Okay, so like her parents could probably sue you because one of them is likely on that set too.
I don't know if we have the same exact file, Mel, but 1:16:30 is the shot I'm talking about, where you can tell that's about as close as they probably let the dog get before they were like, yeah, okay, never again.
Okay, hang on. 116.
Cause I think she looks the most scared when her mom like picks her up.
Well, I think that here I'll get rid of it.
Oh, like I said, it's
she
the
just
way
looks down. She's like,
she looks a kind of particular kind of scared when it barks at her, like it took her off guard.
Yeah, oh yeah, she definitely flinched. She's like,
And then
"Oh."
she looks actually scared instead of movie scared.
Like it got too real for her.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is actors can be confirmed, like they can know the dogs are so well trained they'll never actually hurt you. That they're practically actors in and of themselves. But that a kid might not understand that and just feel like, I don't know, man, they look pretty vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the rough thing about child actors. It's why you should probably not encourage your kids to get into acting in movies like this, because they might make some money and they might end up being super famous one day, but they also might just end up having a terrible childhood with like a lot of weird experiences.
I mean, to be like completely honest, I think I would kind of shit my pants in this scenario too.
Oh yeah.
Right? Those are some scary fucking dogs. And you're cornered. It's even if it's controlled, it's like, oh my god, what if things go wrong?
Yeah. Those are
This was the breed for the zombie dogs in Resident Evil 1, I think, as well.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they are very famous guard dogs.
They are.
Scary
My
boys.
dogs are not
what is it?
capable of injuring people
They're,
severely.
They're the Dobermans, I believe, is the specific.
Yeah,
breed.
Doberman Pinchers, I think.
Yeah.
You say Doberman pinches?
Yeah.
It's because
They
they
pinch.
pinch children.
Specifically children.
yes.
No one else.
Yep, with their teeth. That's not very hard. It just looks scary.
One time at an off-leash dog park, 2 Dobermans came in with a lady off-leash, and because Jojo got really, really scared and immediately ran to like the back of the dog park, Rocky got into defense mode and started barking at the Dobermans and charging them. And I'm just like, oh shit. So a one-legged man has to run across this dog park and catch up to a little Chihuahua who I'm afraid is going to basically be like what's his name? Lucerys's dragon attacking Vagar. You know, like it's kind of not Vagar's fault, and I wouldn't actually blame the Doberman if it just killed Rocky in one bite. But I don't want that to happen. They were pretty cool though, but
It's
he
funny,
did take
Google
one
says,
snap at one, and I was like, ooh, that could have been my dog right there.
They're loyal to owners and are good with children if they raise with them. However, some Dobermans bond only to one person, so they are like the dragons from Hot D.
Hey.
Yeah, there you
Look
go.
at that.
Yeah, Rocky just thinks he is, but he's a friggin' Chihuahua. And it's like, Rocky, man, I know you love JoJo, but you gotta relax. Don't pick fights with dragons.
I bet like after the scene they're like, no. Look at the dogs. They're okay. They're okay.
Yeah.
See, we can pet them. Please don't sue.
Yeah, broadly not recommended for families with young children. Those dogs, like, oh.
Shout out to Lucifer the Doberman if you're listening.
But yeah, they're taking the family now. The Arnie here on the recital is calling the police, and it's actually it's kind of funny because
Yeah.
he goes like 911. It's like an automated thing. Hello, this is the police.
Oh my God,
Your
yeah.
call is very important to us. Like, Jesus Christ, I hope that
That
never
was
happens.
infuriating.
Like you
It's
have
the fucking Simpsons joke. I don't know if you guys remember the one with Bart is he's broken his leg and he's trying to report that he thinks Flanders has murdered somebody, and I think it's like, congratulations, you have rung 911.
It's kind of funny because
the Rear Window episode.
Because I do like to watch a lot of these crime channels where they have like the I know like body cam footage on YouTube, or just those cases they go through when they have like the interrogations and stuff, and you hear like some of the police reports or the police calls they get, like the emergency calls. And so many times the people that are on the line responding to the calls, they don't tell the people, it's like, oh, tell me all these things, someone is already on the way. Like, so many times they just start asking questions and people's like, no, I need help right now. And I don't know why that is. Maybe because they do it like every day and they come, I don't know, they just can't make it work, or they're just in the workflow. Like, I feel like lots of people, when they would call like 911, 112 in Germany or whatever that is, it's like, oh,
The
we
operator
already
should
got your call.
immediately
There's someone.
establish.
You already told me there was like a shooting happening. People are on the way. Now I need to ask you more questions. It's just kind of interesting.
The first things that any of the like a 911 dispatcher should ask are police, fire, or ambulance. And then if you say that, they're probably already sending one to your location, or they're at least pinging one so that they get tones at their base, and then they come, they wait for what the call is and where it is, and then they go.
Yeah, where I was
I've
going,
been in the ambulance part of that.
where I was going with this is, this automated thing does the same thing. It just immediately starts asking questions without saying someone is already on the way. That's what I was going with this.
Oh, it actually does do the same thing? Like, is that established at any point?
Well, no, it doesn't say.
It would just
anyone
be
is on the
funny
way.
if it did.
Oh, yeah, that was funny. It would do it.
Okay.
Yeah. But it
Sorry,
doesn't.
I
It just
misunderstood.
starts. Like, oh, thank you for reporting a felony. It's like it's obviously a bit more sillier than this. It's like,
Pleasantries would be a colossal waste of time in any scenario in which you'd have to call 911. You don't need to be thanked. It's like, no, information, send help.
So yet they do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, now we find, so they get into a chopper. They get to the chopper, and get them to, well, wherever I think just to the big building into a room. And now the two Arnies are actually finally talking to each other, and God, it's just them talking, like standing next to each other and talking. It's just so funny in itself. I don't know. It's a special kind of beauty. I need your help to get my family. They're my family.
Double the army.
And then he punches him. And it's like, that's for sleeping with my wife in the damn minivan.
Yeah, man. Like I feel like that's the encounter that would be very difficult to resolve, even by the end of this movie, because it's like, man, your memories tell you that that's your family and they're the people you love, and now you're like, oh my god, there's an exact copy of me that is going to live that life, and I now need to build an entirely new one. It would be terrible. Like, it would be so horrible to have to go through that. But I mean, like, it's not addressing those questions in this movie. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger action vehicle.
It's not a movie. It's not a car.
Yeah.
True. True.
But yeah, he calls them. It's like, I've got everything you want. You got everything I want. Let's meet at the Double X charter office at 10 tonight, and we do a little switcheroo of the things. And he's like, oh, okay. And I don't know. I think now they have like more interaction, and it's kind of funny. But I was a little disappointed they immediately went to like, haha, look how fun this is. There's two Arnies talking to each other. It's like, man, there could have been so many things we could have done with like these two clones finally seeing each other, just coming to grasp with the reality what's going on. It's like I'm basically talking to myself face to face with basically all the same memories up until yesterday. Like there's like we have like nothing going on where anyone is in shock or anything. They're like both like chill. It's like, I don't think you have enough aluminum. It's like, why would you know better? You know what I mean? It's like one of these
We
things.
got plot to do. We haven't got time to complain about science fiction nonsense.
But it would be interesting and cool.
No.
But I was saying even earlier, I think that the conversation where they're making the little thermite bombs is it establishes that he does have a military background, and that it's kind of a funny thing to think, like, if we're the same person, does one of us remember how to do this better than the other?
Yeah.
Well, that's the funny part. I'd argue it does it, because all he does is that's the exact same amount they used in the Rainforest War. So I don't
but I
even
think
know.
it's them sort of playing with the idea that's like, are we a little different? Do you remember this a bit differently than I do? And then they're like, oh yeah, nice.
No, I
They
meant
go,
that.
cool.
No, I meant that like implying that he has like a military history. It seems more like he learned this knowledge journalistically.
No. He specifically mentions a military background. What was the? I don't know what the line is, but he
says it later.
The Rainforest War.
Yeah.
Well, if you back up 10 seconds, he says it's exactly the same amount they used in the Rainforest War.
Yeah, but I mean, but they're interacting in a way that one of them is trying to be a little bit competitive with the other, and they're doing it as like kind of a bonding thing at the same time. But I think it's also kind of a neat way of them being like, well, I don't know, like, do we remember this a little bit differently? Let's see. Because we think we both know, right? But is there a difference between the clone and the original as far as how the memory is processed?
I'm not actually sure if they actually. This might be a bit of headcanon. I don't know. I don't know if they would actually go with. I don't know if they were going for this. I think they were just kind of quipping back and forth at each other.
Yeah, well, yeah, that wasn't my issue. My issue is I don't think it does a good job of setting up he had a military background, because they confirm it way at the end of the movie.
No, that's in this conversation.
No, that's what I was thinking. I don't crazy. No, I'm saying they don't do it well, because he implies that he doesn't. That he learned it from a different source.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you on that one. But I mean, we can move on, because I don't think about, like, that's just not what I got from. I could have sworn that in this scene he says, yeah, it's the same amount we used in the Rainforest War, implying that that's his military background, and this is a skill that he used in that conflict. And they're sort of being like, I'm going to do this better than you, and sort of teasing each other a bit. Really, I think just because they're being fun, but there is a little bit of like, oh, am I actually gonna be able to beat myself at this? Because you'd want to do that, right? Like if I started playing Street Fighter against a clone of myself, I'd be interested to see if I could beat him or not. You know, I was like, well, I know he knows how I play, so what do I do? What's he gonna be doing? You know.
Yeah.
Anyways, as I was saying, we can move on from the thermite bomb thing.
Yeah, I'm just being pedantic.
I want to
That's
play
my
the
issue.
thermite bomb now. Wait, what?
Hey, no bombs with Germans.
Fine.
You know, last time you guys got hold of weapons.
Yeah, you play with gas, not bombs.
Let me see. Oh
And then
yeah,
it's
no.
the
It's time
Warner,
for
right?
Weir
The
to
Weir.
confront Drucker. He just fucking throws shit at him. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, well, Catherine is dead. He's like,
Messed
oh,
up my whole room. My feng shui.
my feng shui. Let's see. But yeah, he's like, oh, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. And he basically like, oh, don't fucking start sorry with me. She had cystic fibrosis, and that's not that shouldn't have happened. And I've seen that all the clone DNA you have had like something going in. Johnny Phoenix as well. He's like, I know like the other people, but why my wife? Like what's going on with this shit? Why did you put like something in there? And he basically says that it's like a security protocol that if at any time they would turn on us or want like more money or whatever, we could just fucking pop them two in the head and then basically reset them to the time we last scanned them. And his example is like, look, suppose a senator would turn on us. Like he uses our things and we needed him to get to a place where the research is legal, basically. And if they won't follow through that, we basically can either kill him or blackmail him. You know, and yeah, so he puts that in there so he can get his political goals in order, which is to make like human cloning legal again and actually use the research I've been using here in the underground, in the hood, in the skyscraper hood. And yeah, we're basically, you know what? I love my wife very much, so I promised that I'd never bring her back again. And I love her so much, actually, that I'm not going to bring anyone ever back again because I looked the other way too many times. And you know what? It's Jover. I'm done. I quit.
Jover reference.
Mm-hmm. And then Drucker's like, oh, I can't let you quit. And he basically says, well, I'm going to do you a big favor. I'm going to save our friendship, your job, and your marriage. I'm going to kill you right now and bring you all back. Because fuck you. I don't want to lose you as a friend. And, well, basically don't want to lose him for his operation is probably his bigger thing, I would guess.
And that's where the whole playing God comes in beyond a
Yes.
religious sentiment. It's like you're now using this technology to not only make yourself feel better about particular people you want alive where they wouldn't be, which would be the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You're now editing those people to be the way that you want them to be instead of you're just changing the world to whatever you want, which is, you know, it's compromising everyone else's autonomy.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting in this movie that a lot of the Jesus Christ, I have words today. Like the whole philosophy. Fucking hell.
Cystic fibrosis.
I'm
You'll
gonna
get there. Come on.
I think I'm having a fibrosis right now. Like all the interesting
Philosophical
things they
is what
talk
you're
about,
looking
like philosophy stuff, is actually like more in the like in the evil department, like in the enemy department going on, while the Arnie stuff.
Arnie's having an action movie. He's like,
he's having an action movie while he's like, oh, you don't get to play God and stuff like that. So yeah, it's
man, all this falafel talk's making me hungry. I don't know.
Man, I wish
The
I had some
concept has a
falafels right now.
movie and the action part has its own movie, and they're just happening at the same time and they intersect.
They kind of just cross over.
Arnie does, like, you know, do a few lines to the villain guy at the end that are slightly philosophical.
Yeah, but then
like
he
the pop
follows it
sci-fi.
up with a pretty good one-liner.
And
Yes.
they do intersect. They
It's,
come together.
It kind of comes off like someone wanted to make this philosophical movie about clones. They're like, you can if you put Arnie in it and you make it funny. It's like, but okay.
Yeah. But yeah, the meetup now happens. Oh yeah, obviously Weir gets killed, and that's that for him, because obviously we don't get to clone him back to life anymore. He just gets yeeted out of existence. Now Yondu and Lady go down to the chopper place, and now we use Chekhov's remote control, because they've been using a remote controlled chopper because they expect them to double cross him. Oh, they double cross him at the XX chopper factory? That's crazy. That's like 2 crosses, like a double cross. Anyway.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be like extreme choppers, you know, like they're going for snowboarding and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. I know what this had to do with the crossover joke I just did, but you're right.
Early 2000s.
God, we all need to be cloned and edited, I think.
Yeah, I could use a few improvements.
I don't need any. Well,
It's okay. You don't need to list them.
Okay. But yeah, they shoot down the chopper, and they're like, ah, bastards, I knew they would do that. And they're already on their way back to the big building. It's like,
Oh my god, I figured it out.
what?
That's how Boogie's still alive. He's just been cloned.
He's been cloning him this whole time himself.
Who's wasting $2 million on bringing Boogie back?
someone who finds them really funny.
That's all those Arkansas 10s, I think.
I was gonna say Keemstar. He needs to make money.
He's just having fun with it now.
He needs to farm that truck.
Oh god. But yeah, they land on a landing pad, and the guy's like, "This is a private pad. You can't land there." And then Adam actually uses the NDA thing he had to sign from the beginning. It's like, here to pick up Mr. Drucker. He made me sign the thing. It's like, oh yeah, okay, cool, pretty smart. I didn't actually expect that. And I was like, oh shit, that's nice. But yeah, by the way, they have like this security room that has like 700 screens in them, in like a very funny way that goes across the whole room. It's just funny. I don't know.
And there's only 2 people watching all these screens.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. But yeah, now Adam is just he's just shooting and punching his way through this whole area. It's just, it's the big action set piece of the movie. I'm trying to think if there's anything happening before. No, it's just big action scene, and then he gets captured, actually. Because he's surrounded, and yeah, he goes face to face with the Drucker man, the Drugster, if you will. He's getting Druckmanized.
No.
Oh no.
Oh man. Druckmanized hit me a little late. I was like, oh god.
I'm sorry.
With that. It's okay.
Who's excited for season
was funny.
2? Oh wait,
Season 2 of?
you don't know the story, but don't ever buy.
Maybe not.
I thought it was just something Stuckman
Season 2
said
of
at some
Arcane,
point.
November 15th, I believe. That's a season 2 I'm looking forward to.
No, Vettel. I'm talking about The Last of Us. Druckmann.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think we were saying Stuckman as the reference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you
we're-
could go
Oh,
either way.
Did I
Yeah,
misheard
no,
that?
fair
Clearly.
enough. Now I got you.
Oh boy.
They can only make Last of Us 2 better, in fairness, I guess.
They could make it work. Dude,
You don't have to play it this time.
I had an epiphany the other day. It pissed me off so bad I only realized now. You know how the Scars whistle to communicate?
I don't. I never
Yeah.
played the games.
That's
I know you don't know. Yeah, so why the fuck would they whistle when the primary enemy hunts based off a sound?
Yeah, it's really dumb.
I don't know. That's like the most obvious thing. I didn't even fucking think of that
all
until
Joel's
right
Yeah,
now.
I guess it's the only way they could figure a way to do long distance signaling without any kind of electronics. That like,
I mean, smoke
it's
signals,
either
right?
that or
But
have
that's
like a well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true, but they're trying to do things like enemy positions and stuff with them. Not the best move tactically to like give away your position like that, though. That's why people use radios instead.
The PTSD is too real.
It's too real. Anyway, Adam gets captured and he gets to face the drugster. And I like how he starts like, oh, you and I have more in common than anything. He's like, where's my family? It's like, shut up. Oh, straight to the point, Admiral Troy. And then he sees the thing and go a little back and forth. And it's like, oh, we didn't tell you. Actually, you're the clone, by the way. It's like, no, that's bullshit. And then we get the thing, which is funny enough, the only thing I remembered from this movie. The way you can tell who's the clone. And there's like on the lower eyelid, if you like kind of flop it open, you have like little dots in there, and you get 1 dot for every clonage. And we used a lady; she has like 4 dots on the one side. So she's been cloned quite a bunch of times. I think it's just a kind of a clever little thing to actually prove to us that he is the clone.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
I like that there's a
neat.
definitive mechanism in this game that can be like, yeah, no, there's no hanging question. It's you are the clone if that dot is there.
Yeah.
Oh, something funny happened in this scene. She said she's been cloned so many times she can't count.
She lost
But-
count,
And
and
it's
like
4.
4.
It was amazing.
4.
I was
It's
like, 4.
mm.
It's not like that crazy. It's not even double digits.
Yeah.
You're like, well, okay, was it 12 or 13? I don't know. Like that I can understand, but it's like 4. Come on. You remember those deaths too. You felt them.
Yeah. But yeah, that now he knows he is the clone. Let's see. So yeah, you'll tell me where Adam Gibson is, and we'll get my syncording back, and we'll get rid of him, and then they will now know you'll be the clone. In a couple of years, I'll have all the politicians to come back around and make it safe and legal for all the clone people to go around. That's gonna be really, really epic. So, I can do. What do you say? Oh yeah, 2 or 3 years tops. He will control everything. Like we won't lose our best people, our Mozarts, our Martin Luther Kings, all that good stuff. He's smooth. He's just honeying up his buttocks, if you will.
Yo.
And then I was like, okay, and then who's gonna decide who's gonna live or die? You? And wait, what does it say? It's like, oh, you have a better idea? It's like, yeah, how about God? And then this is where it's like, oh, you're one of those. And then he's like, oh, you think science is inherently evil or something? It's like, no, it's not. But I think you are, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, not a bad line.
Yeah.
It is like that is the kind of anti-theist position against the intelligence of people with faith, because like often if you ever saw like those old like atheist videos from about like 8 years ago on YouTube, a lot of it was, yeah, if you believe in a giant space monster in the sky that's controlling your destiny, you're just an idiot and you're dumb and I'm smarter than you automatically. And I don't know, man. I know some doctors who are pretty religious, and I'm like, they're smarter than I am. So I'm not going to make the claim that, because I'm not like super religious, these people are just dumb. And that mentality, I think, would be present in a guy that does what he does and thinks what he thinks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is believable, is what I'm saying.
And then Drucker just says, oh, you know what? If you believe God created man in his own image, he would give me the power to understand evolution, and I basically just take over where God left off. And then it's like, if you really believe you should clone yourself while you're still alive. And Drug says, oh, so I can understand your unique perspective? And it's like, no, so you can go fuck yourself.
Yep, that was the PG-13's one fuck, everybody.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
they used it well, I gotta say.
No. It's a good place to put it. And now we basically have all the pieces going. And they It's actually kind of smart because they it's like, oh man, how do we get all the info if he doesn't tell us? Like, oh well, we just use our fucking syncording device and just get it out of there. We can just put it on a computer and see it. It's like, oh, that's smart. But they were also smart because he said, oh, I gave it to him and told him to hide it and don't tell me, so I have no idea where it might be. It's like, man, you're all using the tools available that in your arsenal. What's going on? It's
Not
like
a bad plan.
It's like you're actually a professional writer of movies and stuff.
Ew.
Yeah, they think he went to a certain place, but you know what? The drugstore is not convinced. Like, oh, he's back at the chopper place. Like, okay, go there. It's kind of fun. Then Yondu and Wily already leave. And Drucker is reviewing the tape, and he sees in the reflection they were both in the chopper. So the other Arnie is already here, and it's kind of fun. He goes like, "Wait, come back! He's already here." And he's like, "Oh shit! Oh, okay." So actually, all the resources are still here. They didn't split them up as they hoped they would. But the Arnie here, he's playing possum. He's not actually knocked out. He's about to grab the drugster, while the OG Arnie, the actual non-clone Arnie, he's putting all the bombs down in the exploding room thingy that has explodey oxygen, nitrogen in there or something. I don't know. It's the explode room that blows up the whole building if you spit in it or something. And so Arnie takes Drucker. Wily immediately is like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking shoot him," and he shoots Drucker, which is just so typical Wily because he's just very, trigger happy.
Yeah, not a great shot either.
Yeah. And then Terry Crews gets shot. Rip Terry. He's out of the movie now. Big sad.
He was a real G.
And yeah, now the OG Arnie is getting the family. He brings them down to a taxi. And it's like, "I need to help a friend. I'll be right back. Go to your mother's." So he goes back up to help the guy. And he's like, have them block all the exits. So Drucker says to block all the exits. And it's like, "Oh, you can all go, but Wily, wait a second." And he just shoots Wily because he shot him. It's like, don't bring him back this time. He's just so pissed off he got shot by him. And I guess he already paid like 3.6 million in the last 2 days to bring him back. It's like, yeah, he's just gone for good now. And that's the end of Mr. Wily. And obviously now he is on it.
Wily.
Now Drucker's on a time limit. It's like, okay, we need to power back in this part that just got cut off, so I can make a copy of my current brain to be as up to date as possible, and just put it in the fresh body. But as we will soon see, while all this action is happening, which is I don't really have a lot to say about the action here. It's just bit of shooting, running around, cover.
It's rather normal.
It's very normal, yeah, pretty much. But yeah, basically Drucker is looking at the template, and it's just I'm just gonna show it on screen here because it looks kind of alien. Like it doesn't really have any ears yet. The lips are not fully developed, so it's like
I like this as a final act villain design. I thought it was cool.
Oh, it's kind of perfect. The whole
yeah,
you now look like what you are sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's an approximation, like a photocopy of human. He's lost all his humanity over the course of this horrifying business, getting further and further.
It's pretty good.
And fundamentally, these are the things you've been creating. Like look at it. You've been one for quite a while now. Because I don't know. Is this just his first clone that is the villain for the majority of this movie, with this one being his second? I guess they don't. Do they address that?
I think it was mentioned.
Does he show his
Drucker
eye?
has
He does,
died
right?
before.
Yeah,
Drucker died
he died
recently, and then Drucker dying here.
Yeah,
he died a year ago, and then
Somehow Drucker returned.
So this would be his third or fourth clone.
Yeah.
I thought it was 3 years ago, but yeah, it's like he's been cloned multiple times, regardless.
Yeah, and if people would find out he is a clone, he would lose all his possessions because he would be deemed legally dead.
and he'd be probably killed, right? What's
Yeah.
the
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think they say they put them down like you would a rabid dog.
Well, it was in the opening credits. They do establish that the human clone that was officially attempted kind of went insane and like basically was rabid. So,
Yeah.
like they're
They
like, okay, we're never doing that again.
They destroyed the clone, I think is what it said.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, now the lady shoots, tries to shoot at, I think that's the clone Arnie, the clone Adam, destroys the wall or like the glass, and that just floods the whole thing. Which like seems like a design oversight when they build this. In case something breaks, it just floods everything. Seems a bit weird. Probably want all the liquid stuff on the bottom, so it doesn't flood the rest.
It's kind of a crazy set, though.
It is a crazy set. Like, let me see if I can get a shot like of a full overview. I don't know if we ever get one. We probably do get one. I don't know where though, because it does look kind of cool. Like of these big tanks with all the templates in it. I can't find it right now, but yeah, it looks pretty neat. So yeah, the energy is back, but the current Drucker realizes his time is running out. So fuck it, let's just get the memory in there.
Put it in a half-baked clone.
Yeah, half-baked clone. It's like 80% done or something, and 60% in other thingies. And it's just funny. The new clone goes up, Wiley, you shot me, and he just looks at him. It's like, oh right, that was you. I don't know, it's just kind of funny how he reacts to himself.
Yeah. Well, because the I don't have a care in the world version of himself is back in the scene.
Yes.
It's just in the new weird clone body. And now he's starting to realize, oh man, I've never been alive at the same time as one of these things. This is actually not me at all.
Yep. He realized like, oh, my consciousness is still
dying.
in here. Like I'm not in there right now. And the clone immediately just like, oh, I need to get dressed, and just gets all the clothes from him. It's like, you not even wait until you die? And the clone just asks like, would you?
Would you?
And it's like, oh damn. Yeah, it's a pretty cool scene. I like it quite a bit. Like this whole relay, like he looks in terror, but it's kind of funny. He realizes it, but he still tries to help the clone against Adam, which is also kind of cool. He's not just kind of cowering, trying to, I don't know, just waiting to die. He still wants his clone to live and basically fix all of this again. Because he does say later on, it's like, oh, you know what, fuck this. Like I can rebuild this like super quick. Like it's not even a problem that you destroyed all of this.
Yeah, he's pretty rich.
Yeah. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you can rebuild this all in a short time. Oh yeah, and then Adam shoots all the like all the samples, all the syncordings upstairs where they just came from.
That's the thing that's harder to replace.
That's very hard to replace, yeah. And there's probably like some stuff in there from like big political people that he already convinced.
One could argue that could probably have had safer storage.
Yeah.
They're probably backed up, to be honest with you.
Geo redundancy, it's pretty good. In case your one side blows up, you can still get all the data from the other side. Pretty nice. Something I just saw it in my notes because I meant to mention this when when Drucker shoots Wiley just starts running away. He's like, no, not again. And then he gets killed. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, his body crumples on those stairs too. It looks like.
Oh yeah, he lands on his neck as well. But yeah, Drucker's still trying to convince him, like, I can give you like eternal life, it can be perfect, no problems. Like, oh, perfect like you. And then he shows him in the mirror, and he goes like, oh, that's crazy to look at. But he also like, you know what? It's fine. I can still fix this. No problem.
Behold the horror you have wrought.
Yes. And then the OG, well, I guess the second clone, Drucker stabs Arnie in the back, or Adam in the back. Still trying to help him. Still trying to get one over him. And then the clone falls on him. It's like, when I said you should screw yourself, I didn't mean for you to take it literally. It's just, Arnie never changed.
Notice he changed the word.
Yeah, screw instead of fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, one fucking a PG-13.
Only get one. You get only one fucker doodle do. And now we're basically at the end stretch. There's a little shootout on the roof. He's shooting all the guys down. He's dipping, dodging stuff like dodgeball. The real Arnie comes up, tries to land. He uses the remote still, so he can kind of help him on the chopper. We got the clone Drucker shooting, who actually has like pretty good aim. He actually like kind of grazes Arnie at least. But obviously, eventually they escape. They're about to chop him into pieces with the rotor blades,
Yeah.
but he jumps down. He's like, I landed on the glass safely, but then it still breaks, and then he just plummets all the way down onto the floor and just kind of splats on the floor. Then all the
Doesn't even
explosions.
splat. He just like falls on his face and breaks his neck.
Yeah. Anyway, they get away with the chopper. Everything explodes. There's like another little thing where, oh no, are we gonna crash into the next building? But they use like the jet engine on the XX chopper because it's extreme, which has also been established early in the movie, so that's fine.
Paying off the Chekhov's remote.
And yeah, everyone is safe and sound. They make it back home, and we have saved the day. We killed the evil man, the building, and probably a good bunch of research for that's probably kind of helpful. I just hope this was only for the human stuff and not the the organs that are actually still saving people. And yeah, we just go to the next day, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go to Argentina. Apparently, I don't know if they're trying to say he's gonna make his own chopper thing over there, like because he gets
I
I
think
think
he
he
needs
wants. You might want to
Start a
find
new
himself
identity, basically.
yeah
new South American wife. That's what he's down there for.
yeah.
Where in the world? Argentina. Why? No reason.
Yeah, and he gives him the chance to say goodbye to the family one more time, which is nice of him. And then he flies.
Kind of a nice scene too, because it's them almost welcoming him and saying hello, but for him, it's their last time you'll see them.
Mm-hmm. And then we have like a little thing with him where it's like, oh, this is your family too. Like you put your life on the line. And if that's not human, then I don't know what is. Also, he doesn't have any DNA defects. They apparently did a DNA test, and he doesn't have any fibrosis or cancers in his DNA.
Well, it wouldn't be detected if it was meant for something later. It wouldn't necessarily be detected now. But the way I interpret it is that he wouldn't have any because he was a clone that wasn't created thanks to like them getting a deal with some politician or a superstar where they can force them to get another clone down the line. He was created to account for a mistake and to cover up a whole bunch of shit.
And
so I can believe
replace the person.
Yeah, I would believe they wouldn't want to infuse him with any particular
Right.
disease for collateral because he's not even officially on the record, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, for sure.
Him dying of suspicious circumstances a few years later will only cause them problems. It won't solve anything.
And it probably was the same thing with Hank too, which makes it sad that he gets shot.
But yeah, he goes off to get his new identity, do all kinds of shenanigans, flies off in the sunset with his extreme chopper or something. They probably have like a proper name for it, but I never really caught it. It's just a chopper. And then we have like just like a reverse thing where they just go through all the scenes again. It's just kind of weird at the end there. It's like, oh,
Are you retarded? What do you think that's for?
what do you mean?
Any of you? Why do you think that happens at the end?
Because that's all the memories that he had, right?
No, because every time they do the sin cording, it kind of
The
shows.
film is creating a sin cord of the audience at the end.
Yeah. It's everything we saw in the movie in reverse really fast. It's like a time lapse thing of the entire movie backwards.
That makes sense.
Oh,
I
there's like
thought it
a.
was just
I didn't
stupid
catch that. I
originally.
didn't catch that last thing where you actually see the Suncard thingies pop up.
Oh yeah.
See, I thought it was there just to give you a seizure.
Because the idea is that
Whoa,
we just
sorry.
watched all of those scenes and now it's copied that
Right, yeah.
experience.
I didn't see that the last couple of frames there. Yeah, that's neat. Nice.
That was a nice little touch at the end. It's fun, easy to do, and it doesn't cost you anything.
I mean, it's trying to make a point too, I think, right? The standard in sci-fi, again, it's a very pop sci-fi thing to throw it in right at the end, but all we are memories.
Mm-hmm.
The experience of watching that film is now something that could be considered data and moved into anything else. It's just a fun little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool. But yeah,
I guess
think
so what did everyone?
I think
think of
that's a
it
very
overall?
neat little movie. I mean, I guess we already talked about it's like this, about some things you can tweak and repair a little bit to make it even better. But I think overall, like it's just it's like a lot of things in there that's like fun to talk about, like
Yeah.
philosophical things you can talk about. But it's also like all packaged in this Arnie action movie we still want to have.
Yeah, the silly parts are still silly, but honestly, after talking through it, you kind of focusing on the neat little bits makes you think like, oh, this movie's actually got more going on than you might even think it had on first watch. If you don't like,
I think it's plenty
Kinda go
entertaining,
over
and
again.
that if this were the worst of films, we'd be in a good spot.
Yeah.
100%. That was like the. That was like a nice. That was like the through line back in the day. It's like even the silly, weird movies. They were like, oh, we still have like a, still a coherent story to follow. We have characters that have a thing going on. The characters
Because
have
getting
like
a job
normalish dialogue that makes sense for the most part.
for a very time, getting a job as a screenwriter who has a movie that is actually shot and not just put in a studio's like filing cabinet for 10 years was not an easy thing to do. You don't do that if you've written a couple episodes of a TV show or something, right? Like
Yeah.
they don't give big projects like that to those people unless you write a spec script, which is when you're not getting paid to write the script. You just have a really good idea for, say, a Star Wars movie. You just say like, I'm going to write this Star Wars script. You give it to Lucasfilm, say, would you buy this off me? And then they might give you an offer to make it, and they might just buy it to make sure that you don't like give it away and like they now have the rights to that story. And but they might end up making it, right? But now it kind of seems like there's a lot of this person did this and I worked with them on that thing, so let's have them write this $500 million movie. Doesn't work out so well.
Yeah, it's I mean, I think we talked to death about it. It was just like, oh, you have a writing credit in Rick and Morty? Here's $250 million. Make us a movie about Ant-Man. It's like, oh.
Well, and even worse, it's make us a script. We're 2 weeks until we shoot. And then you're like, cool. And then on the day, they go, throw that script out, make a different one.
Make a
You're
different
like,
one.
what? Okay, we're 2 weeks into filming. Start writing. You're like, what's happening?
What are you filming?
Whereas a movie like this, they probably gave the assignment to a bunch of writers to say, hey, we're making a movie. We're going to have 2 Arnold Schwarzeneggers about clones. Here's the basic premise. You 4 write a treatment for what you would want to do with this movie, have that to us by like the end of the month, and then they'd pick the best one, or maybe elements of all 3 of them, and have either one or a bunch of them write it into a full screenplay. But like if you're just hiring someone to get things done to link some fight scenes together and you don't really care how it happens, you end up with stuff that doesn't even make the level of sense that this old kind of, like not amazing movie, but like your dumb summer blockbuster movie. It actually has some substance behind it as opposed to just being tape holding together set pieces.
Yeah. Things definitely changed, and not necessarily for the better. It's really annoying, and I guess we got the Captain America coming up soon-ish, right? That's probably gonna suck.
Oh, that's
ass.
not until February.
God.
That's months away still.
Isn't it crazy? That's just the first thing I thought. Was like, it was like, oh look, it's Red Hulk. It's like, wait, isn't Red Hulk like a Hulk enemy? Why do you hate Hulk so much in the MCU? It's just so. They just don't want to make a Hulk movie ever again. It's just so weird.
I think I'm interested enough in how Doomsday is going to go to check it out, but I don't really have any interest in seeing the Captain America movie unless you want to cover it.
I mean, I probably will want to do that.
Okay. Hey, I'll do my job.
Yeah.
But why though?
I
Ask Metal.
it's,
I said I have no interest. It's all on him now. Ha!
Well,
I've outwitted you this one time.
I'll drag you into the depths of the cringe. I'm sorry.
Oh shit! I'm antagonizing him when he's making a decision that could result in me being upset.
What
That was a
else
bad
is
idea.
cringe?
All right, I
Rings
deserve
of
it.
I'll
Power.
do-
Make him watch that.
Oh god, no! Shut up, Swollpool, you're banned.
Well,
I
someone
was
just
gonna
asked
say,
what I thought of Deadpool and Wolverine. I liked my first watch through, but the movie sucks donkey balls. It's really fucking bad. That's the short version. The long version is in the archives. You can watch it on this channel. We did a whole fortune. Go check it out. But yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
the only two movies I'm excited for is Transformers 1 in September, and then the complete opposite, which is Nosferatu, that comes out Christmas
Oh yeah,
Day.
I want to see Nosferatu. I honestly wasn't
I
calling.
feel like
mine to
Optimus
movie
Prime and
until-
Nosferatu would be friends.
No,
Yeah,
They
probably.
like to hang out,
Definitely.
having
They
a
like to
stoogie.
smoke weed and drink diet soda while
They
playing.
would both
going
have
out
an
to-
interest in trains.
Willem Dafoe seems like a person who can keep abnormal company. You know, it's like
Why
he's
not?
just
Yeah.
probably
Shit.
going to be chill and be okay around anyone he's around, even if they're really strange or a giant robot that turns into a 18-wheeler.
Remember, fucking Alien Romulus is next week, right?
Oh yeah, that's our next
No.
thing.
Damn it.
Yo, I hope it's
God
bad.
damn! Seriously?
Yeah, I thought it was longer, but no, it's next week. I just remembered. I think it comes out on
Oh,
Wednesday
God.
here.
Isn't that a bit rude?
I think that is rude, yeah.
We got the anniversary for EFAB. What are they doing?
I'm sorry.
Does Hollywood not know?
I
Oh,
don't
wait, is
think
that
they
next
do
week?
know, no.
Oh, the shit! The anniversary's next week. Oh
I
my
thought it was the
god!
week after.
What happened to time?
Oh no,
Honestly,
I mean,
next week's
well,
better for me. So
oh, it's the 24th. But I mean,
Oh, okay,
we're
that's
done.
fine.
We're stacked on episodes. We can't make any more. So
Yeah.
Look,
this is just rude.
well, you
schedule
can.
Wednesday
You guys can
episode.
come on.
We
Just push it back.
genuinely might have to record one for Alien the Romulus and release it as soon as the anniversary's out. You're like, here's episode 301, go!
play a clip of the Alien Romulus one during the breaks.
We could do
It's like
Alien
a
Romulus
half an
during the
hour.
anniversary. I don't know if people would be upset about that or not.
300.5.
I don't think they would be upset.
It's hard to tell. The audience is fickle.
Yeah, I don't know.
They want Boogie Part 4.
They really do. They might just get it too.
Is there
Oh,
enough
God.
for part 4 already?
I mean, it's still unfolding.
he's
I
not
ain't
dead yet.
spoiling nothing.
I feel like there's enough cringe with Boogie that's still happening, I think.
It might be
I
enough
can
to
get
make
it.
a part 5 for all we know.
no.
I'm not keeping up, but if it's going at this rate, goddamn.
Especially with that HUD rate.
Yeah, it was the
Gotta,
blood
gotta
pressure.
get it
but
while
yeah, no.
getting not dead.
All right, before we get out here, let's do the super chats real quick.
Yay! Thank you for the support, everybody.
Anyone need to drop out before? Or you
Let's
just chill?
do it.
Okay. We get $2 by Roundaria the Cruel. At least tonight's Hot D episode 9, right? Right? Please?
Oh.
Aww.
Sadly, no.
Uh,
Thank you very much, though, Roundy the Cruel.
That's sad. Last episode. That was feels bad, man. Anyway, €5 by Kara. Thank you very much. I was at a Lord of the Ring themed wedding last year. Wasn't Table Isengard. They had a violinist playing Concerning Hobbits at the start of the meal. Was great. Oh,
Nice.
That sounds
is it
awesome.
is it violinist or violinist?
I guess is it a viola or a violin?
I guess it's a
Violin.
Violinist.
violinist. Okay.
As
Not a
opposed to
word.
violist.
Not a word I use in my day to day.
Ooh.
A violist would be someone who plays a viola, which is like basically it's a violin with cello string intervals. A little
Oh,
bit bigger
yeah.
than a violin.
Well,
But you
okay.
play
I know
it
what
like
those
one.
words mean.
I know
It-
some
it's
of
a-
those
it's-
words.
The standard string instrument. It's not that like it's like saying you know what a trumpet is, right? I mean, it's not that bizarre.
Do I know what a trumpet is? I don't
I'd
think I do.
assume so, right? I mean, doesn't everybody?
I don't. I am not musically inclined at all.
Hmm.
All right, fair enough.
Anyway,
not
we
gonna
got
tell you
$2 by Hyperbolic Ninja. Thank you very much. Call it Anal
Thanks, man.
Twister, you cowards. Also, oh hi Mark.
Wait, what was the name?
Anal Twister, I think for the new
Oh,
new
okay.
name. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I ended that poll at some point. It was 97% for the Forge and 21 for the Super Media Forge. So
Well, that's our answer.
I
How
guess
much percent for anal twisted?
that was not in there. I only
I
saw
feel
that.
like that would draw
The
the
thing
wrong
is,
crowd. Puppy,
it
no,
would have
it's
probably
not
been
gonna-
around 100% if I would have put it in there.
Oh. Damn it, Ninja! You should have been faster.
You fool. We got 20 gifted memberships by JMac. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. The support. 8 months of bearded flame. Thank you very much, Odin. Super Media Forge.
Thank
Let's
you.
fucking go. Well, I guess I know what Odin voted for.
There you go.
We got another
Thanks,
10
Odin.
gifted memberships by David Hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David Hand.
Nice hand.
Yeah.
Nice hand. We got 1 month of bearded flame by Cypher. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cypher.
MauLer, you talked about anchor beings being shit. They are. Won't it be compared to Omni-Man's ideology as they're going to die anyways? Why choose them? Wait, is Omni-Man the Amazon
He's
show?
from Invincible.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know
I've-
what he means.
I've
by
not
that.
seen
I
Invincible,
still
so I
haven't
don't know
seen
what that
show,
means.
so-
Well,
I've
I have
read the
seen
whole
Invincible.
comic, and
I'm confused.
Omni-Man's position is not consistent through the whole thing. He does go through some phases, so I guess I'd have to know.
I
If
mean,
you
I-
mean which era of Omni-Man you mean.
Well, he's clearly referencing the season 1 deal, which even then I'm like, it's not comparable because Omni-Man's talking. They don't do that much multiverse and
Yeah. I mean, the whole
Invincible. Even then, it's not comparable.
I mean, the whole problem with the anchor beings is what happens before an anchor being exists, because it's not always Logan, right? Like there's some anchor being. What happens before humans existed? What happens after that anchor being just dies a natural death? Does it mean just this universe is starting to die over the couple of thousand years every time? So it's just anchor beings just has so many problems. It's just fucking
Yeah, what he
stupid.
said.
And then in Invincible, the
person is
context
always
of him,
alive. Like,
yeah,
from the beginning of time till the end. So it's like, what? Like, how is it always got to be an immortal?
Well, is there just universe that just die after 1,000 or a couple of thousand years because they just don't have one yet? Like, do they die before an anchor being can even exist? It's like, it's weird. Can a bee be an anchor being? Like, this fucking sucks.
Dude, they're doing an exclusive drink to get with watching Alien in the cinema, and it's just called Alien Fluid.
Ew. Is it Mountain
Ew.
Dew?
Oh.
What a shit name. Why would you call it acid blood?
That sounds
Well,
good.
why
That'd be
would-
cooler.
Oh yeah.
Why
that's
would you
right
not call
there.
it Royal Jelly?
Even that.
Well-
Alien Fluid it's just like that. Okay.
That
It's
sounds
so-
sexual.
But
Mm.
to finish off with that super chat, like the entire context for the Omni-Man saying that line is like the emotional finale for the season, where it's literally, Mark, why would you choose humans who live extremely small lifespans?
Mark Grayson, not me. He means.
Yeah, versus Voltrumites that can live for thousands of years. Why would you choose them over me?
Yeah.
It's like it's one of the best dialogues at the end of that. It's not even comparable to anchor beings whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
We got $5 by M8566. Let's see. There's someone in my house eating my birthday cake with my family, and it's not me.
Who told you
That's
could
not
eat
bad
my
impression.
cookies?
My cookie. Put my cake down, and my wife. Got £2 by Ish Fine. How about Cyborg's Commander? I guess that's for a name.
Oh, too late.
I guess that makes it sound like Metalcommander is in charge of me. Which I mean, I guess that's fair. On the show.
Isn't he-
Cyborg Commander.
I mean, yeah, it's his show. I came in to co-host. He was the founder of the Forge founder. The Forge at the Foundry.
We got 50 Swedish shekels. I always say shekels because I think it's fun. By a lot of the pizza pie, thank you very much. Mountain Dew is stored in the tipples. True. And if you want some, you just need to tip those tipples twist those tipples, and
That's what the third boob contains.
you have a nice little thing going on. We got 20 US. Thank you very much by Mo Shizlak. It's like a
Mo Sizlak?
Mo
He's the bartender from The Simpsons.
Sizzlak. Okay, that's
Oh.
I never knew his second name or his that's fun. His surname.
He's
not
always
second.
getting prank called, that one.
May I propose a new name? Metals Tipples. Ew.
Oh, that would have been a good one.
No.
Yeah, I feel like we might just draw the wrong crowd with that name.
Nah.
Not that anyone's not free to watch it, but they'll be like, "Yo, are you guys going to start showing tipples or what?"
I
I'll
mean,
be like, "No, that wasn't the plan."
Show Tipples.
Metal already draws on the wrong crowd.
We're not even on camera. Like, how would we even show tipples?
Well, my streams
Metal's
have
on
a
camera.
camera. And I mean my gaming streams, so
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
fair
I
enough.
can show tipples there. But I don't have as much tipple anymore. I lost too much weight. I'm sorry to disappoint.
Yay!
Sorry, chat. This is my fault.
Congratulations.
Partially.
It is, yeah. Oh god, here we go. We got $2 by M8566 again. Would you kill your clone to take your life back? This
Yes.
sounds like a
Oh god.
but, oh god, all psychopaths in here. Okay.
Okay, like in
So-
this scenario, they like the 6th day did present a good argument as to why that might not be the best thing to do. I think my worry would be, are all the other clones thinking? I mean, okay, if I only have one clone, I guess it's a bit easier to deal with because I can have a one-on-one conversation. But I feel like if I had 5 clones and they were all out in the world somewhere, I would always be in danger if one of them falls on hard times and then eventually goes insane.
Yeah.
Because there's people out there that can just legitimately replace me because they're genetically identical to me in every way and even have my memories, so they'd be able to like recount specifics of really old things about me, you know? It would be, they are still a potential threat. But I mean, I don't know. If you come to an agreement, it's like, okay, we're telling the government, we're giving you all new identities, you have new first names, congratulations. We go our separate ways from here. Everyone shaking hands. Okay, cool.
Well,
Nah, I can't.
my thinking is first and foremost, if we go by the rules that we have here, and they just got like just the way I sit here, or just go through my life, and someone makes like a SIM cord of my brain, puts it in, and just throws that clone out there, and I get to see it. Neither me nor the other clone ever wanted to kill someone, or at least I don't think I had the capability of just randomly kill someone, especially if it's basically myself. So it would probably be more like a weird thing of, hi, that's weird. What do we do now? Because I don't think I don't even have the capabilities to kill someone right now. Like, what do I use? My fucking anything? Like, I don't see a scenario where I just randomly go, even if it's my clone, because they have the same thing, like, the same thing way of thinking that I do, right? Because it's like the copy. I'm just going by the rules that we have from the movie, right? So both of them don't have like the initial thought of I'm gonna kill them, right? So I probably wouldn't.
I think everything changes if you know the ability to look in the eyelid here and see if it is a clone or not definitively. Because I think the most difficult thing to establish would be who is the original and who is the clone who needs to now go and like create another life, you know? Because that will probably, if a person has your exact memories and experiences and feelings, they're not going to just easily be like, okay, cool, my life's over now. I'm going to go like meet all new people and do all new things and give up my family, right? Like it would be a tough thing to have to deal with unless you know that the person's like, yeah, I'm a clone. I understand that I'm a clone. I'm still you. I can be a different productive version of you in another life and, you know, go my own way, and I'm cool with that. Or you could have the guy being like, you have my wife and my kids and my family, right? And yeah, I mean, I guess the only way you know what you would do is if it was you on the other side of it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting conundrum, to say the
You probably at
least.
least talk to him before you kill him, though.
Yeah.
Nah, just shake him.
Let's just shake him.
Oh, the day.
So fuck you. I got $2 by Idiotison. I always want to say idiot coin, but then I almost always catch myself that there's like an OSIN there, not a coin. But yeah, a sixth day with better religious themes than Signs? Question mark. I actually haven't seen
God.
Signs in forever, and I don't even remember religious undertones because I'm stupid.
Oh
So
yeah, there are.
they probably are. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's very much about faith signs.
I haven't seen a movie in
Jeebus.
forever. Is the movie good or is it bad? I actually don't remember.
It's bad.
Is that the one with the water as a weakness and the
Yes.
doors?
Yeah.
I'd
Oh,
probably
no, it's
say it's
one of the
bad, yeah,
two.
but there's good stuff in it.
There are two Water is Their Weakness alien movies that were from around the same era. It was Signs and Battle Los Angeles.
Oh wait,
No.
Conveniently,
wasn't
conveniently, water is the enemy of these aliens.
No, Battles Los Angeles, they're stealing the water.
Oh, what? I could have sworn that they found out that they were weak to water. Oh, maybe I'm remembering that wrong then.
I think you're thinking of a different movie.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, my memory's not perfect. It's just okay.
I never said it was. That's why I'm correcting
Oh,
you.
I know. I just meant I've never claimed that it is. Though I don't know. I think I got a pretty good memory. But hey, I get mixed up sometimes.
memory.
Yeah, man.
Capital Opinions did a stream on Signs. Was pretty good. The stream, not the movie. Oh, okay. Good old Capo. He knows what's up. Got $5 by Hyperbolic Ninja. Thank you very much.
Yay.
MauLer, Mr. Bean has become the voice of reason for free speech. Oh, I think I saw like a video last night before I went to bed. Where he did like a
Rowan
whole
Atkinson
thing.
do something?
Yeah. Like it's like about the whole thing, how people are getting put into like custody or get arrested for shit they say on Facebook and stuff like that. And Rowan Atkinson did like a whole speech on that. I think it's like almost 10 minutes long. You can probably find it easily. It was pretty good. I need to rewatch it when I'm not inebriated a little bit. It's probably even better.
I did see a clip of a cop saying that he believes that there should be extradition too. So if you're in the UK and then you post a spicy meme and go back to your home country, they can like have you sent back to the UK to stand trial. It's like, whoa. That's, that's pretty wild.
No, they said they want, like, even if we said if an American talks shit in America about Britain, they want to grab us and send us over there to put on trial.
Oh, just if it's visible in Britain? Oh,
Yeah.
that makes any sense
I talk
at all.
a lot
thought
of
if it
shit
was,
about
like,
Britain.
posted from there, like, and breaking their laws. But anyways, I mean, this is a way bigger topic than we can handle right now.
They can fucking try. They can say, hello, it's the end of my barrel.
But yeah.
You know they don't have fucking guns.
But yeah, Rowan Atkinson has always been like super pro free speech. I think I've seen like something of his like years back where he was already like very pro for that. So yeah, he's a good legend, absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, in other news, I love how every time I open up Netflix, the top 10 are all older movies. You're saying nobody is watching the extended cut of Rebel Moon?
Hey, I mean, The Killer's a relatively recent Netflix movie that I thought was quite good.
The Killer is awesome.
Atlas was one that I did not. But you made me watch it.
But yeah, good
Damn.
shit. We got a new member with Chief 5288 of the Flim Flam variety. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chief.
Thank you.
Nice dog.
Then we got 11 months of Bearded Flame by Sharaside. Thank you very much. Says,
Hey, thanks.
Boogie Fat Part 4 this soon? I might have a protein urine at this rate.
Yeah, we just had a little boogie.
Hey, I don't know if that's actually gonna happen.
No.
That would be crazy.
Oh, no.
Who knows? Maybe he'll lie about a new disease.
I'm scared. Big Ounce with the $5. Thank you very much. Metal, MauLer, and the Cyborg. Please play Telltale Batman. It's as good as Batman Arkham. And MauLer, as always, please play Origins or I'll twist your tipples.
Yeah.
I think I did play the first season of that. It was a long time ago. I think it was on like PS4 probably in like 2016 or something like that. But I remember thinking it was okay.
I'm still getting through Bounty Hunter, okay? It's neat.
I
Neat
was
on
just
the
never
fleet.
I was just never really a fan of the Telltale format. That's why I never played any of those. just never really
Yeah,
appealing
if
to
you
me.
don't like the format, it's not they're probably all gonna just bother you to get through. But I mean, realistically, just watch a Let's Play if you're interested in the story.
Yeah.
Well, the best ones I hear are Tales from the Borderlands and The Wolf Among
Wolf
Us.
Among Us, yeah. Wolf Among Us is
Yeah.
probably the one I'd recommend.
Mogus.
Because I know that
That's an interesting universe that they've not done anything with.
yeah, the Tales from the Borderlands. I know I've seen it. It could have dramatically different paths compared to the other games.
Oh, that's neat.
So
Wow.
Mm.
And has a better Borderlands story than the one that is currently available in cinemas.
well, better than most of the actual Borderlands games.
I mean, that's not a high bar, don't get me wrong.
I got you wrong.
But Grace Randolph said it was good,
Oh.
so it's probably really
Oh,
good.
God.
She said it was good because of an actor, not because of the actual movies.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Does that really mean anything?
And we got $2 by Odin. Thank you very much. Did anyone ask the clone orgy question? What?
Oh, God.
You mean the
clone orgy
clorgy?
question?
It's the clorgy. That's how you say that.
Clorgy?
Would you
Oh.
have sex with your own clone?
I mean, who wouldn't?
Who wouldn't?
I wouldn't. I'd be good. I'd be like, no. I understand how you perform in that scenario, and I'm good with doing it independently.
It's not even. In fact, you and your clone could have sex with your wife, and it's not even cheating.
It's
No,
not
I wouldn't be
orgy.
cool. Like, that's the thing. It's like, no, I've got no interest in even that visual, so we'll go our
close
separate
your
ways
eyes.
from here, clone boy. It's fine.
What?
Fine.
What if you wear a paper bag?
There's not a circumstance in which I'm going to agree to it. We should move on. So why am I the only one that answered? How about that?
I answered right away. I'll have gay sex with my clone. I'm gay. It's just masturbation.
Well, Metal answered the question.
No, I refuse to have sex with myself. Ah, see, I did answer the question. Thought I whatever. I got $2 by Big Ounce. Who would win in a fight, MauLer versus actual fandom? Do I know this actual
MauLer.
fandom guy? I don't know.
I don't know how big he is or anything.
MauLer's a monster, so he wins
He's
automatically.
like Cthulhu stuff. That's not fair at all.
I feel
Yeah,
like
I make people go insane just if they're in the same room, so I already
yeah,
win. Just by
madness
default.
induction.
Why did actual fandom actually
Dude.
started to fight you or something?
I don't think they're going to be fighting, but I feel like MauLer could probably handle him in any discussion that we can conceive of.
Did
Also,
you
fighting-
guys cover them on EFAB or something? Did I cover them with you? I don't know. I've been on like 7,000 EFAB episode. I don't remember.
Honestly, him and Organized Chaos kind of aren't worth paying any attention. Just like don't even engage.
Isn't
Oh,
it?
he's that one.
Actual fandom is Organized Chaos' friend. Oh boy. Okay, let's move on.
Rags covered Organized Chaos pretty extensive.
MauLer is too long, obviously. But yeah, that
It's
was
the right amount of long.
that was the last super chatteroonies.
Hooray!
Well.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Before we get out of here, see what the other guys are up to. Meobschley, what are you doing? You should do YouTube. I think you do well at that.
Got a good voice.
Yeah,
for
all
it.
right.
Yeah. You got anything coming up, like an anniversary, for example?
Hot D 7 and 8 should be coming out at some point.
Woo.
So should
Mhm.
the anniversary is the 24th. I don't know what the fuck our plan is for Alien, but I'm gonna want to talk about it, so it's gonna have to fit in somewhere. Oh, and hoping to do some chained together with maybe Metal here and Rags and Freaks. That could be funny.
Yes.
Ooh.
If you heard X-Ray Girl screaming during this stream, it's because she was playing that game.
Yeah. Yeah, I did buy it already, so I'm ready to go. I'm not going anywhere this week, so sounds good.
Hot.
Yes. But yeah, links are down below for the MauLer and the Booler channel, because that's where all the movie and TV thingies go. So go check them out. I'm in like 1 or 2 of those as well, and Mark too. It's crazy how this goes. Swoll, what about you? You doing some more strumblins or something?
Yeah, so I haven't been streaming for a while, because I've been lazy and work has kicked my dick in.
Mhm.
But this week I have off, so I want to finish MGS3, but I cannot until after Tuesday because my apartment decided to fuck me over and what is it? Pest control the whole place, although I have no problems.
Okay,
that'll
so
be
just
fun.
I know what you do. You go out into the woods, you subsist off some snakes, you change your camo when you need to.
Mhm.
You've been training for it.
Yeah,
Mm,
I can do it. Especially
There
the
you go.
eating snakes part.
Because he's playing Metal Gear Solid 3 for those who don't know what I'm talking about.
absolutely. Yeah, the link down below. James, when is your video coming out? You've been working on like something, right?
No.
No.
Just slowly trying to bully you into playing games that I like and
I mean,
hope are good.
I am playing Prey, so you got
Yes.
that done. So,
And you said that MauLer might like.
I already told him he would definitely like it for the gameplay alone. I think you'd have lots of fun with fucking around with the mechanics. It's quite good.
I just
Also, I
don't, I
can't-
don't think Lord Ring Golem is that good, but I guess if you felt that coming away, I already played it, Mel. So
No, you haven't. You have played, but have you experienced it? Because I don't think you have.
Oh wait, aren't you gonna play the Terrible Outlaws game at least once?
yes,
Boring.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and if it's memeable enough, I might give it a shot too. But I wait for Mutually to tell me if it's worth it or not.
yeah, it may be a meme factor. You just can't know for sure.
Well, Mark, what are you doing? You
Right
nerd?
now, I'm working on my video for Hades. I'm almost done the audio editing, and apparently, I just took too many takes on a lot of different lines because I ended up having like 3 hours of audio per game to go through, and it's taken a while. But I am working on that, and now I'm all done with like best man wedding stuff, so I've got a little bit more time in my off time to focus on it. I also do a show on Metalcommander's channel on Sundays called The Forge
Oh,
because
shit.
that's what the poll ended up with, and
Should check that out.
Alien Romulus is going to be next week, which
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to be great, but I do think the director is okay at making horror movies, so it might actually be pretty well put together at least, not least necessarily, but because God, with Alien movies, I don't want to expect anything going in because the last couple have not been great.
What are you talking about? Covenant was amazing.
So,
Did I tell y'all I went on a date with that movie and then my date never talked to me again?
that's yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know that. I
Hmm.
mean, yeah, like it's not a great date movie. Yeah, there's not really anything.
It was
about
not.
It's not even a good kind of horror for a date. Anyways, we should probably wrap up the episode now. And yeah, I said, or like Metal, you were talking about your Prey streams, right? So you're good. You've already said your stuff. I was trying to segue, but I don't want to go too soon.
Wait, segue to what? No, I'm
I
going
guess-
last as always.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I guess when I heard you talking about Prey, I was like, oh wait, never mind. I was incorrect. Please go.
No, that was me.
It's because it was brought
read
up.
it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm going through Prey currently, the 2017 one, and I've been liking it quite a bit. I will do a stream tomorrow, so I'm probably gonna do like a thing where I do like stream one day, edit the other day, stream one day, yada yada yada. You know, the good stuff. Yeah, just back in the editing dungeons. It's going. I'm just chopping away, just getting a couple of minutes done. Every other day when I got the time. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. We're getting closer to the video being done, so I'm excited for that. Obviously, Rings of Power is coming out. I covered the first season by myself, and I'm gonna do the same when the second season comes out. I started rewatching season 1, and it's really funny on a rewatch because it's really bad. So yeah, just been doing that. I guess Agatha comes out. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with that.
Oh,
I might
boy.
watch it, but I don't know. We'll see how I feel and how the time is, because obviously we're going into September, October territory. There's all the Halloween stuff, and I don't know. It's going to be busy, but yeah, definitely going to be the Rings of Power stuff and Forges and games, all the good stuff. You'll know where to find me. I'm right here. And yeah, there you go. With that said, thanks to the guests for hanging out as always.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
good fun. It was a good movie suggestion mutually. Was was fun stuff. Definitely a big thumbs up for that overall. Go check it out. It's quite entertaining and fun. Almost choked.
Oh God.
Air. It's all the
Spitters are quitters,
chemicals.
metal. Spitters are quitters.
Germans are
Peace
allergic
out.
to air, confirmed.
But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. For the super chats, very much appreciated, and the memberships. And we're out of here.
Thank
We'll see you
you.
next time. Bye bye.
Have a good day.
Bye, y'all.